Foreword of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Foreword. My good sailor friend, Captain Crutchley, has asked me to write a foreword to his autobiography. It is a pleasure to comply. The author began his life at sea in sailing ships, in the age of the black ball liners, the Baltimore clipper ships, and those perfect specimens of naval architecture built in Aberdeen for the China tea trade. Captain Crutchley tells of the hardships of the sea. He gives stirring descriptions of the performances of the ships in which he sailed. His narrative may perhaps be briefly supplemented. Sir George Holmes, in his book on ancient and modern ships, quotes many examples of record passages. In 1851, the Nightingale, in a race from Shanghai to Deal, ran on one occasion 336 knots in 24 hours. In the same year, the Flying Cloud, in a voyage from New York to San Francisco, ran 427 knots in one day. The Thermopylae, 886 tons register, built by Messrs. Steele of Greenock, sailed 354 knots in 24 hours. The Aberdeen clippers of the 60s did marvelous work. Under sail, the Ariel, Taping, and Sarika started together from Foochow on May 30th, 1866. They met off the Lizard on September 6th, and on the same day the Taping arrived in the East India Dock at 9:45 p.m., and the Ariel at 10:15 p.m., the difference of half an hour after racing for over 3 months on end. The present writer recalls like a personal experience of more recent date. In 1905, a race was sailed from Sandy Hook to the Lizard for a cup offered by the German Emperor. On that occasion, the Valhalla, a full-rigged ship, Hildegard, and Endymion, 2-masted fore and aft schooners, and the Sunbeam, a 3-masted topsail yard schooner, anchored off Cowes on the same tide, the distance of more than 3,300 miles from Sandy Hook having been covered in 14 days. After years of service at sea, Captain Crutchley passed from sail to steam. He filled important commands with distinguished success. He began with the comparatively easy voyage to the Cape. In the latter years of his career at sea, he was engaged in Australasian voyages, when his experience in sailing ships enabled him, by the combined power of sail and steam, to make successful voyages. In Captain Crutchley's time, ships coming direct from the homeland were the bonds of empire. They received a warm welcome on their arrival in the distant ports of New Zealand and Australia. Captain Crutchley earned a deserved popularity as a representative seaman. He began his work as an empire builder while serving at sea. It was continued ashore for a period of many years in the capacity of Secretary of the Navy League. The book abounds in valuable hints on discipline at sea. The vessels commanded by Captain Crutchley were happy ships. It only remains to commend this volume as interesting reading to all who love the sea and admire the hardy breed of men who do business in great waters. Brassey, March 7th, 1912. End of foreword. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 1 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 1, Part 1. Ride with an idle whip, ride with an unused heel, but once in a way there will come a day when the colt must be taught to feel the lash that falls, and the curb that galls, and the sting of a roweled heel. Kipling. Early in the year 1863, there was brought into the little harbor of Margate a vessel called the
Figaro of Narbonne, a small craft with a cargo of wine. She had got into trouble on one of the many outlying sandbanks, which make the entrance to the Thames a problem of considerable difficulty for any vessel not thoroughly qualified to meet any emergency that may arise through wind or weather. What the precise cause of this accident was escapes my memory, but whatever its origin, it was instrumental in sending me to sea, for it brought me into close contact with a London merchant, Mr. Trapp, who was interested in the cargo and who had come down to supervise her repairs. This merchant was also a ship owner, and had been at sea during the French wars in the early part of the century. He was good enough to tell me many stories relating to privateering and the customs of the sea, to all of which I listened greedily, for I was born with the sound of the sea in my ears, and from my earliest recollections had made up my mind that the sailor's life was the only one worth living. Unfortunately, this view was not shared either by my father or my mother, both of whom had set their minds upon making me a civil engineer. My headmaster was of the same opinion as myself as regards my future, but we reached the same conclusion by somewhat different roads, as will be seen. I scarcely think I was tractable as a schoolboy. I can distinctly remember that from the age of 10 until I was 14, I was always the awful example, and my impression is that the cane was administered thrice daily with great regularity. At the age of 14, there was a serious difference of opinion between the headmaster and myself. He suggested that my conduct in class was beyond his endurance, and I, considering his was also objectionable, expressed my view by launching a book at his head. When I turned to make my escape, there was no escape for me. I was headed off and cornered by Master Sloward down the room, and, face downwards on a desk, I both heard and felt the best arguments that can be used in such circumstances. When I got home, these arguments were only too palpable, and my indulgent parents brought my career at that school to a summary conclusion. Nevertheless, I bore the old boy no malice, for he was a good judge of a human boy's nature. When he asked me one day what I was going to be, I replied, civil engineer, to which he retorted, a soldier or a sailor is all they will ever make of you, and it must be confessed that it was a fairly accurate forecast, though the prophecy was evidently not intended as a compliment to either army or navy. After that episode, it seemed to dawn upon my mind that it was time to learn something, and I was put as a private pupil with a man whose memory I shall always respect, afterwards Leatham of Thanet House, for he had the great gift of raising his pupils' enthusiasm for the subject he was teaching. We used to start early in the morning, before breakfast, take our time in the middle of the day for recreation, and again tackle the work in the evening. It was in one of the midday recreations that, happening to walk down the lower pier, I met my old friend, the shipowner. I soon made up my mind that I must go to sea, and realized that here was the instrument by which my desire could be accomplished. A steady siege was at once commenced. My dear old father would not listen to the scheme for a moment. Salt water had no charms for him, yet he himself had taught me the use of mathematical instruments and given me a fair grounding in plan drawing and similar matters. The shrine at which he worshipped, however, was that of Brunel, and the great engineers who were then discovering the wonders of applied science. My mother, on the other hand, seeing that my mind was made up, offered no further opposition, and when the time arrived managed to give me the necessary assistance. The scheme finally formulated was this. My friend, Mr. Trapp, had at that time a vessel in port of which he was part owner, and, as she carried apprentices, I was to take my place among them on her next voyage. But it was also stipulated that a premium was to be paid. How often, I wonder, have these boys been jeered at by the old salts as being blank gentlemen's sons that pay to go to sea? And when one considers in after life the hardships of a sailing ship,
such a custom certainly seems humorous.
Well, the appointed day arrived, and my mother and I set out for London to carry out the necessary preliminaries. My father had provided funds in a surreptitious sort of manner, for when the die was cast he accepted the situation, though he never really acquiesced in it. Boys are heartless brutes as a rule where their inclinations are concerned, and set little store by the desires of those who have had the trouble of rearing them. But, after all, we, none of us, are asked whether we would like to come into the world. We are shoved upon the stage, willy-nilly, without any consideration as to the part we are to play, and expected to give unquestioning obedience to the prompter. This seemed to me unreasonable, and that is how I at length found myself in the London docks boarding the Alwynton, a sailing bark of 491 tons register. To the best of my knowledge, she was one of a series of outside vessels, chartered by the Orient Line, and a stout, staunch craft she was, good-looking also in her own way. On the other side of the wharf was the sailing ship Orient, the first of her name, and a clipper of renown. The officers and men of that craft consider themselves very superior beings to those who had not the good fortune to sail under the blue St. Andrew's Cross, but they, in their turn, were looked down upon by the men sailing in the ships of Green, Dunbar, Wingram, and Smith. In those days it would have required a very careful M.C. to give the varying grades of the merchant services their due order of precedence. We were met by a very dark, handsome man, who we were told was one of the owners of the vessel, and one of the first remarks he made to me after the ceremony of introduction had gone through was on the iniquity of my wearing kid gloves. Needless to say, I immediately disclaimed any intention of doing so in the future, being fearful that so pernicious a habit should already have prejudiced my chances of forming one unit of the ship's company of so particularly correct a craft. Let me here say that the last time I met that gentleman he was bowed in stature and quite white on the figurehead. It was at the Trinity House, and this time we foregathered on equal terms. I reminded him of the particular incident, and he was much amused. I regret that he has now joined the majority, leaving behind him a name that will be long remembered for good of philanthropic work, wherever seamen are considered. I refer to Captain David Mainland. My first doubts were raised when I met the second mate, who seemed to be what I should now describe as a particularly hefty personage. He was not wearing any elaborate uniform. In fact, he wore neither coat nor waistcoat, and was very busily engaged in assisting to take in stores and stow them away down a hatchway in the after part of the cabin, a receptacle known as the lazarette. For many months afterwards, that place to me was one of discomfort, for it was also the sailroom, and to one not accustomed to the smell of below decks, the work of stowing and rearranging canvas was not agreeable. It was, however, particularly the sort of operation to which a raw and unskilled hand could be usefully turned, and accordingly there fell to my lot a good deal of it.
Immediately behind this hatchway were two stater-rooms,
so-called fine airy cabins, one of which was the abode of Captain Hull, whose acquaintance it was now my lot to make. Let me try and describe him. He was a man of more than average height and enormous chest measurement. His face was not so weather-beaten as might have been expected, but it was one mass of freckles, and was surmounted by sandy hair and fringed with whiskers of the same color. His hands were mighty and possessed enormous power, as I was to discover later. There was a withal of bluff bonhomie about the man that was attractive in its way, and to do him justice, I think he tried to behave as well as he could, but he was the natural product of a hard school. On this particular occasion, he wished to be very agreeable, and the interview went off well, ending with the transfer of my premium from my mother's pocket to his. In this, he stole a march upon my first friend, the owner, who had intended me to be his apprentice, in place of which I was forthwith indentured to Captain Hull. The remainder of the day was all pure joy. I was a sailor and was measured for my sailor clothes. Some days afterwards I went back home to display to my lay acquaintances and the world of Margate in general the full glory of blue cloth and brass buttons. Upon mature consideration, I am not certain that the first wearing of a brass-bound cap is not the most satisfactory experience in a long sea life. The first command is not in any way to be compared with it. At length, the long-looked-for day arrived when I was to join my ship, and I set out without a doubt in my mind, and with a callous indifference to the tearful farewells of my family, or rather the feminine portion of it. I have since noticed that this indifference is not unusual with the human boy, and perhaps it is well that it should be so, for he is like the young bear and has no idea of the troubles that lie before him. Still, were my time to be gone through again, even starting with the accumulated wisdom of half a century's experience, I doubt greatly whether I should act very differently. I was not, however, fated to join my ship that day. I was taken by my old friend, Mr. Trapp, to his house in the Minories, and handed over to the care of one of his sons, who took me to my first theatre. The next morning, at breakfast, was solemnly reproved by his father for causing me to break that clause in my indenture which forbade the apprentices to frequent taverns or playhouses. But the time had now come when the realities were to commence. We were 5 apprentices in all, and, with the carpenter and boatswain, lived in the starboard side of the topgallant forecastle. As the ship's windlass formed part of the furniture, it may be imagined that the quarters were rough in the extreme, but they were in keeping with the life in general, which began to develop as soon as we reached the dockhead, prior to being towed down the river. Here we began to make acquaintance with that very authoritative person, the chief mate, who, in all well-ordered ships, is the ruling spirit. Mr. Coleman was a good specimen of the mate of his time, not bad-looking by any means, very neat in personal appearance, and painfully precise in his remarks to all and sundry. There was also conveyed in some particularly subtle manner the fact that he was an accomplished pugilist, and, in point of fact, there were not so many that could emphasize their orders with greater neatness and dispatch. I can recall many instances where the trouble was over almost as soon as it began, and that was no small qualification for an officer in the rough sailing ship days. This quality of command was quickly manifested on the way to Gravesend, when the work of rigging out the jib-boom and getting things ship-shape commenced in earnest. Before the first day was finished, we had discovered that the lot of an apprentice was likely to prove an extremely lively one. The next few days were a blank to me. Sea-sickness claimed me for its very own, and there is only a confused recollection left in my mind of wishing to die and being expressly prevented from doing anything of the sort. That state of affairs lasted perhaps 2 days, until one morning, with a fair wind and fine weather, the episode passed away like an ugly dream. There was one other difficulty, however, to be surmounted, and that was going aloft. but with a determined boatswain behind you, it is astonishing how quickly difficulties disappear. The terrors of the unknown yielded swiftly to good, solid, pliable arguments capable of immediate application. It becomes evident to me that I must curtail my reminiscences of this period, or my work will grow to gigantic proportions completely unwarranted by the importance of the subject. But I wish, if I may, to record one phase in the change from sail to steam. We were bound to Adelaide with a general cargo, and made a fairly good passage. The captain firmly believed in giving the crew lots of work to keep the devil out of their minds. Consequently, the ship was what was known as an all-hand ship. In other words, neither officer nor man nor boy ever had an afternoon watch below. Watch and watch was a thing unknown, but as the power of the master was absolute, there could be no appeal, and for reasons I have hinted at, there were none who would have been willing to incur the wrath of the ruling powers. It will be shown presently how those powers were sometimes used, but that was the ship's routine, and every afternoon, no matter what the weather, all hands were on deck from 12:30 to 5 o'clock. We apprentices were taught to observe the meridian altitude, and sometimes in the afternoons or evenings the captain gave us some instruction in navigation, but the mate rather resented what he termed loafing in the cabin in the afternoon. Our captain was also fond of signaling to other vessels, and that, of course, was our special work. In those days it was almost a certainty that every vessel sighted was British. A foreign flag was a matter of interest. But the great mass of the world's sailing ships today are no longer of our nationality, and the training of our future seamen can no longer be carried on in those best of all possible schools for teaching men self-reliance and the faculty of doing the right thing at the right time. The trip out was uneventful. By the time we had arrived at our port of destination, we boys had learned to steer and to use a broom, also to furl the light canvas, and generally do as we were told. Port Adelaide in those days was still a rising town, and the facilities it offered to shipping were considerable. We were consequently soon discharged and loaded up for Auckland with a cargo of flour, wheat, and sheep on deck. At that time the Maori War was in progress, and we had hopes that some adventure might possibly befall, for up to this time our visions of sea life had become very commonplace, and were far from realizing our youthful fancies. I may say that the experiences of the passage out had satisfied several of the men and one of the apprentices, who consequently deserted. Some difficulty was experienced in filling their places, as colonial wages ran high. We ran through Bass Straits with a fine fair wind. There are few more picturesque parts of the sea than these grand straits, dotted with steep rocky islands like impregnable fortresses. On this passage, as I have said, we had a cargo of sheep on deck, and as these foolish animals will not drink of their own accord, it was necessary to administer to each member of the flock 1-quart bottle of water daily, an operation which at first took considerable time. After a few days, however, they became accustomed to the treatment and gave no trouble. When the coast of New Zealand was sighted and we were running through the Bay of Islands, the captain thought it prudent to overhaul the ship's armory, and muskets, pistols, and cutlasses were all got on deck for cleaning and putting in order. Here it was discovered that I was of some use, for firearms had been one of my hobbies, in which I had been encouraged by the officer in charge of the Coast Guard at Margate, dear old Bob Aldrich. After a long lapse of years, I can recall his cheery face and the infinite patience with which he initiated me into the mysteries of powder and shot. He succeeded after a time in making me a fair marksman. End of section 1. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Section 2 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 1, Part 2. With a view to testing the hitting power of the crew, a bottle was hung at the fore-yard arm, and we all fired in turn. The bottle survived until it came to my turn, and then, probably because I had loaded the musket properly, I hit it, but suffered reproof afterwards because I could not do so with a ship's pistol. I mention this matter of loading because, even with an old smoothbore gun, if the bullet was properly centered by means of the spare cartridge paper, it was quite possible at short ranges to get decent shooting from it. But if, as commonly happened, the bullet and cartridge were rammed down anyhow, the bullet went anywhere. There are few harbors in the world more beautiful than Auckland. It is worthy of Kipling's description, quote, last, loveliest, loneliest, exquisite, apart, on us the unswerving season smiles, end quote. I have known the apple of beauty claimed often for Sydney. Of that harbor I cannot speak personally, but I have heard a great Sydney authority confess that the apple should, in fact, be given to the harbor of Rio, and with that judgment I am inclined to agree. The most striking object in entering Auckland is the mountain Rangitoto. It is doubtful whether it can best be described as a cone or a pyramid. From whichever side it is viewed, it presents the same shape, and it possesses considerable interest by the speculation it creates as to whether it is an extinct volcano. In point of fact, the whole region is volcanic, and once, many years afterwards, in a little altercation with an Auckland man concerning some point in connection with a harbor, I heard it observed that he need not put on too much side, for he was only living on the outside of a bally cinder anyway. Curiously enough, within 10 days of that altercation, there occurred the eruption of Tarawera, and the celebrated terraces were destroyed. Anchored off Rangitoto was a splendid-looking ship, the Tibernia, as spick and span as any first-class London sailing ship could be. My recollection of her is vivid even now. I think that she had taken troops there. As we got further up the harbor, we came across HMS Miranda, an object of admiration and respect, for the tales concerning warships that were then told in merchantmen were many and wonderful, creating an atmosphere of awe. There was also the vague idea still existing that a man of war could send on board and take any men she pleased for the state service. Old traditions die hard, and at the time I write of the great mass of the songs and ditties sung by seamen were reminiscences in verse of the great Napoleon, and the men of the Navy and the merchant service were more interchangeable than they are today. The Queen Street Wharf was not then the imposing feature it now is, but it was a very fair size, and we got to a comfortable berth at the end of it, quickly getting clear of our live cargo. I have reason to think that the entire shipload was extremely welcome, for the town was at that time more than a little anxious concerning the future of the Maori War. We, however, saw no signs of fighting. As showing the vast changes a few years make, 21 years later I lay at that same wharf, in command of a splendid mail steamer fitted to carry frozen mutton and produce to the home country. One great characteristic of Auckland in the early days was the peculiar abruptness of some of its streets. It was not lit at night time with any degree of brilliance, and the sudden inequalities of road surface required some practice to deal with. Still, we were generally pleased with the place, and the scene of bustle there was about the shipping. We, being the end ship of the wharf, often got visits from the members of other ships' companies, and in particular there was one midshipman from the Tibernia of whom we heard great things. He was a good-looking lad and a gentleman, but it seemed that he was rather made much of by his captain for his smartness as a seaman. He was credited with being able to start from the deck, stow the mizzen royal, and be down again in 4 minutes. Our ship was not exactly popular as a rendezvous, however, for the custom of the grog tub, prevalent in most ships in harbor, was entirely unknown to us. In due course, the cargo was discharged. The mate, having kept careful tally, clapped on the hatches when he had landed the exact quantity he was responsible for. There was a considerable surplus, but how the matter was finally arranged I know not, probably by compromise, I should think, for the mate, being a canny Scot, was not likely to have given much away. Our captain was anxious to secure a cargo for London, so the ship was what is called laid on for that port, and we commenced loading with casks of Cowrie gum. These were stowed with ballast to fill in such spaces as would hold it, for it was necessary to give her some stiffening. But one afternoon I was taken up to the agent's by the captain and sent back with a message to the mate to commence and break out and land all we had taken in, as enough could not be procured to fill the ship. We all thought that bad luck, for we now had to ballast the ship and return to Adelaide in the hope of filling with wool and copper. We made rather a long passage back, for there was a good deal of strong headwind, the ship being hove to under a close-reefed main topsail for some days. That made no difference to the work of the crew, for day after day we were kept at it, scraping and oiling the woodwork of the hold, in other words, the inner skin of the ship. I personally was very glad to recognize some of the landmarks I remembered in Bass Straits, and to know that we were that much nearer home. We duly arrived at Adelaide without adventure, and commenced preparations for the homeward run. Before going further with the narration, let me describe a scene, not an unusual one in those days, which took place on the passage from Auckland. There were certain epithets which were considered fair and lawful to use, and which Midden did not resent. On the other hand, there was one term only used if he who was delivering the oration was prepared to back his opinion by muscular arguments. Our ship was fitted with patent reefing topsails, but as most good things have drawbacks to them, this particular main topsail had developed a habit of carrying its halyards away, and their replacement usually caused some little trouble. For one thing, it was an all-hands job, and with a scanty rest the crew were permitted, this did not tend to increase the smoothness of current matters either for officers or men. Upon this particular evening the halyards had parted, and the yard came down with a run. As the chain passed round the yard, it was necessary it should be kept clear of turns to ensure smooth working of the patent, and this was a job of some little difficulty. The second mate and a fair number of men were aloft, reeving the chains, when one man in the top incurred the wrath of the mate, who was superintending operations from the quarter-deck. He yelled out to his subordinate aloft, "Mr. King, kick that son of a blank out of the top." King on his part addressed some drastic remarks to the delinquent, but did not appear to consider it necessary to do more, so the work proceeded until the man who had been mentioned came down the rigging, saying loudly, "I've never been called a son of a blank before, and won't stand it." That was enough for the mate. As the man stepped on deck, he was met by a straight 1-2 in the face, and then began a rough and tumble about the end of which there could be no doubt. The captain came along to see what was going on, and the mate sang out, "Put this man in irons, sir." The captain did so, and poor Canadian Bill, as he was called, was duly ironed and dropped for security down the lazarette hatch, where for some days he endured the scanty bread and bitter waters of affliction. Needless to say, he lost no time in deserting on arrival in port, which no doubt fitted in with the higher policy of the master, who did not wish to retain the services of men at high colonial wages during a long stay in port, when the absolutely necessary routine work could be carried on by apprentices, the cargo, of course, being stowed by stevedores. It may not be out of place here to say a few words concerning the power of the master in those days. It may be summed up as absolute despotism. There was seldom any attempt made to obtain redress for ill treatment at sea, and, strange though it may appear, a ship might bear a terrible reputation through her masters or officers, and yet little if any trouble was experienced in shipping a crew. It must be remembered that shortly before this had been the great days of the Australian clippers that made most astonishingly quick passages, and to do this it was necessary to keep the men in a very tight hand. This had its drawbacks, for where seamen, accustomed to the rule of mates who in many cases could have qualified as prize fighters, happened to sail in a ship where force was not so dominant, they were apt to be very troublesome, as I shall show in the course of these pages. I give in this place one instance of the despotic power of the master. One morning, shortly after we reached Adelaide for the second time, we were greatly surprised at breakfast time to see the second mate, Mr. King, walk into our quarters, sit down, and commence to eat breakfast. He saw our looks of astonishment and remarked, "Did none of you fellows ever see a man drinking a pannikin of tea before?" Then it came out that for some offense, I never heard what, the master had turned him out of the cabin to come and live with the apprentices and the warrant officers. As we took home a few passengers that trip, I believe that the captain picked a quarrel to get more room and an additional cabin aft, but King was quite an acquisition to our party, for he was a splendid sailor, and always bright and jolly, except when he thought it necessary to use a rope's end. That was pretty often, but the rope's end had little terror for me. I had been so well acclimatized to punishment at school that it took more than a rope's ending to upset my equanimity. I must confess, however, that a system obtained in that ship which was bound in the long run to end in disaster. The apprentices were held responsible for far too many things, and if an article could not be found in its right place, or let us say the ship heeled over and a bucket came down to leeward and hit the mate on the legs, his first instruction would be, "Mr. King, lick those damn boys," and we got it. At that time, the idea of possible rebellion had not taken root. That was to come later. I still think that the rope's end in moderation is a good thing for a boy, and regret exceedingly that a sickly sentimentality seems to be undermining the healthy view that corporal chastisement is good for young people. I believe it is still one of those luxuries dealt out at Eton and similar schools to the sons of the wealthier classes, and this undoubtedly constitutes a real advantage that the son of the rich man has over the board school boy. Our life in Adelaide, loading for home, was enjoyable. There were many vessels in port also bound home, and there was a certain amount of camaraderie among the various ship's apprentices, but it seemed to me there was always a certain number of them who walked about thinking their Creator that they were not as other men were. In other words, they aspired to take rank as from the ship in which they served, and when it came to a near thing between two ships of nearly equal merit, a skysail on a fitted flying jib-boom, or a patent pump, or some such item was quite sufficient to establish a superiority which would be insisted upon with all necessary vigor. What it may be today, I know not, but ship worship was a very strong feeling among young seamen at the time of which I am writing, and it ran high in the crews of such ships as the Orient, Murray, Coronado, Gulwa, and others, even including that very respectable old vessel known as Irene. As may be imagined in a small port such as Adelaide then was, the younger portions of the ship's crews were something of a terror to the inhabitants, for if one could not invent some new piece of mischief, another could, and when a party of us went on shore for the evening, the proceedings were seldom characterized by dullness. One great pastime of our ship in particular was swimming. We lay in what was then the river basin, and that was close to a creek where there was a fine bathing place. In the course of time, we all became good swimmers, and took an especial pride in diving. This was encouraged by the skipper, who urged us to go higher and higher from the ship's rigging, until at last some of us could dive from the mainyard. As the time of the year was the Australian summer, it was a very pleasant way of spending the evening. The independent spirit manifested by the stevedores and other working men that had to do with the ship came to one rather as a revelation. There was a quiet assurance about these men that was remarkable. They knew what their importance was in a place where labor was scarce, and being satisfied with the wages they got, did their work with a manly independence which needed no driving. I should mention that the stevedores stowing the wool were paid by piecework, and that perhaps may have had something to do with their satisfactory performances. They had all been seamen at some period of their lives, and when hauling on their tackles in the hold, screwing wool, could raise a chanty that would merit unfeigned approval from a nautical critic. Wool-screwing was there an art. There was not the hurry-scurry of the present day, and I suppose it took 2 months to load that little vessel with wool and copper. When this was done, we shipped the able seamen we were short of through desertions and set out for our homeward trip. I wish I dare set down in black and white the various incidents of that trip, but I must refrain. We had 3 passengers, an old Cornishman and his wife, considered second class, who lived in a boarded space in the poop, and a fairly young lady who messed with the captain and mate. The front of the poop was fitted up as an immense birdcage for a great number of small green parrots that at one period of the voyage died by scores daily. I believe, however, that enough survived to make the venture a paying one to the skipper. We had shipped as steward a colonial man, the blackest I ever saw, with an immense idea of his own importance. As the steward on a sailing ship is looked upon exclusively as the master's servant, there is frequently antagonism shown him by the mate, and the present case was no exception to the rule. Now let me say that so far as my knowledge serves me, all boys at sea are thieves so far as food is concerned. It is not considered dishonorable to steal any food that can be got at, but the great crime is to be found out. My particular chum, Fred Wilkes, however, not content with annexing potatoes, had the audacity to light the galley fire in the middle watch for the purpose of baking them. This was asking for trouble, which promptly arrived. For being taken red-handed in the act, he was sentenced to be deprived of his forenoon watch below for an indefinite time, and this sentence of brutality was actually carried out. For the uninitiated, it may be explained that, having been on deck for 8 hours previous to 8 a.m., he was allowed time for his breakfast and then called on deck to begin a full day's work. The passage home was to be made round the Cape of Good Hope. Few of the Adelaide ships favored the Cape Horn route, and we were particularly fortunate in getting round Cape Lewin and up into the southeast trades with a fine, fair wind. There are few more pleasant passages than that across the Indian Ocean at the southern limit of the southeast trade, which on this occasion was blowing very strongly. Indeed, at times it was more than we could carry all studding sails to. I remember that in our middle watch, the lower stunsail had been taken in for wind, and the captain, coming on deck during a period of lull, soundly abused the second mate, in whose watch I was, for keeping the ship hove to, and that with everything set except one lower stunsail, which was even then being got ready to hoist again. King was not in favor with the powers that were, although, to do him justice, he was a very fine seaman. On one occasion on the passage from Auckland to Adelaide, it became necessary to call all hands to shorten sail, and it happened that King was in charge, neither the mate nor captain being on deck. It was necessary to take in the mainsail, and he did it successfully by taking up the lee side first, in opposition to the dictum laid down in Falconer's Shipwreck that, quote, "He who seeks the tempest to disarm will never first embrail the lee yard arm," end quote. At that time, however, there was a difference of opinion on the subject, and I think a good deal is to be said for both contentions. The truth probably is that with a strong crew and proper management, a heavy course, if taken in lee sheet first, was easier to furl, as the canvas was not so much blown over to leeward, but on the other hand, if great care was not taken, the canvas very often blew to pieces. To do justice to the officers of that ship, they were all fine seamen, and insisted on a high standard of a sailor-man's attainments from all hands. A job of work badly done, or done in a slovenly manner, called down immediate reproof and punishment, which usually meant doing it again in a watch below. In modern times it may sound strange to talk about reefed stunsails, but we carried them, and night or day not a moment was lost in making or trimming sail as it was required. It was when we were nearing the Cape of Good Hope that the mate going aloft one afternoon discovered that the mainmast was sprung, and reported it to the captain in the words, quote, "The mainmast is a sprung mast, sir, just below the futtocks," end quote. In fact, as was afterwards discovered, the mast was pretty rotten. All hands were immediately turned to splice a big spar up the after side of the mast, and so well was this done by lashings of rope and chain tightened up by wooden wedges that it lasted the remainder of the trip without giving any trouble. When the mast was taken out in London, everyone marveled that it had lasted as it had. When we sighted the land about the Cape, the first view of Table Mountain was most impressive, and it is one of those great natural features that never loses its grandeur or becomes stale by constant acquaintance. I little thought that at that time there was a little maiden 2 years old toddling about an old garden there that in after years was to be my wife. So it was, however, and indeed I ultimately grew to regard the Cape quite in the light of a home country. The remainder of the passage home was uneventful. The next thing I remember was being at the wheel on a bitterly cold June morning when we made the English land, and the feeling of exhilaration that it gave all hands was a thing to be remembered. Then the run-up channel, in company with many other vessels, was a pure joy. The old man walked the poop, snapping his fingers. As soon as we got the pilot off Dungeness and a tug, we commenced to furl the canvas and put the finishing touches on the ship's harbor toilet. Once in the London docks, the ship was soon deserted by the crew and left to the care of the apprentices, who were not supposed to have any desire to get away. It happened, however, on this occasion that Captain Hull was subjected to a raid by my sisters, chaperoned by that kind, gracious, and beautiful lady, the late Mrs. G.E. Daring, whose wealthy and eccentric husband recently achieved posthumous fame as the Hermit of Welwyn. As they desired to take me away at once for at least 6 weeks, the old man surrendered at discretion, and in all the glory of gilt buttons I was borne away. That brings to a close my maiden voyage, but one thing that struck me when I got home was the pleasure with which one remembered familiar details, even such insignificant things as old cracks and paving stones. It seemed almost wonderful that one had been so far away and yet come back to find everything just the same, even to the same old boatmen lounging on the pier, apparently in the same position they had occupied from one's earliest recollections. End of section 2. Section 3 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 2, Part 1. It is doubtful whether, if left to his own devices, any boy would go a second voyage without a very considerable amount of hesitation. Indeed, a trip as far as the Downs quite satisfied the nautical aspirations of a certain friend of mine, who put to sea in the Roxburgh Castle and left at the earliest possible moment. This was poor Will Terrace, whose tragic ending is still fresh in the memory of his many friends and countless admirers. My own brother also had nautical aspirations. He went from London to Newcastle to join a vessel as an apprentice. Unfortunately, he went by sea, and the trip was amply sufficient to cure him, for he took train and came back home at once, without even having seen his ship. I must say this was nothing remarkable, for seasickness is such a sheer horror that people become indifferent to all surroundings, and are frequently so demoralized that they would hardly resist being thrown overboard. I have known a case where, touching at a port some days out, it has been necessary to land a lad to save his life. The sea affected him so terribly. Terrace and my brother, therefore, had my sympathy in deciding not to stick to the sea, but in my own case there was no alternative. I had insisted upon going to sea, so had to stick to it, and after 6 weeks' holiday rejoined my ship in the London docks. They had replaced the sprung mainmast, and the ship was again loading for Adelaide. Without any doubt, it is wrong to make boys live on board a ship in dock without any effective control. There were always 3 of us, and sometimes 4 on board, and night watchmen looking after lights were easily hoodwinked. We had gorgeous and surreptitious feasts, and the seals of custom-house officers unexcisable goods were tampered with quite easily. I can recall on more than one occasion the mystified looks of officers who found seals intact and contents considerably shortened of what they should have been. And generally speaking, there is scarcely any problem of food supply that boys on board ship will not find a way of solving. Very wrong indeed, many people will say. What became of your moral principle? I reply in the words of the Eton dame who, asked as to the moral qualities of the boys, said, "There was never a moral amongst them, and after all, it wasn't much worse than orchard robbing." This is a digression, but it is a little difficult to sit down late in life to recount one's juvenile villainies without at least a half-hearted attempt to palliate them, knowing also at the time that even then you do not mean your confession to be a complete one. In due course, the ship was loaded and the crew signed on. We had a new second mate, who we quickly discovered was of a different make to the last one. In fact, I think it was hinted to him that the rope's end regime was not to our liking, and that we had begun to discover that unity was strength, but this was only possibly because he messed with us. For the old man, having started by turning king out of the cabin, thought fit to continue the innovation, and kind-hearted Geordie Rushwell was not the type of man to assert himself. A good seaman he was, but more sailmaker than second mate. Both mate and captain bullied him unmercifully and destroyed the little authority he was capable of wielding. We were detained in the Downs for many days, one ship of a large fleet, for the wind was blowing too hard from the westward for us to attempt to beat down channel. When at last we did make the attempt, we got as far as Dungeness and spent one night under short canvas, almost constantly wearing ship on short boards and eventually anchoring again, but we finally did get a slant of wind and fairly started on the voyage. I will only recall one incident as showing the sort of treatment that was then meted out to seafarers as the ordinary custom. It was one of the desires of Captain Hole that his apprentices should be first-class helmsmen, and for some unexplained reason that they should steer better than the able seamen. One day the ship was going her course with a very strong wind, just free enough to carry a topmast stunsail in addition to all plain sail. She was steering badly when I relieved an A.B. at noon. In point of fact, she was a bit of a handful, and the old man had been taking a good deal of interest in what had been going on. This interest he now transferred to me, and because I could not do better than my predecessor, I was sentenced to stay at the wheel until 8 o'clock that night. Fortunately for my arms, the wind grew lighter as the afternoon wore on, and about 6 o'clock my chum smuggled me a biscuit along. In this, however, with his usual bad luck, he was detected, and when 8 bells came, he was ordered to relieve me and spent the 4 hours of his watch below at the wheel. It was a rough school, but injustice never seemed to be questioned or thought much about. The master was absolute and despotic, and there was no more to be said. There is little of interest to record of this passage. Adelaide was reached in due course, the cargo was discharged, the crew deserted, the ship was chartered for London and taken out into the stream to load, as it was likely to be a long operation. The wool was only coming down slowly, and the apprentices had their fair share of work cut out for them. The routine was something after this fashion: called at 5:30 a.m. and got to work by 6, washing decks or doing boat work, half an hour for breakfast at 8 a.m., then on again to 1 when there was an hour for dinner, 5:30 p.m. clear up decks. Even after supper the work was not over, for 2 of us had to pull the skipper on shore and remain in the boat waiting for him, usually till midnight. As we were taking in the ship's water, the rest of us frequently spent the evenings in towing off a small lighter that carried water tanks. Well, that was all right enough. It was hard work, but we were used to it and did not grumble. But I think the cause of the subsequent trouble was the interference with our shore leave, and I am also afraid that the eternal feminine had a little to do with it. It was in this way. On the preceding voyage, the skipper invited some young ladies on board to lunch, with one of whom he seemed to be somewhat smitten. Now, as it happened, I also was acquainted with the family, and as boys and girls we were on good terms together. Of this the skipper knew nothing until some kind friend gave the show away. That was quite enough for him, and I was duly informed when I asked leave to go on shore that it was no longer permitted. That evening we boys held a great powwow, at which I stated my intentions to do no more work, and 2 others also resolved to follow my lead. The sense of injustice rankled very strongly. We were worked most unsparingly, and then denied the most ordinary privileges to which we had a right, and the proverbial worm at length turned. Next morning came the usual summons to turn out, and as I woke up I remembered that I was pledged to defiance by the resolution I had come to the preceding evening. So when my fellow conspirators looked to me for guidance, they got all they wanted. Now that I am nearing the end of my career, I can look back and see that there is, and has been, one very curious trait in my character. It is the greatest of my desires to live at peace with my fellows, and to pay the greatest respect and obedience to properly constituted authority. But once that idea has been overcome, there is nothing that would stay me in carrying out my own will at any cost, or in the face of any obstacle. This characteristic has led me into much hot water, and I am not at all sure that it has left me even now. "Now, you boys, turn out," said the voice of old Gordy, as we nicknamed the second mate. To this we replied that we were not going to do any more work. I can see the smile of pitying incredulity that spread over his features as he listened to our resolve and pointed out the inevitable consequences. These, however, we had made up our minds to face, so leaving us, he went and informed the mate, who, to our surprise, also tried to reason with us and pointed out, with considerable sarcastic energy, what was likely to happen if we persisted in our attitude and forced him to tell the captain. We said we had counted the cost and were solid in our refusal, but we came as far aft as the mainmast at his bidding and waited for developments. They soon came. I can see the scene now as clearly as when it happened, a beautiful sunshiny morning. We 3 boys in shirts and trousers, barefooted, and the old man just roused from his sleep, looking like an angry bear, and not by any means dressed, rushing from the cabin, his eyes blazing with wrath at an act of rebellion such as he had not conceived to be possible. He began with me. Picking up the end of the forebrace, which was close to where we were standing, he gave me the order, "Go to work," to which I replied, "I won't, sir." Then, swinging his shoulders, he gave me 3 strokes with the end of the forebrace. It hurt, but it had not the least effect in disturbing my resolve, and the mate interposed with the advice not to strike us, but to put us in irons in the after cabin. This was done, our hands were ironed behind our backs, and we were left to our own devices. To the best of my belief, the other fellows escaped the rope's end that had so beautifully scored my back. The after cabin in which we were put was fitted with lockers for holding tinned provisions, wines, etc., and it had stern ports that opened outwards. Access to the deck could also be obtained through an open skylight. Our sentence involved no food or water, and it seems to me after this lapse of time that more care might have been taken as to our place of confinement, for we were fairly familiar with those lockers and knew exactly what they contained. Also, being slim and active as young eels, it was a perfectly easy matter to get our hands in front of us, and ordinary irons do not prevent people from doing useful things on an emergency. During the day we were not absolutely hungry, for we were able to make provision against that. But the thirst was another matter, and that we could not remedy. At 7 the next morning we had had enough, and surrendered in exchange for water that we could no longer do without. Our irons were taken off, and we went forward. I should here interpose that at the time of which I write, the custom of hazing a man was still prevalent. In other words, if a man were obnoxious to either mate or master, he would be kept at the most difficult, obnoxious, and perhaps even dangerous work until he deserted, for as a rule there was no purging an offense, and desertion was the only remedy. At the time I speak of, there was a man on board a ship in the harbor who had been sitting on the end of a royal yard for some days. What he was doing no one knew, except the mate who was hazing him, and when once that treatment commenced, it was a dog's life indeed for the individual on whom it was being tried. I mention this to show that we knew perfectly well what our future lot was likely to be, but up to then we had possibly not sinned beyond forgiveness, although that seemed a little unlikely. But now I was confronted with another difficulty, for my chest had disappeared, and I went aft to inquire about it from the captain. "As I neither intend to allow you money or liberty," he replied, "I have taken charge of your wardrobe." I remember the words as well as if spoken yesterday, and I told him that he could put me in irons again, for work I would not. Probably this was pot valiant on my part, but I had had a good drink of water. Moreover, I knew the letters that box contained, and also guessed that their destination would be the father of the girl who wrote them, so I went back soyuz to my irons in the after cabin. The others had had enough of the treatment to satisfy their longings for martyrdom, ardent though these had been. With me, however, it was entirely different. I had been hurt in more ways than one, and much as I hated the idea of deserting, I resolved that no power should make me risk the passage home in that ship if I could do otherwise. As I meditated, I saw through the stern port the steward sculling the dinghy on shore, and that gave me an idea. The ship was in the stream, possibly 100 yards from the shore. I got the irons in front of me, slipped on deck through the skylight, unseen by anyone on board, threw the vangfall over the side, slid down it, and struck out for the shore. Although manacled as I was, I could not swim in the ordinary way. I could paddle, and at times turn over on my back for a rest. Not a soul lent me a hand or interfered until I got to the landing stage, where I was promptly arrested by a constable and marched up to the police station. The police superintendent, as it happened, was imbued with an idea of fair play. He released me from the irons and told me what I should have to do. By this time my clothes had got fairly dry. I was sitting quietly wondering what would happen next when in came Captain Hole. "Take that fellow into custody," he said, directly he caught sight of me, "for being absent from his ship without leave." I subsequently learned that he had called at his lawyers on the way up, and they had suggested this course as a try-on. It did not work, however. The superintendent declined, saying that I had come to him for protection and he would see that I got it, and on this the old man retired very crestfallen. The outcome was that I was granted a summons for assault, and the captain had to appear before the magistrates next day. I cannot, at the moment of writing, find the record of the police court proceedings, but anyhow, the skipper was fined for the assault, as it was called, on the three of us, and was ordered to give up my property. We, on our side, had to return to our duties. The name of the lawyer who represented us was Edmonds, and I recollect well how he painted the terror we must be in, at which we grinned comprehensively, when one could risk life by venturing into the water with irons on. After that episode, life went on for some little time, much on the former lines, except that there was shown to us a suspicious consideration, which did not augur well for our comfort on the passage home. Indeed, I received a broad hint from the mate. "Bill," he said one day, "if I were in your place, I should skedaddle and get a moke," his idea for my future being some sort of a costermonger's business, then very popular amongst the runaway jacks. That scheme, however, had no fascination for me. I had gone to sea to become a skipper, and nothing was going to spoil the idea, though there might be many obstacles. However, we finally resolved that we would bolt and get up country, our objective being a place on the Murray River called Port Manham. We laid our plans with care, for if we went too soon there would be the more time to catch us, and also it was necessary that we should have as many hours' start as possible in order to escape immediate recapture. What we did with the clothes in our chests I have no very clear recollection. I should think we sold them, for we had to go very light for traveling. But certainly from that time I was not overburdened with clothes until my return to England. On the fateful night, Fred Wilkes and Bob Walters were the two to pull the skipper on shore, and having done so, returned on board with instructions to fetch him off at 11 p.m. It was clear they would have to wait until that time, or the hue and cry would be raised too soon. So it was settled I should go first and make arrangements for them to pick up their bundles. These were placed in a round washing tub with my own apparel and lowered over the side, followed by me. I swam on shore to the peninsula side of the river, pushing the tub before me, and gave a coo-ee. Then I dressed, and taking the bundles, left the tub for the enlightenment of those on board in the morning, and set off to the house of a town boy friend, who, with his mother, were aiding and abetting us. That was an evening of many incidents, some pleasant, all to be remembered, and I wonder if these words will meet the eye of any of the actors. If they do, they will know that the waters of Lethe have not obliterated for me the memory of their kindness and help. About midnight, Fred and Bob duly arrived. They told me that when they had taken the skipper off, they intentionally left the oars in the boat. This he noticed and had them taken on board as usual. When he had turned in, they quietly replaced them and pulled on shore. As there was no other ship's boat in the water, the presumption was that we were safe from pursuit until the morning. But had the skipper had the imaginative faculty at all developed, the first omission to remove the oars might have provided him with the opportunity for a dramatic surprise. I always feel regret that I never met anyone afterwards who saw what went on the next morning when it was discovered that the birds had flown. The skipper's face must have been a study when he was told that the ship's boat was to be seen made fast to the steps and the 3 apprentices missing. There was a 4th one who stayed behind, but as he was delicate and more or less used as a cabin boy, our actions had not been any guide to him. These words are in no way intended to convey a reproach to you, Jim Powell of Pimlico, for you were a sportsman, although you could not go quite the pace of your more athletic comrades. Well, away we went, tramping through the hours of darkness, and when the sun rose, we took shelter under a haystack and slept until awakened by the pangs of hunger. We had arrived at a place called Golden Grove, and knowing the hospitality that it was extended to travelers, had no hesitation in going to the house and asking for food, which was freely given. I cannot remember the name of the owner of the house, but he saw his opportunity of securing a useful hand on the estate and persuaded Bob to stay with him. Bob accordingly drops out of this story. Fred and I, after our appetites were satisfied, continued our journey, and I quite think we made a good time of it. The next night we spent in a place called Gumaracha and experienced the hospitality of a landowner named Randall. I expect it was pretty clearly seen what we were, but there was always a great deal of sympathy ready for runaway seamen, and we certainly met it in this instance. The next day we started on what we meant to be the final stage of the journey. It was, but well do I remember the interminable white hills of that road. From the top of each one in succession we hoped to see the water of the River Murray, and this kept us going. Other characteristics of the road were trees and fields of watermelons. I also remember being struck with the appearance of great worn boulders perched on hilltops, and the soil turned up showing fields of white shells, something of the nature of oysters. At length, however, we climbed the last hill and came in sight of our destination, a small cluster of huts by the side of a wide white river, fringed by great trees, and conveying to the mind an idea of vastness and grandeur. Here we had reached a place where one could exist by one's own exertion, and where, if you did not like the job you had, you could leave it and find another more to your liking. End of section 3.
Section 4 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 2, Part 2. As it happened, Manham was the headquarters of a Captain Randall, who commanded one of the steamers that plied on the Murray. They took up all sorts of merchandise for the towns on the river banks and towed down barges laden with wool. I did not make one of these trips, but I was told they were at times fairly exciting, for what with shallow water at one time and overhanging branches of trees at another, there was usually plenty of incident. There were 5 carpenters there building a new barge for Captain Randall. These men were accommodated in a large tent, and in a very short time it was explained to me that I could have £1 a week and my tucker if I could do their cooking for them. The offer was gratefully accepted, especially as it transpired that there was a shotgun at my disposal, and that I was expected to replenish the stores from the sources of wildfowl that were to be found in the lagoons on the other side of the river. I do not well remember what occupation Fred found at first, but eventually he went as a deckhand in a river steamer, and thus he also drops out of my story. I heard afterwards that he took up his quarters at a town higher up the river. Good luck to him, wherever he may be, for he was a good fellow, although we had many a scrap together at odd times. Left by myself, I waited for the time I might safely return to Adelaide, but my life in the meantime was by no means a bad one. The Murray is an exceedingly beautiful river, running as it does almost a milky white colour between banks thickly wooded with splendid gum trees. Of course its volume depended upon whether there was a wet or dry season, but I saw no sign of drought while I was there. On one occasion, 2 men and myself were towed some 100 miles up in a barge, and then cast adrift to drop down the stream with instructions to stop at intervals and cut branches of trees that would be suitable for using as knees for the new barge. I regret to say that our success in this matter was not commensurate with our expectations. The life, however, was an ideal one, the weather all that could be desired, warm and beautiful, with a bright moon at nights. Life by the campfire, with plenty of tea, damper, and beef, was an excellent stimulant to high spirits, and a night passed in Swan Reach was especially noticeable in this matter. If we were not as successful in our wood-cutting as we might have been, we certainly had a most enjoyable time, and when at last we got back to headquarters, I found a newspaper which gave me the information that the Alwynton had duly sailed for home. Well, with the least possible lapse of time I gave up my job, got a cheque for my wages, duly cashed it, and took my passage back in a sort of coach. I have no very clear recollections of any incidents in that trip, but I got to Adelaide all right and learned that a warrant was out for me as a deserter. That was no more than I expected, for it was the ordinary thing. The police, however, were not overzealous in worrying runaway seamen, for they themselves had mostly once been in the same category. The thing was to find a ship, and for that purpose I was advised to consult a certain boarding-house master, Jack Hanley, I think his name was, and not a bad sort by any means, but it was rather an eye-opener to be fitted out with a discharge that had belonged to some other seaman of about my own age, and it further involved a change of name which I saw might lead to complication when it came to producing papers for the Board of Trade. The first trial showed me that it would not do. There was in the harbour a big American ship called the Borodino, and when Jack and I went to the captain, the following conversation took place. Said Jack, "Captain, I've brought you a hand. Wants to learn to be a captain?" "No, thank you," said the skipper. "Looks too white about the gills for me, no deal." That was the end of that episode, and I cast round myself to see what could be done. There was also in port another ship called the Troas, which I remembered we had spoken at sea on the previous voyage. On the strength of this acquaintance, I went to see her skipper, who, being badly in want of hands, agreed to see me through the police court and ship me as an ordinary seaman. When I was fined 5 shillings or a month for my desertion, my new skipper paid the fine, and I forthwith took up my berth in my new ship. She was a full-rigged vessel of about 800 tons, and was bound for Foochow to load tea for home. So far as the officers were concerned, the tone of the ship was on a fairly high plane. The mate was no great personality, but the second, George Davies, was a very fine seaman and a splendid officer. He was also a splendid athlete. I have seen him go out on a bare topmast stunsail boom to reeve a tack that had become unrove, in order to save the time it would have taken to rig the boom in. I believe he was afterwards in command of a sailing vessel that was lost in a typhoon in the China Sea. At all events, this ship was reported as missing. There was also a third mate, whom I afterward met when he was serving in the P&O service. The crew were a curious lot. There was especially one typical old sailor full of ancient lore and tradition, commenting on the fact of the captain having his wife on board. He predicted evil from the commencement. "You mark my words," he said. "They are bad cattle to sail with." That was not, however, the general opinion, for the lady in question was pleasant to look upon, and everyone she spoke to was pleased with her charming manner. The cause of our misfortune was something quite different and might have been foreseen. After taking in about 100 tons of stone ballast for the trip to Foochow, we took in for the remainder a great quantity of semi-liquid mud that had been dredged up from the bottom of the river. Whether any consideration had been given to the matter by those in charge, I am unable to say, but the fact remains that as soon as we got to sea the ship showed a great want of stability or stiffness, and as she heeled over, the moist mud picked up its lowest possible level. It was evident that this state of things would not do, so as the ship had sister keelsons, we tried to build a dam amidships by driving down piles inside them, and then filling up the internal space with stone ballast. The general effect of this procedure was, I think, to make matters worse, and as we could not get back to Adelaide, the wind being strong and adverse, we tried to get to Port Lincoln. Here again our luck was poor, for the wind came strong from the westward and cut us off. The next idea was to run for Melbourne. We in the forecastle were dependent for our news of what was being done upon such scanty information as might be dropped by one of the officers, but we mostly recognized that we were in a rather tight fix and that we should be lucky to get out of it. Owing to the ship's inability to stand up to her canvas, we were driven south of Kangaroo Island and were hardly put to it to weather Cape Jaffa. From that point, however, the land trended a little to the northeastward, but it was soon recognized that nothing short of a shift of wind would save us, and that there was no sign of. We had weathered Cape Jaffa about midnight, having carried close-reefed topsails and foresail with the greatest difficulty. The ship, of course, lay over tremendously, but she still carried some way. As soon as we were past the Cape, the main topsail blew away, and the foretopsail and foresail being furled, we lay hove to under the mizzen topsail. The next morning we were set to work to get up stay and yard tackles for the longboat, and to clear away the spars that were stowed on top of it. This was done, and the stay tackles hooked on and hauled tight, but during this operation I had fallen on my left shoulder and hurt it so badly that it was difficult and painful to move my arm. Sometime shortly after noon the weather cleared a little, and someone shouted out, "Land on the lee beam!" That it was, sure enough, and about 2 miles or so of breakers, I should think. There was no escape, for the ship was simply drifting to leeward. Davies, who went aloft to obtain a better view, hailed the poop. "It's all right, sir. A sandy beach," and then scuttled down to help and advise the only thing possible, which was to run for the beach. As we discovered afterwards, it was the top of high water, and fortune had directed us to the only patch of sand in the locality. The second mate was now the man of the moment. The mate was not much use, and the master, never a noisy man, was apparently well contented to see Davies run the show. Foresail and topsail were loosed and set. The mizzen topsail was clewed up, the helm put hard a-weather, and keeping her quarter to the sea, we ran for the beach. Davies commanded the ship. A big German, a very fine fellow, was at the weather wheel. I was on the lee side. Needless to say, we were all a little curious as to what the next few minutes might bring about, though honestly speaking, I do not think young people care very much what faces them. I perfectly well remember thinking that I might shortly be called to an account for all I had done, or left undone, but decided that there was no time to dwell upon such thoughts. Just about this time the first real comber came on board, sweeping the main deck clean of everything. It left the stem and stern posts of the longboat, however, swinging in the tackles. By this time the ship was nearly on her beam ends and probably touching the ground, for the water was breaking very heavily over her, and to the best of my recollection the foreyard was touching the sand. We cut away the weather rigging so far as we could, and in long-drawn heaves and attempts to come right side up, the masts and spars gradually left us to a precarious foothold on the outside of the ship's weather quarters. I can remember that episode well, for the water came over bitterly cold and seemed blown by the wind into our very bones. In the course of an hour or so, it became evident that the water was receding, and it was possible to see what could be done. The ship was breaking up fast, and before 3 hours had passed there was a hole through the middle of her. But the ends kept together, and some of the comicalities of life commenced to appear. The mate was walking as best he could in the cabin with a life-belt round him and a musket over his shoulder, and as little semblance of order remained, it was left to the stronger spirits to do the best they could. Here John, the big German, and the second mate came to the front, and they did well. By the time it was low water, a rope had been got on shore, how I know not, and some had gone on shore by it. But I know that before we left the ship we had a feed of jugged hare in Davy's cabin. That stands out vividly, but I cannot remember any drunkenness on the part of any member of the crew. The landing of the captain's little lady was accomplished with little trouble, for she was a plucky soul, and went through a trying time with a courage that was generally to be admired, but she could not have avoided drawing conclusions which would have been invidious could they have been particularized. The next scene in this drama was round a big fire under the lee of a sandhill, where most of the crew were gathered. Some of the crowd had secured food, and there was a general feeling of satisfaction that we had not lost the number of our mess. Also, we gained the knowledge that a bag of flour made a first-rate life buoy for a man who wanted to get on shore with a rope. One of the big deck water casks had been washed on shore. We knocked the head in, and placed it with its sound end to windward and its opening to the fire to make a shelter for the lady of the party, and then, hot on one side and cold on the other, we waited for day. Some bold spirits had already tried exploration, and failed to find any sign of habitation. Shortly after daylight, we saw 2 men on horseback gazing at the ship, and they expressed wonderment and surprise at the good fortune which enabled us to greet them. It appeared that the general character of the coast was rocky, and the other wrecks that had taken place in the vicinity had all been attended by fatalities. As we were the exceptions, we could only be thankful that Providence had been so good to us. Then we set to work to think out the next move. As for myself, I had got on shore with little more than a packet of letters tied up with a rope yarn, and a copy of Byron's poems. I have them both now, but they were neither of any considerable value when the world had to be faced in a shirt and trousers only. Our friends on horseback came from a station near to Lake Albert. It was some miles away, but we went there and were hospitably entertained for days. We made occasional visits to what was left of the ship, and were lucky in finding some boots and articles of clothing. These were useful, as our hosts had begun to hint that it would be well if we made a move to see what some other stations' damper and mutton were like. Davies and I had tramped to Rivoli Bay, an old boiling-down station, to see if any vessel was there, but not finding one we returned, and soon afterwards we all set out for Port Macdonald. There were many amusing incidents in that trip. The news had travelled that a party of sailormen were on the tramp, and at one station the cook was exceeding wroth because his master had not given him notice that we should be there for supper. He observed that the boss had done it for spite, to take him unawares. "Just," he said, "as if 25 ballymen could knock me out at any time." I think his confidence was not egotism, for we were well done, and the people from the big house came down to the shed to look at us all. Words fail me to convey the surprises of the next day's tramp along the bush paths. We passed emu in droves, the wallabies hardly troubled to get out of the path, and to see the kangaroos cover the ground was a constant source of wonderment. I do not know what the record kangaroo high jump is, but what we saw them do with apparent ease seemed absolutely marvelous. It must not be supposed that the period between the wreck and our arrival at Port Macdonald was only a few days. I should think it was about a month. There were certain matters regarding wages that the captain had to arrange with a great part of his crew, and he had to ride to Mount Gambier to find someone to finance him, subsequently meeting us at Port Macdonald. My wages were no source of trouble to me, for he had paid my fine, and I was consequently in debt to the ship, but with the others it was different. The skipper was the object of much wrath when it leaked out that he was not in favour of getting our passage round to Melbourne by the coasting steamer, but preferred to play into the hands of a road constructor who was anxious to secure our services. One of the owners of the steamer was present when the altercation was taking place, and solved the question by giving a passage to those who wished to go. I shall always entertain a kindly remembrance of that action by the gentleman in question, whose name, I think, was Ormerod. This series of events led up to one of the pleasantest times of my life. We got to Melbourne, for the steamer went up the Yarra, and as many of us as wished were taken on to assist in loading and unloading cargo. For this we were paid 1 shilling an hour for 8 hours' work, and we lived at the Sailors' Home. Strange as it may seem, we were satisfied with our lot, and the pay sufficed for all reasonable needs. When that particular ship was finished with, however, Davies, Dowling, third mate of the Troas, and myself thought it time to see about getting home again, and so, with our added store of knowledge of various forms of life, we got down to Sandridge Pier to look for a ship. Sandridge Pier in those days was a beautiful sight to any lover of salt water. It belonged to a period that will never again come round, the time when ships were beautiful, and no pains were spared to make them so. Steam had not then got all the passenger trade, and the ships of Green, Wigram, Smith, and Dunbar were the lineal descendants of the old East Indiamen. They carried big crews, and they were mostly commanded and officered by men who were splendid seamen as well as gentlemen. The command of one of these vessels for a voyage extending over 9 months might be worth £1,000. That was before the world woke to the period of extreme competition. But, beautiful though these ships were, they only pleased the eye because they were, to our belief, the embodiment of all that was the finest to be found afloat. Many of the best specimens of them can be found today in various ports of the world serving as coal hulks. When I made a trip to the docks some years ago to see the Essex, it was difficult to believe that she was the ship one had known teeming with life, brilliancy, and smartness. She was, I suppose, about 240 feet long, which was then considered a very fair length for any sailing ship. What is known as taking the time ball was one of the events of the day. A midshipman belonging to each vessel would be perched in some prominent part of the poop of each ship, and in close proximity would be the boatswain and his mates, ready to pipe to dinner and grog at the instant the signal was given that the ball had dropped. The chorus of pipes was a thing to hear and remember. As it was taken up by the assembled ships, there was always a laudable ambition to be the first ship to commence. The names of the ships there escape my memory, but there was more than one belonging to Money, Wigram & Co., and there was also a splendid old frigate-built ship called the Holmesdale. I am not quite sure whether the celebrated packet ship the White Star was there then, or whether I came across her in the next voyage, but both she and the Champion of the Seas were magnificent-looking vessels, and the captain of the latter ship, Outridge, I think his name was in appearance quite in keeping with the name of his command. The point I want to bring out is that these 2 last-mentioned ships, fast sailors and packet ships though they were, did not rank among the aristocracy of the sea, such as the Blackwell ships proper were then considered. They were regarded in the same manner as, 10 years later, a Union steamship man would regard a Donald Curry ship. He would throw a condescending glance upon a Donald Curry ship as much as to say, "Very worthy, no doubt, but you are not us, although you try your hardest to get the set of your sail covers and to keep your yards decently square." But of that more anon. It appeared that the Essex wanted 2 able and 1 ordinary seaman, and as Dowling and I both wanted to ship as ordinary, Davies, who was the wise man of the party, advised me to ship as A.B. As he put it, "You want to get home, and they can only reduce your wages in proportion to your incompetency. Accordingly, when we had concluded a satisfactory interview with the first officer, as he was styled, I followed this advice. The first officer's name was Gibbs. He turned out to be a great favourite with all, and I can say with truth that the forecastle hands tried their best to please him always out of sheer personal liking. We used to speak of him as Lady Jane. He had his valet with him, and on one occasion he sang The Lost Child in costume and was much applauded. I met him years afterwards, on more level terms, and I hope he retains as kindly a remembrance of me as I do of him. Soon after taking up our quarters on board, we had our first lesson in Blackwall fashion. Davies and I were on a stage on the ship's side, busily painting, when one of the jacks put his head over. "Here, you chaps, you're doing too much work. That ain't Blackwall fashion." And I must confess that we immediately complied with the regulation. That ship, of 1,042 tons about, carried captain, 4 mates, midshipmen and apprentices, 24 able seamen, and a boatswain and 2 mates. It was a fine crew, and could work the ship handsomely. It was then considered that it took 4 ABs to stow a topgallant sail, but I have some recollection that upon one occasion Davies managed by himself at the fore, where he was stationed as a foretop man. I was a maintop man, and, being under the immediate eye of the officer of the watch, had not the same freedom of action they enjoyed forward, and yet I seemed to remember some association between the game of euchre and the maintop on fine afternoons. The first night out on the homeward trip we had 3 topsails to reef at once. It was well done and quickly, and, in the curious way in which news gets forward, we learned that the old man was very pleased with the way in which it was done, and said he never had a finer crew. And let me here, as one of that crew, pay a tribute of respect to Captain J.S. Atwood, who was in command of it. The said crew was one such as I am thankful to say I never had to deal with as a skipper. Almost without exception, they were men holding Board of Trade certificates of competency, having been runaways or something of the sort. There was one man whom I had seen in command of a sailing ship in Adelaide, the Jesse Haynes. He was working his passage in order to buy a ship in London. He did so, and afterwards wanted me to go as second mate with him. Fine seamen as they were, the men knew too much to be tractable. Their bête noire was the third mate. Now, there are various ways of annoying officers. One punishment that can be served out by a crew is not to sing out when hauling upon the ropes in the night time. By the tone of the men's voices, it can usually be learned in the dark what they are doing, but to shorten sail with silent men was an ordeal that was spared me as an officer, I am thankful to say. I learned a lot on that trip, however. For one thing, I cultivated the art of chewing tobacco, so that I might be able to demonstrate undeniably to my people at home the fact that I was an A.B. and could, therefore, spit brown with a clear conscience. It is a curious thing how trifling incidents come back to the memory when dealing with past events. There was one night the third mate had already given rather more trouble than we thought he ought to have done, when he put the finishing touch by giving the order to set a lower studding sail. The night was pitch dark, and we were being as awkward and slow as we knew how to be. The captain was on deck, and he ordered the third to go forward and see what the delay was caused by. He did so promptly, and got a ball of spun yarn thrown at his head by a hand unknown, on which he retired aft and told the skipper. Now, Captain Atwood was a man who feared nothing or no one, and he promptly came to inquire who had thrown a ball of spun yarn at his third mate's head. Such was the temper of the men that the betting was very even as to what he was likely to get himself, but after some talk of more or less lurid hue, Davies solved the difficulty by saying, "Look here, Captain Atwood, if you want the work done, we can do it, but we are not going to be humbugged round by that third mate of yours. Now we'll show you how to set a stunsail." And we did, but, as I said before, I am glad that I never had such a crowd to deal with. This little incident will serve to explain the temper of crews on the southern seas during the 60s. We rounded Cape Horn without any striking incident. It was winter time, and beyond the clothes I stood in I had precious little. There was, however, some sort of a sail on board, for I know that I got a warm monkey jacket. We ran from the Horn to the Line in under 16 days, a good passage, and off the western islands were becalmed for some days with a number of other vessels, tea-ships mostly, and vessels of repute at that. But when once the wind began to make from the westward, as it did, what a glorious spin home it was! The Essex was not loaded deeply, she had fine lines, and it took something to pass her. In this case, I think she was the second ship to dock, the winner of the race being a ship called the Florence Henderson. Blackwall dock at last, and my mother to meet me. I can see her look of horror as I jumped on shore from one of the main deck ports, barefooted, dressed in shirt and trousers, with a quid of tobacco in my cheek that was intended to be obvious even to the casual observer. It is a little remarkable how one's views on the conventions change with one's surroundings. End of Section 4. Read by J. Thomas. Section 5 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 3, Part 1. All the way to Calcutta have I been, and seed nothing but one banany. Howsomever, it was very good, so I'm going back to have another. Old Sailor Story. Back once more to the house of Trapp and Sons in the Minories, where I had to face Captain Hole and dree my weird. It was essential in my sea time for obtaining my certificate that I should have 4 years of good conduct to show, and that could only be obtained by the cancelling of my indentures or serving out the remainder of my time. Now, Captain Hole had retired from the sea, having put the late mate Mr. Coleman in command of the Alwynton, and was, moreover, keenly bent upon getting a bit of his own back, so he utterly declined to cancel my indentures and finished the discussion by saying, "I know you like big ships. You have just come home in one in time to go out in a small one. The Lord Nelson is in Swansea, and you will join her at once. If you had stayed in the Alwynton, you would have gone away second mate of her this voyage, and that's for saying 'I won't' to me." Well, there was no help for it, but there was a touch of "I told you so" in Mr. Trapp's private remark. If you had paid your premium to me, I could have altered things. There was also human nature in this, but what Captain Hole got he kept, as he was part owner, and I proceeded to Swansea to join my new craft as second mate. A little bark of 247 tons, built by White of Cowes for a whaler, she had made many voyages round Cape Horn and had just come home with a cargo of copper ore. She was not in good repair, and was to be refitted and rigged with new wire rigging. I am not at all sure that this was not a stroke of good fortune for me, for as the operation took some months, it gave me an opportunity of learning some of the tricks of the trade. There was a captain who lived on board with his daughter. His name was Boise, and he was very kind to me, for I lived in the mate's berth and messed in the cabin. At the same time, I had the good fortune to become acquainted with the family of a Captain Outerbridge, the master of a copper ore ship, the Glamour Gansher. They treated me as one of themselves, and Tom Outerbridge and myself were inseparable. We both had a great liking for the theatre, to which we treated ourselves to the extreme limit of our purses. Wybert Reeve was then the manager of the Swansea Theatre. I met him more than 20 years later in New Zealand, and we talked over and remembered the actors and actresses of the old days, but admiration for Kate Seville lingered even then. Captain Hole paid frequent visits to Swansea to see how the work progressed, and he was also paymaster. After some little time, Boise went on leave, and that left a great deal more responsibility for me, but I learned how caulking required to be watched when it was being done by contract, and also mysteries connected with recoppering and rigging a ship. It was good, useful work. So far as I can recollect, there were 3 riggers and myself, and I suppose that by that time I considered that I could do a man's work, as my ability to do so had not been questioned in a lost ship, and furthermore, I had shown that I could do a day's work at carrying bags of wheat, which is a hardish test. Whether there is the same zeal now concerning the details of their calling among sailor boys as there was in my time, I cannot say. But we apprentices in the Alwynton had always striven to learn all we could about our business. Doubtless, we were better in practice than in theory, but we had certain textbooks that we hammered at until we mastered the various difficulties that presented themselves. Consequently, I thought myself equal to sending anything aloft that might be necessary, and naturally took a lead among the riggers. One morning I learned a little more. We were sending the foreyard aloft, and age and experience said that 2 double blocks and a fall were the proper tackle to use. "No," said youth. "Hook on a top block, reeve the end of a small hawser through it, bend on to the yard, and we will take it to the windlass and heave away." We did so, and hove the yard high enough, 2 men then going aloft to shackle on the slings. It was a cold morning, and youth, having held on to the hawser while it was being hove on, found his fingers cold, and, not suspecting harm, as there were many turns of it round the windlass barrel, put it on the deck and stood on it while he warmed his hands. Now, this shows how a fine idea may miscarry by some absurd detail being overlooked. In getting my feet on the hawser, I suppose I had slacked it slightly, and the next thing I knew was being on my back, a vision of flying rope, terrible sweating aloft, and the foreyard down across the rails. I laugh as I recall the scene, but it might have been far more serious. The lesson learned, however, that a purchase was better than a single rope, even if sufficient power could be applied. In this particular case, no harm was done, for as the mainstays set up right in the eyes of her, they had eased the yard as it came down. It had been a narrow thing for the men aloft, but they were good fellows and said little after the first natural outburst. Then there came an inventor from Whitstable and fitted the bark with patent topsails of his own invention. I trust that heaven may have forgiven him by this time, but I freely confess that nothing will ever induce me to do so. A good patent topsail, if there is such a thing, which I doubt, may be a boon and a blessing. I can say a word or two in favour of Cunningham's patent, which is not so very bad, but this particular patent in question must have been inspired by the spirit of evil, who in some moment, doubting his power over the destiny of the souls of seamen, made assurance doubly sure as regards the future cruise of the Lord Nelson. These yards were awful things to work with, and had more weak points about them than even erring human nature. By the time the ship was nearly ready for sea, we received the new mate on board. He was a great raw-boned Scotchman named Mackinnon, a good seaman and not bad to get on with. His first introduction to his new ship did not seem to impress him very favourably. We loaded a cargo of coal to take round to Plymouth, where we were to load for Australia, and with a scratch crew of 10 all told, we were towed to sea. The skipper, Boise, who had rejoined to take her round the coast, observed, "Never mind about washing down to get the coal dust from the deck. She'll do that for herself when she gets outside." He showed a sound knowledge of her ways, for deep as she was, it was like being on a half-tide rock. In due course we got to Plymouth, discharged a great portion of the coal, and commenced to load large iron pipes and machinery for Wallaroo. It was mining gear of some sort, but not being content with a fair load, the skipper had some of the pipes filled in with coal to make more room, the result being that the ship was loaded inordinately deep. About this time, for some unexplained reason, there was a change of skippers, and our new one was R.K. Jeffrey. He was a most important personage, with a great deal of the Methodist about him. There were 2 or 3 apprentices and one Bob McCarthy, an ordinary seaman who was a friend of the owner's. He was supposed to be suffering from consumption and came to sea to be cured or killed. He was cured, as it happened, and we were chums for the voyage, as he lived in the deck-house with the carpenter and myself. The last I heard of him some years ago was that he was in command of a steamer and doing well. The apprentices disappeared from the ship before we put to sea. This was early in the year 1866, and the winter season in the Atlantic had been bad. It was shortly after the London went down in the bay, and our anticipations of the trip were not hopeful. It will be remembered that this was before Mr. Plimsoll began his celebrated crusade, and, in point of fact, here was as fine an illustration of overloading as anyone could wish to see. So far as I know, there was at that time no check at all upon the amount of cargo a master or owner might think fit to place on board, and I am sure that no one was ever more entitled to the gratitude of seamen than was Samuel Plimsoll. His method of procedure might have been crude, but the fact remains that his book was a fair and just account of the usages of the sea at the time it was written. Some years afterwards, when it came into my hands, I found how closely my experiences coincided with his remarks. This matter of overloading ships was a very vexed question, and as deep as a collier is a proverb not altogether forgotten even today. The evil now to some extent corrects itself, for a deeply laden steamer is always lightening herself by her coal consumption. But I am confident that I could go to the docks today and point out first-class steamers that would be overloaded if down to their Plimsoll mark, and which, if they put to sea in the teeth of a bad breeze of wind, would give considerable anxiety to those in charge of their navigation. Of this, however, I may say more anon. We put to sea loaded as deeply as possible, and had no great luck to speak of, for after rounding Ushant, the wind drew to the southward of west and began to blow hard. The bark laboured heavily, commencing to make a good deal of water. The pumps eventually got choked with small coal, and we had to bail the water out by buckets. This was only possible because, owing to the nature of the cargo, the hold was not full, and we were able to clear away pretty deep down in the coal and so keep the water under. Then the main topsail-yard patent carried away, and that gave us more joy, and finally the men came aft to the captain and demanded that he should put back to Plymouth or the nearest port. To proceed with the voyage in our then condition would have been impossible, but the old man did not yield with any good grace. The crew, however, were worn out by constant work and want of sleep, and there was nothing for it but to shift the helm, and hope we might be fortunate enough to get to port. The decision to do so acted as a tonic to all hands, and eventually we got back to Plymouth Dock to unload and refit. To the best of my recollection, the ship was, by this time, so down by the head that the hawse-pipes were almost level with the water, and it was a mercy that any of us ever set foot on shore. It is one of the dispositions of Providence, however, that a danger once escaped leaves no lasting or abiding cautions behind it, and perhaps, in the interests of adventure, it is well that it should be so. When the cargo was discharged and it came to clearing the ship's hold, we found that the spaces between the ship's timbers as high as the 'tween decks were filled in tightly and solidly with small coal, which was very troublesome to extract. In fact, a great deal of the inner planking of the ship had to be removed to get at it, but eventually it was done, the cargo reloaded, the coal being omitted, and once more we set out on the voyage. There was nothing particularly striking on the passage out. The ship was too deep to sail well, and the captain, after rounding the Cape, went no further south than was necessary to get a westerly wind. He was greatly distressed, however, at the erratic course the ship made when she had a fair wind. Of course, the mate declared that she was properly steered in his watch, and I do not doubt it. But I was called into the cabin, and inferentially informed that iniquities always occurred on my watch. Further, that it was always in the second mate's watch that things did go wrong. Neither of my mentors appeared to realize that they had both been in the same position themselves, and that, therefore, they must have suffered in their time from that particular original sin of which they were now complaining. So long as my connection with sailing ships lasted, I found that this idea concerning the second mate was very firmly rooted. It would not, of course, apply to the steamers in which I afterwards served. And indeed, it was not much to be wondered at. He was, as a rule, the least experienced of the afterguard. He was necessarily thrown much among the crew, for he had to serve out and be responsible for all stores, other than food, used by the men. And he required to be a strong character, in addition to his muscular development, if he hoped to obtain the same respect and attention given to his superiors. We arrived at Wallaroo after a long passage, and were moored alongside the pier. It was not a comfortable berth, for the port was subject to sudden strong winds known as southerly busters. These came up against the side of the pier, and consequently the stern moorings were slip ropes which permitted the vessel to cast off and ride by the head moorings, end on to the wind. The pier is probably strengthened by this time, but in those days it was a very flimsy affair. Our skipper was a man who used his head, and by his instruction the mate had rigged a swinging derrick that discharged our cargo with ease and safety. We then ballasted and set sail for Port Victor, where we loaded a cargo of wool for Melbourne. Before leaving Wallaroo, however, my old shipmate Hill of the Essex tried very hard to get permission for me to transfer to a brigantine which he owned and was in command of in Adelaide. We had inspected her together in London, and he had then bought her, declaring I should be second mate with him. He reckoned, however, without my skipper, who was obdurate. Hill afterwards took the Belle trading in the China Sea, where he died suddenly, leaving a young wife on board. Port Victor was a curious little place in those days. It had originated as a boiling down station. It was not much more than an open roadstead, but it was sheltered by an island that afforded some protection at the mouth of the bay. We had fair luck there, and, loading our wool easily, got to Melbourne, where we discharged at Williamstown and ballasted. There were many splendid ships in port. Curiously enough, again, the White Star and the Champion of the Seas, and also a celebrated Aberdeen White Star liner, the Star of Peace. Those ships were in a class by themselves. They made very good passages, at times records, and were kept up in a first-rate style. I retain a vivid recollection of being passed by one of them when bound up Channel, but I will refer to that in its proper order. We beat down Melbourne harbour in charge of one of the smartest pilots I ever saw. I am sorry I have forgotten his name, but the way he worked that ship to windward was a very masterpiece of handling. He had, moreover, a fairly biting tongue, and a vocabulary that was practically inexhaustible if the least thing went wrong in tacking ship. We heard a good deal of it, but we made a fair start for Point de Galle, and nothing of moment happened on the passage. It is not given to me to adequately describe the first smell of the East. It is years since I last experienced it, and the thought arises whether steam and modernity can have made serious inroads into the characteristics of the garden of the world. It is no use speculating on that point, however. Here we were anchored off Point de Galle, the smell of the land wind almost giving a sense of intoxication, spice-laden as it came, the native catamarans darting about at an astonishing speed, and, what was of still greater interest to us, each boat with a bunch of big yellow luscious bananas that we lost no time in making acquaintance with. There again is a new experience. The first taste of an East Indian banana is not a thing to be easily forgotten. Let no one imagine that the forced and imported things we get in London today can be compared to the fruit in its native state. As well compare chalk with cheese. We lay at anchor here some days, and I remember well seeing the largest shark in my experience. He was blue with black spots on a square head, and probably between 18 and 20 feet long. In the clear, still blue water, he looked an enormous brute. Eventually, the skipper came off and we got under way for Colombo, where we were to load coffee for either New York or the continent, calling off Bahia for orders. This was indeed good news, and the work of the ship went with a snap and a swing that made child's play of it until the novelty of being homeward bound wore off a bit. It was the fashion when a ship was leaving to send a boat's crew on board from all the other vessels in harbor to help to work her out of the anchorage. The skipper usually took charge of that job, and it was a kindly and useful assistance which tended towards good fellowship all round. At times, a marvelous smartness would be developed, seeing that no proper stations had been prearranged, but to help to get a ship under way for home was always a pleasant experience. Now, it should be known that the one great day on a long voyage is that on which one gets money and leave for 24 hours. It was looked forward to most keenly, and afterwards served as a topic of conversation until long afterwards. This particular leave was no exception to the rule, and as I have not visited Colombo since, I shall always remember it for its intense beauty. There is only one place with which I can compare it for beauty, and that is Rio. The luxuriant vegetation made it appear as a sort of paradise to men who had been cooped up in a small craft for months past. I suppose we amused ourselves pretty much the same as sailors on shore usually do. We chartered a conveyance and drove out into the country. We bathed in a freshwater lake, and generally disported ourselves like a lot of overgrown schoolboys. But on return to town, in some way or other, we made the acquaintance of certain bandsmen of the 25th Regiment and found them very good fellows. They did their best to do the honours of the place, and succeeded very much to our satisfaction. A dinner in the evening in an open-air corridor attached to a big hotel completed my enchantment, and I wanted to stay there and enlist in the Borderers. My particular friend, by this time, a bandsman named Hibbert, with a view to giving effect to this, suggested that I should meet him after the officers' mess, when he would be free and would put me in the way of doing so. I sat outside the officers' mess on the other side of the street and envied them. Eventually I was taken to a Sergeant Sinclair, who invited me to his quarters and put me up for the night. I like to put this action on record as typical of the kindness shown by men of the services to youngsters when they get a little adrift. Before I turned in a spotlessly clean bed which was a change indeed from my usual quarters, he discovered that he had served in the 92nd under a cousin of mine for whom he had the greatest respect and regard. Next morning he said to me, "If I enlist you, I shall get so much bounty," I forget how much. "But for your own sake, I think you had better go back to your ship. You very likely would work up to a commission, but go home and see your friends before altering the idea of your life." Whether that was good advice or not, I cannot say. Anyhow, I took it, and retain a grateful remembrance of the sergeant's kindness. End of Section 5. Read by J. Thomas. Section 6 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 3, Part 2. So it was back to the mill once more, and an end of all the pleasant things that had been so tantalizingly held in view, back to the daily round, the wretched food, and the discomfort of poor quarters in hot weather with no chance of more shore leave. Our cargo was being stowed by a gang of natives who lived on board at the fore end of the ship. We took the bags in, they stowed them, and a specially beautiful lot of coffee that was. In fact, a rare consignment. Every possible care was taken in its stowage, and no precaution was neglected to ensure its safe carriage to its destination. Our stock of ship's bread or biscuit had run out by this time. It was of the hard brown type that required a deal of cracking, and we were rather pleased to take in a supply of native baked biscuits that at the time we first tasted them were a great improvement upon the former supply. But before we had been a month at sea, they were simply swarming with black weevils, little insects resembling ants. Sailing day came, and with it the usual crowd of boats from the various ships to help us out of port. On these occasions, it was usual to offer the visitors a glass of grog, but I cannot remember that the crew of the Lord Nelson ever had a taste of it, for none was put on board. The advocates of so-called temperance can say what they please, but the judicious administration of grog on board ship, sailing ships especially, will always have my support. In a wet, weary world of toil, it frequently helps to put a more cheerful face upon a very drab outlook. The commencement of the homeward-bound trip is always an occasion when high spirits, animal, not spiritus, prevail. Yards were hoisted to the tune of artistic chanties, for where a collection of sailing ships were gathered together, each ship's crew prided itself upon singing some particular ditty better than anyone else. This was reserved for special occasions. The finishing pulls were given, hands were shaken with cheery good wishes, the strangers dropped over the sides into their boats, and we were off under the most favourable auspices for a trip to which we all looked forward. As I am now writing of events that occurred 45 years ago, and as there are no notes to consult, I cannot pretend to remember more than a fair share of detail, but that fact will not form a pretext for drawing upon the imagination. We crossed the line and reached the latitude of Mauritius without any event of note happening, but we were conscious that it took longer to pump the ship out than it had formerly done. Nothing to speak of, perhaps, but as we had a valuable cargo, we were naturally careful to eliminate any unnecessary chance of damage. One evening we had a fine beam wind on the port side, and the old man was rather keen upon making the most of it. As he cracked on more and more canvas, the ship lay over a good deal. It was my first watch, and it was spent mostly at the pump, but when the mate relieved me at midnight, I was able to report that the ship had sucked, which was equivalent to saying that she was pumped dry. Dry below she might have been certainly, but as her starboard rail was more often under water than not, on deck it was certainly more than a little damp. I had hung on to the top-gallant sails for my watch, and the mate now proceeded to get these in. That, I suppose, was really the beginning of the trouble, for we all, from the skipper down, should have known that a small old ship would not stand being driven unfairly. But she had the reputation for being strong and sound, and as she had been built by White of Cowes, the idea obtained was that there was, on occasion, a turn of speed to be driven out of her. The starboard watch now went below. The mainsail was stowed, and we knew that the mate could handle the topsails if it became necessary to reef down. This, indeed, was very soon done, as we could gather from the various noises. We could also tell that she was wallowing into it, and that a great quantity of water was being taken on deck. Before our watch below expired, all hands were called to take in the foresail. It was blowing fairly hard. There was a good amount of sea running, and the ship had a very dull, heavy motion that did not seem to be quite right, but we got the foresail in and went aloft to stow it. I had learned by that time that it was well to make sure work of such things, so as the gaskets on the lee side were rather insufficient, I sent a man down to let go the lee leech line so that I could use it as an extra gasket. While I was busy over this, the day was breaking, and I saw the mate with the sounding line doing something at the pumps and making signs to me to come down. At the same time it occurred to me that the ship was rising very sluggishly to the sea. Even then the truth did not occur, but as I got on the deck, the mate yelled in my ear, "There's 7 feet of water in her." There are times when all men think alike, not frequently, I will admit, but this was one of those rare cases when no one proposed to argue the point, and a rush aft was made for the main braces. The skipper was on deck by this time, and he also appeared to acquiesce, for he had not been specially called, and was unaware that anything out of the way was happening. There was another strange occurrence. There was a black man at the wheel, at least he was a black nigger when he went there, but as he put the helm up his face had paled to some nondescript colour that was certainly not black. I have never seen a similar case. As we squared away the main yard, and the vessel got before the sea, the next consideration was to get the pumps going, and this we proceeded to do with a will, finding out as we did so that most of the stanchions on the starboard side were sprung and that the water was fast pouring into the hold. I am afraid that our saucy craft was not well fitted to cope with an emergency. There was a wooden pump brake to work one pump, but the double brake to work the two had for some time been used aloft as a spreader for the outriggers at the main topmast head. I soon nipped aloft, however, and got it down, and then we set to work in good earnest to see what fate had in store for us. We ran under close-reefed topsails, and the sea was not much, now that we ran before it, but our wake in the dark blue of the ocean was now a sickly olive green. I doubt if so large a brew of coffee has ever been made before or since. The water came up from the pumps green and smelling of it, and it did not require much prescience to forecast that the greater part of the cargo was hopelessly spoiled. How long it took to clear the ship of water I do not remember. Fortunately, the weather became fine and enabled us to lay our course again, but the fact remained that in that eventful middle watch a great part of the starboard bulwarks had been washed away, and on the earliest opportunity as many men as could drive a nail and find a hammer to do it with, clapped on and nailed some planks to the stanchions for a makeshift, while the carpenter did his best to caulk the openings in the covering board through which the water had got below. But oh, what a mess it all was! Naturally, as soon as there was time to talk about anything, the discussion arose as to who was responsible for it all, and equally certain it was that the second mate was to be blamed if possible. I say nothing against the time-honored custom of cursing that second mate, who has been held responsible for everything that has gone wrong from the time of the Ark, but on this particular occasion I was not taking the blame. It commenced this way. Quoth the skipper, "William, there can be no doubt that this is all your fault. You could not possibly have pumped the ship out properly in your watch." My reply to this was that I had left the starboard bulwarks intact when I went below, that they had been washed away in the middle watch, and that if the mate could not explain how the ship got half full of water, neither could I, especially as he had had her for 4 hours to himself. That reasoning appeared to be conclusive, for afterwards there was no endeavour made to pile the blame upon me. By the time we drew down to the Cape, there was more pleasure in store for us, inasmuch as all the biscuits on board had developed so great a capacity for producing weevils that it began to be a matter for speculation who would eventually consume the biscuits, the weevils or ourselves. We generally tried to extrude the weevils before eating the biscuits, but in this we were not always successful, and we acquired the knowledge that they were very objectionable shipmates. What a helping the Agulhas current is to homeward-bound ships! On this occasion, we were lying to under a close-reefed main topsail, and all the time being set to windward 30 or 40 miles a day directly on our course. I remember perfectly being passed one Sunday by one of the Natal traders called the Elfington, outward bound. She was carrying every stitch of canvas with a beautiful fair wind, and we were lying to under the shortest possible canvas. She reported us, however, when she got to port, as having sustained damage. In due course, we rounded the Cape and drew up into the southeast trades, heading for Bahia. In most seagoing ships where a fair ship's company is carried, there are 2 cries or shouts from the poop or quarterdeck in the ordinary routine. One is, "Heave the log," the other, "Trim the binnacle light." In this craft, however, in my watch I had to attend to the latter business myself, and when the light required attention, I would take it down the cabin companionway and prick the wick up as required. One night, shortly after rounding the Cape, I was doing this when, in spite of all I could do, the light went out. I thought this was funny and got some matches, but as I struck them, they went out also. Then I took the lamp and matches into the deck-house where I slept, and had no difficulty in lighting up. It puzzled me considerably why lamp nor match would burn below, when suddenly the thought arose, where a light won't burn, a man can't live. So I went below and with difficulty aroused the mate and then the skipper. They both took a deal of awakening before I got them on deck, and then we came to the conclusion that the gas generated by the decaying coffee in the hold had found a vent into the cabin, which, had it not been discovered in time, would in all probability have been fatal to life. The skipper slept in a hammock on deck between that and New York, and the mate took very good care that the skylight was kept open and a windsail run into his berth. The pinch of hunger was by this time telling on us all, even the rats, and I have repeatedly woke up when sleeping with bare feet in warm weather and disturbed a rat that was making a light meal by nibbling the hard skin from the soles of my feet. It was some time ere I discovered how it was that at times my feet became so tender. The failure of bread at sea is a disaster hard to overcome. On this passage, the chief point of interest to me was on the evening I went to the skipper to announce the fact that I was out of my time. I then discovered for certain what I had long suspected to be the case, that the old man must be a Methodist with leanings towards the pulpit, for the sermon he gave me was long enough and dull enough to have run into 14thly and lastly. He wound up advising me not to forget the night I was out of my time, and I have carried out that instruction religiously. We called off Bahia and received orders to go to New York to discharge our cargo. We arrived there without any further adventure, and as the crew were entitled to be paid off at the port of discharge, the able seamen all left, only the mate and the cook remaining. What a sight did the hold present when the hatches were removed! Not a sound bag of coffee remained. The greater part of it was dug out with shovels, and altogether it was one of the most deplorable losses that I have come across at sea. New York in those days had a lawless atmosphere, and revolver shots could be heard on the river pretty frequently throughout the hours of darkness, for thieves were daring in their pursuit of plunder, and a night watchman, if he did his duty on board a ship, ours did, had need be a very determined and plucky man to hold his own. We were not molested, however, and after our cargo was discharged, we proceeded to load resin and a timber of sorts for the run home to London. Let me mention here as a matter of interest that during this visit to New York, we saw the celebrated sailing ship Great Republic. She was then laid up, but I well remember that her decks were temporarily covered with loose planks in order to preserve them from the weather. She was an enormous vessel, and carried a crew of 100 men. She must have then been near the end of her career, for she was built early in the 50s, and a life of 15 years was a long one for a softwood ship. At this time, too, steam had not entirely driven the sailing passenger ship from the Atlantic trade. Whether I ever saw the celebrated dreadnought, I cannot quite remember, but she was then in her prime, and had made passages across more than once in 10 or 12 days. It was generally a very rough life on the Atlantic, and, whether in steam or sail, canvas was carried to its extreme limit. There were in existence a class of mates who were prime seamen and fighting men in addition. The crew were a very hard-bitten lot, too, but a reputation once earned in that trade was not easily forgotten, and when a man shipped in a Western Ocean packet, he was generally pretty well cognizant of the treatment he was likely to receive on board. That particular trade had its customs, and its laws, though unwritten, were none the less binding. It had its own rough code of honor, too. I shall deal later on with a few of the methods that were put in practice in order to ascertain just exactly how far a crew would be allowed to take liberties, but I want to get home again in this chapter. We filled up with the necessary number of packet rats, as they were called, for the run home, and I saw these men come on board with great curiosity. They were a queer-looking lot, but fine big fellows, not extravagantly burdened with clothes, and with faces that carried plenty of the marks of many a scrapping match. But here the rough code of honor came in. These men found themselves in a little quiet, peaceable ship, and they consequently did not consider it compatible with their ideas to make trouble, where they could have had it all their own way. They behaved as decently as any men I have been shipmates with. We had also on board some new stores for the trip, and it was possible to eat the biscuits, seasoned only with the remembrance of the weevils of the last lot. Still, bad food will eventually tell upon the best constitution, and it took some considerable time for me to shake off all the ill effects. In point of fact, when I landed in London, I had a hole in my leg that one could have put a small egg inside. The fates were good to us, and we made a fair run across. With the first smell of the channel, away went the remembrance of all troubles, and eventually the ship was docked and I stepped on shore from the Lord Nelson, out of my time and a free man. This, however, was, as I fully recognized, only the beginning of things. My kind friends nursed and fed me back to a decent state of health, and then came the ordeal of getting my second mate's certificate. In this connection, I should like to pay a tribute to the memory of a good and clever man, the late John Newton, master of the navigation school in Wells Street. He was tireless and unremitting in his endeavors to impart information, and his patience with pupils of all sorts was a thing to be gratefully remembered. I had, of course, been preparing myself at sea to the best of my ability for the anticipated ordeal, and it may perhaps have been that knowledge that led me to pay less attention than I might have done to the advantages offered. I suppose it was a recrudescence of the spirit which earned me 3 thrashings a day at school, but Newton's patience was equal to the test, and his kindness was inexhaustible, although I was generally the ringleader in any attempt to adjourn the day's work. But there was now another factor in the equation, and that was the Board of Trade. Let me say here, for the benefit of any young reader whose eyes may fall upon these lines, that the anticipation of an evil is far worse than the reality, but at the same time I do not wish to belittle the ordeal through which I now had to pass. It is needless to say that before examining a candidate for a certificate, certain certificates of service and sobriety are required, and the board has the necessary machinery for verifying such certificates. Hence, when I went to put my papers in, it was discovered that I had deserted from my ship, and I was informed that to purge so heinous an offence, it would be necessary to petition the board. It did not by any means follow that the petition would be granted, but in this case, helped by my friend Newton, I got my petition through successfully, and I was ready to face the music. There were certain examiners in navigation and seamanship for the Board of Trade whose names were well known, some with terror, to the aspiring youths of the mercantile marine, but there were 2 who possessed a reputation for severity that was somewhat phenomenal. Personally speaking, in all my examinations I got the fattest of fair play, but it does not follow that others may not have suffered. Human nature is not infallible, and some people would try the patience of a saint. Further, I have seen officers going up for their certificates dressed so untidily and badly that if they created a prejudice they had only themselves to thank for it. One case in particular recalls itself to me as an illustration. The man in question had been a brother officer of mine, and I liked him. He was also a gentleman, but he went up looking as though he had been rolled in a hayloft, and came back failed and cursing his examiner instead of his own folly. The 2 undoubted dwellers on the threshold of certificated competency were Captains Noakes and Dommett. The former had been in the East India Company's service, and I should imagine had been a leader of men. I had, therefore, many qualms when on the day of examination the usher opened the door of the waiting room and informed me that "Captain Noakes is now waiting for you, sir." My inmost reflection was, shall I make a meal for him or not? That feeling did not last long, however. He asked me a few questions about rigging gear for hoisting out weights, then about handling canvas, and it was done in so conversational a manner that one had rather the feeling of enjoying it. Finally, we discussed shortening sail as per Falconer's shipwreck, with a few other trifles of a like nature, and I heard him say that he did not intend to put more questions, that I had passed a good examination, and where would I like my certificate issued? To which I promptly replied Ramsgate and bowed myself out, with a feeling that the world was now a ball at my feet. As I write these lines, I have the firm knowledge that the ball has been me, But nevertheless it is good to remember that the world was young once, and there were things to strive for, with the store of energy necessary to secure them. In due course, I got back home to Margate, and walked the pier and jetty with some of my old friends the boatmen, who, having known me as a boy, were now inclined to regard me as being rather a credit to them. I went to Ramsgate, received my certificate from the collector of customs there, who was kind enough to assure me that I should have no difficulty in obtaining employment. In thanking him, I was content to accept his assurance, which, however, I found afterwards was a somewhat optimistic one. End of section 6. Read by J. Thomas.
Section 7 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 4, Part 1. Quote, "Oh, we're bound for Mother Carey, where she feeds her chicks at sea." End quote. Kipling. It was one thing to be assured by my friend, the collector of customs, that I should never be in want of employment, and quite another part of speech to find a ship. I have a very distinct recollection of the trouble I had to get suited. Without any influence in the shipping world, berths were not easy to obtain, and many a long day did I pass prowling round the various docks before success attended my efforts. What the procedure of others was, I know not, but mine was to pick out a good-looking ship and then get into conversation with someone on board her to ascertain if she had a second mate. Of course, this action would be useless in well-established lines, for they would promote their own men, but an outsider was all I could aspire to, as I was not sufficiently pleased with my late owners to apply to them for help. One day my eyes lighted upon a very handsome little iron ship lying in the London docks. I thought her a beauty, and on closer inspection discovered her name to be Lord of the Isles. She was not the celebrated tea-clipper of that name, which 10 years previously had beaten the Yankee vessels in the race from Fu Chau to London. There was this similarity, however, that she was built at Greenock by Steele, while the earlier ship was built by a Scot of the same place. Anyhow, she was a little beauty, and when I went to try my luck, I was fortunate enough to find the captain on board, and to get into conversation with him. I think we took rather a liking to each other, for without much trouble I secured the berth of second mate. The ship was loading for Adelaide, and it transpired that the owner was anxious the ship should make a quick passage, for I well remembered Mr. Williamson of the firm of Williamson and Milligan saying to me, quote, "Mind, Mr. Second Mate, we expect the ship to make the passage of the season." End quote. I rather liked that remark, for it seemed to give a share of responsibility to so very humble an individual as myself, and indeed, as a matter of policy or humbug, it might be well if people in authority realized more than many of them do how a junior is bucked up by a word of encouragement. I can moralize over this now that the opportunity of putting the precept into practice has passed away, but I cannot remember that I was ever very sympathetic to my subordinates when I had them. And while dealing with ethics, let me add the note of utility and suggest to any young man the desirability of keeping some notes of his life's events. There is no need to go into detail, but for one engaged in such a calling as the sea, a chronological notebook will, in many cases, save an infinity of trouble. Even now, as I pen these lines, I find the want acutely of some record that would fix dates and aid memory, for it entails an enormity of trouble to get together the necessary data. My new captain was James Craigie, a Scotchman, I think, from the kingdom of Fife, and there were 2 apprentices on board from the same town. I remember their Christian names were Woolley and Peter. Occasionally the old man engaged them in broad Scotch conversation, presumably lest they should forget their native dialect, for they were broad Scotch, and the skipper was proud of the fact. Captain Craigie was a fine seaman and a skilled and scientific navigator. He had no notion of what fear was, and although he suffered from an absurd affliction that eventually killed him, he was tireless in doing everything that he conceived to be his duty to his owner. But, and it was a big but, he had little notion of what discipline was, and perhaps the education I got on that ship was useful to me afterwards. It is all very well to be on familiar terms with those you control, but you require to be very careful how you set about it. However, I think we most of us learned things on that voyage. The mate was a little Welshman named Jones, not a bad sort, but there was a certain natural antipathy between him and that which was the fact. He was a poor hand at keeping order amongst the men, and all things considered, it was hardly matter for surprise that we had the trouble we did. At that time, there was a good deal of difficulty with the crews of outward-bound ships. The glamour of carrying canvas was very great. There were the traditions of the Marco Polo with bully Forbes in command, the blackball liners, such as the Red Jacket and her kindred ships, the Donald Mackay and others, where it was the custom to say, quote, "What you can't carry you must drag," end quote, all of which entailed an immense mastery over the crews. In the vessels I have mentioned, there was a lot of hard usage, and the masters and mates were mostly young men who could fight, and occasionally use a belaying pin with decent effect. But, as with the Western Ocean men, there were certain able seamen who habitually sailed in fighting ships by choice, and if they by chance got with a peaceable crowd of officers, they might or might not behave themselves, as the fancy took them. Our crew contained a fine lot of men physically, and there was no doubt that the old man intended to get the utmost out of his ship, which was a smart craft and a good sailor. We had rather a dusting during the beat-down channel. I got her into one mess through hanging on too long to the top-gallant sails, but a mild reproof was all that I suffered, and a youngster must often pick up his experience at the expense of someone else. We made very fair progress on the way south, and the skipper stated his intention to go well south and make a passage if possible. One clear morning, we were about due south of the Cape of Good Hope, running under all the canvas we could carry and making about 13 knots when we sighted our first iceberg. It was about 8 bells, and the whole of the forenoon we made towards it, passing it shortly before noon. In size and shape, it reminded me of St. Paul's Cathedral. Modern Antarctic explorers tell us that the size of these southern bergs have been greatly exaggerated, but as we saw this particular berg more than 50 miles off, it cannot have been a very small one. For some days after this, we constantly saw ice. One Sunday afternoon, my watch on deck, it was misty, and we continually sighted the heads of bergs in more or less close proximity. There was a strong following wind, but the old man took in the mizzen royal and cross-jack, and telling me that he had snugged the ship down for me, went below to sleep the sleep of perfect peace. With the gaudy confidence of youth, however, this did not give me any immediate concern. But we did carry canvas, and I should hesitate to say how many topmast stunsail booms we carried away. We had got into a streak of fair wind, varying from northwest to southwest, and made the most of it. The watch on deck was frequently occupied with draw-knives, helping the carpenter make new booms to replace those that went. But after a few days of this work, it began to pall upon the crew, who lacked the accustomed stimulus to their exertions as supplied by a heftier school of mates, and for some days the men would not come out of the forecastle. The ship in the meantime was worked by the apprentices and afterguard. This was not an uncommon occurrence at the time, and should have been cured by the administration or threat of a few leaden pills, but before the old man made up his mind to apply this remedy, the crew turned to again. They had secured a store of biscuits, but were unable to cook anything below, and this brought them to reason. In the last chapter, I mentioned the sort of custom that existed when there was any serious friction between the men in the forecastle and any particular officer. If action was deliberately decided upon, the development would be something on the following lines. At 4:30 a.m., it was the custom for the watch on deck to have their morning coffee. This is a sustenance that is very greatly appreciated in all ships, and I can remember that my friend Mr. Clark Russell enlarges more than once in his inimitable books upon its advantages. At 5 a.m., when the watch commenced to wash decks, one man would come aft to relieve the man at the wheel to go and get his coffee. I have not previously mentioned the custom of the sea, which reserved the weather side of the poop for the captain or officer of the watch, whichever might be in possession. If the captain came on deck, the officer of the watch would cross over to the lee side. But by reason of this custom, if a man were out looking for trouble, he would attempt to come aft on the weather side of the poop to relieve the wheel. The officer of the watch would then meet him at the head of the poop ladder with, "Go up the lee side, you blank blank." That is left blank for the reader to fill in the precise amount of profanity or warmth that had been previously generated, and consequently brought about the breach of the peace, which was now certain to follow. Curious ways sailors have. Well, in that telepathic manner in which news spread on board ship, the hands got to know that I was not a believer in half measures where refractory men were concerned, and my watch laid themselves out to see how much trouble they could give me. They really succeeded in a most creditable manner, and the result of a little difference of opinion that became manifest concerning the setting of a lower stunsail one middle watch was that when the mate came on deck to relieve me, he found me insensible and covered with snow. I had been rather badly manhandled, and when next I looked at my face in the glass, it was not by any means a thing of beauty. In fact, I carry the scars today. Worst of all, they were very manifest when I had to again face my refractory watch, but there was no help for it. We were making a splendid passage, and the old man was for peace at any price. We made the run from the meridian of the Cape to Adelaide in 20 days, which was very fair work, and duly docked the ship and started to discharge cargo. There was, however, to be another unpleasant little episode before the crew were finished with, and to this day I laugh at the remembrance of the mate's coat-tails streaming behind him as he rushed forward one afternoon with a hammer in his hand to take vengeance on some man who had aroused his ire. I forget what it was all about, but the men came aft in a body bent on mischief. The ship was alongside the wharf, the old man was on shore, and there was a crowd of onlookers from other ships when the mate left to fetch the police. I was being roughly handled, but putting up the best fight I could, when, seeing the captain of another ship looking on, I shouted to him to ask what I was to do. "Get a cutlass and smash their skulls for them," was the answer I got, and with one in my fist I escaped further trouble. The police came down and marched the lot off to jail, and on the next day I fancy they got 3 months apiece. There was a Captain Douglas, R.N., acting as one of the magistrates on the bench, and he appeared highly interested in learning the manners and customs which had obtained on board the Lord of the Isles. Our stay in port after this was most agreeable. I renewed acquaintance with many old friends, and when it was time to depart, did so with regret. There is a certain great artist alive today who may remember an episode concerning a letter and an old boot. Do you, Mortimer Menips? I have not forgotten. Some pains were taken to get a decent crew together. We were towed to the outer anchorage, there to await their arrival, for we were to sail for Newcastle, New South Wales, in ballast, and then take a cargo of coal for Manila, where we were to load for home. The mate and I had by this time made up our minds that if there was to be any more hammering done, we were not intending to play the passive part. It is very curious how these things happen. The cook was the only bit of the old leaven that was left, and there was no love lost between him and the steward. The first morning we were at anchor outside, the steward, who was a very good-looking fellow, went forward to the galley to get early morning coffee for the mate and me. While it was preparing in the customary saucepan, the cook blew upon the rising steam to see if the preparation was boiling. "Don't blow on the coffee, cook," said the steward. "Shall if I like," replied the cook. The steward gave a hitch up to his trousers, and the cook brought the saucepan of hot stuff down on the steward's head, cutting it open, and sending him aft badly hurt and much scalded. The cook then proceeded to sharpen his knife on the grindstone for the edification of those whom it might concern. It did not help him much, however, for the mate told me to put him in irons, and that I promptly did, using only such arguments as were really necessary. That day the old man came off with the crew, and we got under way, settling all little unpleasantness as we went. To make a long story short, there was only one more case of trouble during the voyage. I found it necessary on one occasion to stretch a man out, and the old man, who was looking on barefooted and dressed in his usual rig of shirt and trousers, kept up by one brace, quietly knocked a broom handle off the handle, and giving me the stick, observed, "Now baste him until there isn't a whole bane in his body." I did not altogether obey the injunction, but that was the last of any trouble. The experience of a coal cargo is not a pleasant one, but there were quite a lot of fine ships in Newcastle on a similar errand to ours. We got away with fair expedition and made the eastern passage up to Manila, where every basket of coal that came out of the main hatch was tipped over the side by me. Work of that sort in a blazing sun is a fair test of endurance. However, it was done, the holds cleaned, the ship watered and loaded for home with sugar. Then we had a day's leave on shore. The place that all the skippers and mates who came to visit us expressed a wish to see was the cigar manufactory, but it appeared to be a difficult matter to obtain the necessary permission. When I got on shore, I had a brass-bound coat, as was the fashion then for young mates to wear if they fancied themselves. The comprador got me a pony, and I started out to the manufactory. There were soldier sentries at the entrance, but no difficulty was made about admitting me. I was shown into the presence of some high official, offered white sweet cake and wine, then a cigar, and was taken over the factory. Whether the same plan of manufacture is carried on today, I know not, but the pounding of the tobacco leaves with flat stones by women or girls on thin wooden tables made a deafening noise, comparable to very noisy machinery. Of the courtesy shown me I can only speak in the highest terms. I was also very successful in regard to my midday meal, to which I was directed by a monk from the window of some religious house, who heard me inquiring after the manner of Englishmen. When Admiral Dewey sailed into Manila Bay, I know that I remembered the stately courtesy I had there experienced, and felt sorry that the modern world had broken in upon it. We all know that there is no trouble for a Spaniard to die, as a brave man should, but to have modernity thrust down his throat at the sacrifice of his life's teachings entitles him to the sympathy of every Briton who cherishes his own hereditary rights and privileges. At the time of year that we were at Manila, the wind blew pretty constantly down the harbor. It was consequently a fair wind out, and the custom obtained there to some extent of helping another ship to get under way. There was one point of seamanship over which much argument took place, and this was whether getting under way with a fair wind it was the correct thing to leave the after-yards square or to fill them as soon as possible. I could argue it either way myself, but it was a source of never-failing criticism whichever way was adopted. In our case, the after-yards were left square. Our run down the China Sea was a pleasant one, through Gaspar Straits and so down to Sunda, where we were becalmed for 10 days, to the intense exasperation of everyone. Even the supply of the mangosteen procured at Anger Point did not compensate for this. Lest it should seem that I overrate the charms of fresh fruit, let me say that no one who has not eaten mangosteen is qualified to form a fair opinion. Unfortunately, the fruit is so delicate it hardly stands carriage, for I have never seen one away from its place of growth. It is, however, probably the daintiest and most delicious fruit that grows. Once clear of the straits, our good fortune returned to us, and we made a fine run across to the Cape. The ship was rapidly following, but the old man hung on to the canvas with all his wonted pertinacity, and very little wind got past us that could be put to any use. An instance, once in a morning watch I was keeping, I saw a fore-top-gallant studding sail depart in its entirety. Tack, sheet, and halyards parted at the same moment, and where the sail went I never saw. It was the only time such an occurrence took place in my experience, but it gives an idea of how canvas was carried. End of section 7. Section 8 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 4, Part 2. In due course we got to Queenstown, and, getting orders for London, arrived at St. Catherine's Dock without further incident. I was not anxious to make another trip in that ship, as I wanted to see other fashions, so took my discharge and went down home once more. I parted from Captain Craigie with regret, for I had profound respect for him, and he had helped me on the passage home to coach myself for my first mate's examination. That was the next thing to encounter, so once again to John Newton and the Wells Street associations. This time I stayed at the sailors' home while passing, and spent my spare time looking for a ship. The details of this examination do not seem to have left any lasting impression upon me. I got through all right, and passed in seamanship before Captain Domet, but I remember there were 1 or 2 critical moments when my certificate seemed to waver in the balance. Then began once more in earnest the search for a ship that was to my liking. There was in those days a place frequented by shipowners called the Jerusalem. I was never clear as to what went on there exactly, but one of the officials was a Mr. Paddle, and to him I took a letter from a friend. By this interposition I secured a berth as second mate in a tea-clipper called the Umba, belonging to the firm of Killick and Martin. The Umba was a fine composite-built ship of about 800 tons, well found in all respects, and altogether I was not displeased with my bargain. But she turned out to be by no means the ship of my aspirations, for I often found myself wondering why it was not possible for officers of a ship to carry out their duties in a gentlemanly manner. I had seen that the officers in the Essex were gentlemen and could do their work, and I hoped it might be my good fortune to again sail in a ship where the decencies of life might receive some little attention. There was some show of refinement in the ship, but not much, although nothing was wanting to secure it but the will. The skipper was an Englishman hauling from close to Deal. The mate was a Scotchman, Herculean in size and apparently simple in manner on first acquaintance. This simplicity, however, disappeared as the ship left the dock, and he stood revealed as big a hustler as it had been my fortune to come across, a voice like a bull, dauntless courage, and in the technique of his calling with little if anything to learn. I have seen him swing the deep-sea lead, 32 pounds, over his head with 2 fathoms of line for drift, and it will be realized that this was no common accomplishment. At all events, I could not do it. In fact, I did not try, nor did any other man in the ship, but when he started to go aloft via the main tack and up the weather leaches to the main royal yard, it became necessary for me also to acquire that accomplishment, at all events if my end of the stick was to be properly supported. And in the end, I think that at that particular game I beat him. We were never on cordial terms, for I was not his sort, and curiously enough, both he and the skipper resented my holding a certificate superior to my rating. In fact, the old man once observed, "Look here, Mr. Crutchley, you seem to think that mate's certificate of yours makes you a gentleman. There's only one gentleman in this ship, that's me. If there's to be another, then it's the mate, not you." That statement appeared to me to be quite adequate and not to be controverted. There was, however, a third mate with whom I did associate. Tom Bolton was a nice boy, and we had much in common. Further, he liked the same books that I did. It is many years since I saw him, but I know he rose to the command of fine sailing ships, afterwards setting up in some business on shore. Of all those I knew in the sailing ship days, he is the only survivor that I have recently been in touch with. As for the rest of the crew, there were some boys living in the half-deck with the warrant officers. I think they were special lads, more or less friends of the owners and well-born. But long years afterwards, when I commanded a steamer, I saw a certain foolish expression on the face of my boatswain. My mind went back, prompting the question, "Were you ever in the Omba?" I knew I recognized that expression. He was one of the boys. His father was a doctor, but he himself only a waster who could never do any good for himself or anyone. About this period, the theory of compass compensation for local attraction was understood by the few, and composite ships were supposed to be more difficult to adjust than iron or steel ones. So we made fast to the buoys off Green Height while the operation was being gone through, afterwards making the best of our way down channel in charge of a pilot whom we landed off the Isle of Wight. The wind soon after this came out from the westward, and we had the pleasure of working her down channel in company with many other biggish ships. I remember one we were often in company with. She was called the Liberator, and she sailed well. We had the misfortune to knock the mast out of a trawler somewhere off the start. I do not think it was our fault, though I doubt not the ship paid. It fell to me to write the letter to the owner describing the circumstances and how it occurred, for the old man was not fluent with his pen. I shall later on give an instance of how letter writing was regarded by many masters. During the first part of the passage out there was no particular incident, save that we boarded a little schooner in order to send home letters. She was a Spaniard, and the skipper was as polite as his countrymen usually are, begging me to accept the present of a box of cigars, which, needless to say, I was glad to do. It was my first experience of boating on a line swell, and it came as a surprise. We made a fair passage through the trades and commenced to run the easting down. The skipper decided to run through the Straits of Sunda and up the China Sea in preference to the eastern passage, but that did not hinder him from getting well down into the roaring 40s. As a general thing, no one minded much being up to the waist in water, but higher than that was unpleasant, for it induced a suggestion of swimming that had its drawbacks. The ship had fine bulwarks, nearer 6 feet high than 5, and she was fairly deep in the pickle too, but the way she took the water over in heaps when she was running was uncomfortable. There was no fuss about it, but just one steady cataract that at times gave the relieving ports all they could do to get clear of it before another lot came along. I am not going to say that at any time she was filled up to the top of the bulwarks, but it seemed very much like it. And I do not believe we took the maintop gallant sail in which we were down south, for the old man carried canvas like a hero. Our best day's run was 335 miles, a very respectable performance, but it was fortunate there was no ice about. Up through the Straits of Sunda and the smooth tract of sea immediately north of them, which always struck me as being so eminently quiet and peaceful. The passage through Gaspar Straits was not looked forward to by many masters with much pleasure, but I suppose that with steam all its difficulties have disappeared. We had only to anchor once, but when we got higher up the sea into the Bashi Channel, we caught something that was worth having from the point of view of experience. I cannot state the exact position of the ship when this happened, seeing that I did no navigation save an occasional star latitude when the skipper wanted one, but it was somewhere in the Bashi Channel, and the wind blew from one direction only. I think it was north-northeast. We took in bit by bit every scrap of canvas, down to the lower maintopsail and a mizzen staysail. In due course, both these sails disappeared in rags, and it was a brand-new maintopsail too. It was blowing far too hard for a big sea to get up, but at times a vicious one would come along and smash something. For instance, one hit her on the starboard bow and started the knightheads. A very curious accident. There she lay for the better part of 24 hours without a rag of canvas, and heeling over about a steady 47 degrees. I may say that a clinometer I had rigged early on the trip was regarded as one of my fads. I suppose the rain also helped to keep the sea down, but on one occasion I saw the watch at the pumps fairly overwhelmed, and I scarcely expected to find any of them left. At last it ended. The ship came upright, we got canvas on her, and found that we were not very far from land. It is really comical, the manner in which sailors take things for granted. I should not have dared to ask the skipper to see the chart, and had we all known of the danger, it would have done no good, so perhaps it was for the best. The following story I believe to be true. It was told to me by Captain Ballard, CMG, in these words. Once in a cyclone, the blank was off of Mauritius. We could not help ourselves, and I saw we must be swept upon Island, when it would have all been over. I went aft to tell the people in the saloon, but stopped halfway. I thought it could do no good, and would only worry them before it was necessary. But she was either swept over the island by the tidal wave, or else we missed it. But what an awful mess that ship was in. As a rule, she was spick and span, the acme of neatness, but now a survey of our state was pitiable. The lanyards of the lower riggings on the lee side were so chafed that it was doubtful if they would last to port, and although the rigging had suffered greatly. But Providence was good to us, and we got in without much more trouble, although it was a beat up the China Sea. When I speak of the customary neatness of our rigging, I in no way exaggerate. As an instance of my meaning, most people know that to save chafe on the backstays in the way of the lower yards, wooden battens are usually seized to the backstays. That was far too rough a method for us. We had the backstays served with unlaid strands of wire rigging, and if anyone wishes to try his hand at putting that on, he is welcome to the job, so far as I am concerned, for it came to my lot frequently to have to show men that the operation of serving with stiff wire was a possible one. It was early winter when we arrived at Shanghai, and fairly cold. There were a lot of ships in the harbor, and among them was the Lauderdale, of which George Davies was now mate. We renewed our friendship, and had lots to talk over. I think he obtained command of that ship on our next voyage, and was never again heard of. There was also a ship called the Loudon Castle, whose skipper had the dire misfortune to incur the enmity of our mate, which led to disagreeables for the following absurd reason. A party of skippers were with our old man talking in the cabin, and the topic of discussion was the writing of letters home to the owner, an operation sometimes considered a difficulty. One of the guests happened to say that when he wrote home, he turned the mate out of the cabin, imagined he had the owner opposite him, and then wrote as if he were speaking to him. There was no great harm in that, one would say, but our mate heard it, and attributing it rightly or wrongly to the captain of the Loudon Castle, made it a personal matter that a mate should be asked to leave the cabin. There was considerable trouble over the matter, and I very stupidly went to a lot of trouble to make peace in a business in which I had no concern whatever. We discharged our cargo in due course, and in spite of the bucketing we found there had been no leaking or damage to speak of. Then we commenced preparing for the homeward cargo of tea. Now, as all people know, tea is a very light commodity, and the ship had to be ballast to stiffen her. The second mate is supposed to supervise the stowage, but in this case the mate did. To save space, he did not leave a sufficient thickness of ballast on the turn of the bilge, and so some tea was spoiled. I heard afterwards it was put down to the fault of that second mate, although I had nothing whatever to do with it. It is one of the prettiest operations conceivable to see Chinamen stowing a cargo of tea. Great heavy mallets are used, and the tiers are built up with almost mathematical accuracy. We carried several boats bottom upwards on skids, and these were filled with every article we could bring up from any place below where tea could be stowed, and with the cargo work went on the repairing of the rigging. Here I can illustrate how splendid a sailor the mate is. We rove new lanyards to the lower rigging fore and aft. It was bitterly cold weather, yet such care was taken over the business that they did not require to be set up again when we got into warm weather, or touched for the remainder of the voyage, and let no man say he stretched the rope to ruin, for it was not so, but the strain was put on properly. We had a rather good day's leave on shore there. Pony riding seemed the correct thing to do, and most of us were duly shot off by the sudden swerve of the beast into some haunt of seamen with which we were unacquainted. We also foregathered with some of the officers of the old P&O paddler Ganges. Nothing of note occurred, however, and in due course the ship was fully loaded, all the officers were given the usual bounty of tea as a present, and we prepared to make the start homewards. We had taken on board 3 passengers, a clergyman and his wife and child. A lady at table was a novelty for us, but they were nice people, and I in my spare time got the loan of many books, and for the first time made acquaintance with a series of black numbers of the Saturday Review. I can remember a lot of the smart and caustic writing they contained even now. We had to beat out to sea, and in doing so discovered that the ship was rather tender with a beam wind. The royals made an appreciable difference, but thus it was, and we had to make the best of it. To beat out was fairly hard work, for we had to tack so frequently that there was no time to coil the braces down. As they came in, so they went out. But the pilot was a smart fellow and handled the ship beautifully. Once outside, there was a fair wind down the China Sea, and we started to make the best of it. We carried royal stun sails and let very little wind get past us. The canvas was good, the gear was good, not a moment was lost in trimming or making sail, and we did well. One morning, it was my watch, I had rather a scare, for I suddenly made out breakers on the port bow, and I had not the least idea that there was land in the vicinity. I yelled down the skylight for the skipper, and at once began to brace up and haul off. The old man came on deck in a hurry, and was graciously pleased to consider that I had done well to avoid running on top of the Pescador Islands, which with a slack lookout might easily have happened. There was a certain amount of confusion in getting clear, and to make matters more complex, we heard a great riot going on in the cabin, and clouds of steam were arising therefrom. It seems that as we came to the wind, the cabin stove fetched way to leeward and capsized, scattering the lighted coals. The crash brought the parson out of his cabin, and he promptly made use of all the liquids he could lay hands upon, thus creating a condition combining safety with a filthy smell. The skipper was good enough to say that we kept a very good lookout in my watch, even if the proverbial second mate's slackness was apparent in other matters. But looking back at this little episode after the lapse of years, it seems to me there was no excuse for not warning the officer of the watch that there was a possibility of the ship making a bad course. I trust that a different order of things now exists, but in that ship it would have been little short of sacrilege to ask to see a chart or to inquire as to the ship's position. I should have been informed with biting sarcasm. When I want you to navigate the ship, Mr. So-and-so, I will let you know. Meantime, I am quite capable. We had great luck down the China Sea, through the Straits and as far as St. Helena, which we made in 60 days from Shanghai. But when we reached the line, our troubles began. There we ran into a stark calm that lasted for 3 weeks, and tried the patience of all. More especially did it affect the captain, as was but natural, and his extravagances were at times very comical. On the first part of the trip, when all had gone well, no one concerned themselves about the proverbial ill luck which attends the carriage of parsons by sea. But it now seemed to have improved by keeping. It had been the custom of the skipper to make up a dummy whist party with the parson and his wife, but this was now discontinued, and the old man's text as he tramped the poop was loudly spoken and often. "Oh, if the Lord will only forgive me this once for carrying a parson, I'll never do it any more." One night he solemnly brought up a pack of cards and consigned them with many varied and choice imprecations to the deep. I cannot, however, consider that he was an artist in the use of language. There was too much sameness and repetition about it. Whether it was owing to the foregoing incantation, I do not know, but we did eventually get away from the line. Our passage, however, was completely spoiled, and at the end of it we were shamefully outsailed by that celebrated clipper, the Jerusalem. We were going up channel with a fine southerly wind that was about abeam, but, as I have said before, we were a bit tender and could not usefully under those conditions carry all the sail we should have wished. The Jerusalem passed us to windward under all plain sail, and we felt the beating badly, for we could not carry our royals without bearing the lee side to the detriment of our speed. Off Beachy Head, however, we took on board a hovler as a channel pilot, and I can hear even now the sigh of relief the old man gave as he welcomed him on board. There is nothing more to chronicle of that ship. I had made up my mind she did not suit me, nor I her, so we parted with scant regret on either side. There was in the East India Docks a vessel called the Alwera. She belonged to the firm of John Willis & Co., and rejoiced in a double row of painted ports. To her I transferred my services. Her captain, Gissing by name, was a nice fellow, and we should have got on together, but my fortune was now in the ascendant, and I left her to take up the berth and steam that was then becoming the ambition of all young seamen. The Suez Canal was open, and it required no great prescience to foresee the end of sails. The modern sailing ship that was then being built, however, was very beautiful. Let me instance one as an example, the Lothair. She was afterwards commanded by Tom Bolton, but she was built on the lines of a yacht and was as beautiful, although the modern ship never had the stately grace of the old frigate-built Indiaman. End of section 8. Section 9 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 5, Part 1. The liner sees a lady by the paint upon her face, and if she meets an accident, they count it sore disgrace. Kipling. Goodbye to sail. The chance had come to make the plunge that was rendered inevitable by the opening of the Suez Canal and the march of modern invention. It was sad to realize that the sailing ship was becoming a back number and that the future for the sea lay with steam, a means of propulsion that would forever put in the background the manly management of mast, yards, and sails. Today, the period in which this country won its greatest triumphs on the sea is commonly referred to, even in the Royal Navy, as the stick and string time. But I am old-fashioned enough to believe that the seamen of the past were in their way as clever engineers as the men that fit and drive the modern turbine engines. In the Museum of the Royal United Service Institution is to be seen a fully rigged model of the old Cornwallis. Stand by the side of it and try to realize the exquisite skill that was necessary to rig that vessel, and then keep the masts in her through all the varied experiences that would befall. How, pitching in ahead, sea, every stay must bear its due proportion of strain, or something would go. Consider the friction and chafe that would be constantly taking place with rope rigging, and the unceasing vigilance that was necessary to preserve it intact. And then, if you know enough to realize what it meant, sneer, if you will, at the days of stick and string, but forgive those who look back with regret at what was the inevitable eclipse of a notable phase in a very noble calling. The sailing ship man had a little doubt in his mind as to how he should properly rank the steamship man. I had on the previous voyage heard engineer officers in a mail steamer speak disparagingly of the seamanlike qualities of the ship's officers, such, for instance, as an order to the engine room, "Half a turn sideways if you can't, never mind." Never to be believed for a moment, but still we sailors doubted as to how they ought to rank in the hierarchy of the sea. It was also said that by the same engineers that they had a chief officer who was worth anything in bad weather, for he could go round the decks with such a beautiful command of language that nothing ever went wrong with them. And so the conclave with whom I discussed the matter concluded that there might possibly be an opening for one that had graduated even in a hard school of seamanship. Need I say that, in spite of the chaff and theoretical learnings, I was unfeignedly thankful to be offered the berth of a third mate in the mail steamer Roman belonging to the Union Steamship Company of Southampton. I said goodbye to Captain Gissing of the Albuera with regret and proceeded with all due haste to take up my appointment. It was in July 1870 that I first set eyes upon the Roman. It was evening and she was deserted save by an old shipkeeper, who, having been an officer in the very early days of the company, was willing enough to gossip and satisfy such curiosity as I was not backward to confess on the subject of my new surroundings. Naturally, the first things that caught my eyes were the ship's spars, and there I was gratified. She being rigged with yards beautifully squared, sail covers on, and royal and top-gallant yards up and down the lower rigging in approved man-of-war fashion. Next, the decks were clean, and there was a look of the old Blackwall liner about the paintwork that spoke well for her, although she bore an air of prosperity that made me think my lines had fallen in pleasant places. My first impression in this case was the right one, for I doubt if I ever had an unhappy day on board that ship. She had originally been built with a flush deck by Lungley of Deptford, on a so-called unsinkable principle, but the exigencies of increasing trade had caused the company to build a poop on her to a great sacrifice of good looks. She carried it well, however. In the years afterward they even lengthened and put a forecastle upon her, from which you descended by a ladder to the bowsprit to get at the jib. On the day after my arrival, I reported myself at the office to the Marine Superintendent, Captain R. W. Kerr, R.N.R., and learned from him that I was on a trial voyage, and that my tenure of office depended upon my suitability for the company's service. With this information, I was perfectly satisfied and went down to the ship to present my appointment to Captain Warley. Things were then done with a good deal of form, and I trust I may be forgiven a certain amount of regret that a system which gave excellent results has been departed from. The policy of hustle is not the only one productive of good results. My new captain was somewhat of a revelation. He received me as one gentleman would another, and when he chose, he could not be particularly agreeable. His appearance was decidedly prepossessing, and he had a pair of steely blue eyes that could on occasions show a very lurid light. Let me say at once that I always found him a kind friend, though years afterwards we had differences of opinion. Worley was a very fine character and would have been an ornament to any service. He was not, however, physically strong, having suffered greatly from fever contracted on the Mauritius service. When he had asked me some few questions as to where I had been and what I did there, he called to the chief officer, whose name was Coathop, and introduced me to him in the following manner. "Curly, this is our new third. Show him round and help him feel his feet, will you?" The freedom of speech I afterwards learnt was owing to the fact that Worley had only been promoted the previous voyage, and as he and Coathop had been great friends when officers together, the skipper was on more free and easy terms with his chief than would otherwise have been the case. Fred Coathop was one of those gifted mortals liked by everyone. Indeed, I cannot call to mind any occasion on which I knew him to lose his temper. There was little, if anything, of the sailor in his manner, but for all that he was a smart officer and kept his ship in excellent order. We proceeded in search of the second officer, whom we found in the shed tallying cargo, or going through the form of doing so, for let me say here that to put a steamer's officer on to do clerk's work is both unfair and a farce. I know that in some cases it is done today, but I feel sure that the loss entailed by an imperfect record of cargo carried is far more than would pay for the time of a clerk who has been properly trained to the work. In sailing ship days, when there was no hurry, the mate could sit on the rail and do his tallying easily enough, but not so now. Reginald Lee the second was a man with a very keen sense of humor, never at a loss for a reply to any curious remark that might be addressed to him, and although gifted with a flow of language that on occasion compelled even the admiration of the victim to whom it might be addressed. I could tell amusing stories on this subject, but think I will refrain from details. Indications of them may appear, however, in future pages. Lee made my acquaintance with a humorous grin, observed that it was a good dog that barked when it was told, that was his motto, and would I just relieve him for a little time with a tally book. He and I had to share the same cabin, and we were on very good terms, the one difference of opinion being that he abhorred tobacco, while I and my pipe were good friends. When the ship was not full of passengers, the captain gave permission for the third to use one of the saloon cabins, and indeed the fashion in the service was for everyone to be made as comfortable as possible. The captain, throughout the company's service, was a very important personage. Under him, the chief officer was practically supreme in all matters. If, for instance, one of the crew had a grievance and wished to represent it to the chief, he had first to secure the attention and support of a warrant or petty officer, who would certify to his statement and accompany him aft to lay it before the chief officer. It may not be out of place here to say a few words about Southampton as it then was. Not the great home of mammoth liners it is today, but a nice quiet little place with just enough of the best sort of shipping to make it of considerable importance. The people who lived there did not seem very keen about encouraging shipping. They rather preferred it to be considered the county town and to rely upon the support of the county families. At all events, that is what the townsfolk used to say if one pointed out the vast potentialities of the port. I confess to that visit the place today makes me look back to the old times with keen regret, for a Southampton sailor in the early 70s could with truth take unto himself the thanksgiving of the Pharisee when he contemplated the despised publican. Firstly, to mention the shipping companies in their order of precedence, there was the Royal Mail Steam Packet Company. This was and is, I believe, the only steamship company incorporated by royal charter, and it had various quaint privileges denied to others. It is difficult even now to arrive at them, but the tie between the Royal Navy and the Royal Mail has been close, and undoubtedly the line was at one time more or less under the active patronage of the government of the day. Its ships were well officered, and there was fairly rapid promotion, for the climate of the West Indies taken all round was not very conducive to longevity, owing to the fevers that were at the time very common. The Union Company drew many of its officers from the Royal Mail, and there was consequently a good deal of intercourse between the two services. Antagonism existed, however, to a considerable extent between the officers of the Royal Mail and the P&O service. They would either not foregather on any condition, the reason being that each was jealous of the other. Either, however, would associate with us, for they could and did say in a patronizing tone, "Oh yes, that's a very nice little company of yours, quite nice," little thinking what it would grow to in very near future. At that time the Royal Mail was modernizing its fleet. It still had running such paddle steamers as the La Plata and Shannon, and the contrast between these and the new Elbe was very marked. I happen to know an officer named Teddy Griffiths, who was appointed to the latter ship, and he, in describing his first visit to her, declared she was so spacious and intricate that he lost his way, and sat down crying on a hatch until a boy came along and showed him the way out. Be that as it may, we spent many a cheery evening on board that ship, for we were young, we could sing a good song, and we had the gift of good fellowship, which I regret is not always appreciated at its proper value when one is its owner. It may lead you into undue exuberance, but it's a valuable possession to be able to see the best that's in your immediate surroundings. Whether the Royal Mail or the P&O was entitled to the first place might be a matter of debate, but there is no doubt that in the matter of looks the P&O was an easy first. Their ships lay in the outer basin and always presented a beautiful appearance. Vessels like the Multan, Poona, and many more of the same class were even then being superseded by newer ships like the Australia, Bangalore, and Kaiser I Hind, newer and more up-to-date, but not to be compared for appearance with the older vessels. With rigging and sails in perfect order, they were all that the eye of a sailor could desire. Mentioning that these vessels lay in the outer basin reminds me that the rise and fall of tide at Southampton was considerable, and that at times the bowsprits of these old-fashioned ships, extending as they frequently did over the lines of rails on the quay at low water, were level with the lines of railway trucks. One day an artist in mischief quietly hooked a truck coupling to a neighboring bowsprit bobstay. As the tide rose, so did the truck, and great was the interest taken in the incident. I never heard that the culprit was discovered, and he deserved immunity for his genius. Beyond the Channel mail steamers, a few grain ships, and the North German Lloyd ships, there was little traffic to the docks. The German ships were fine vessels, well managed, and the local pilots who had the handling of them always spoke in the highest terms of the qualifications of their officers. It struck me at the time in a vague sort of way that it was curious the Germans should have such fine craft. It is easy to see now that they were in the early stages of thirst for sea power. Apropos of this matter, I might mention that the Union Company had just sent out their steamer Dane, Captain Ballard, with sealed orders, but as we afterwards learned on an expedition to the Western Islands to warn a German training ship for officers that war had been declared between France and Germany. No notice of Southampton in the early 70s would be complete without the mention of Queen's Terrace and the Canute Hotel. The terrace was, generally speaking, the abode of the officers of the vessels in harbor. As a rule, the landladies were a good sort, looked after us well, and did not unduly rob us. They were also fairly patient and long-suffering where our misdeeds were concerned, for the days were not long enough for all we tried to crowd into them, and the nights were very short, and bed was to most of us a last resort. The experiences were many and varied, but there was mostly the charm of novelty about them. Some officers rather favored a ladder that would afford an exit through the backyard from their bedroom windows when it was undesirable, for various reasons, to make use of the front door. The Canute Hotel was the general rendezvous of all officers in port for lunch. It was kept by Mrs. Hiles, who in her way would have mothered the lot of us. She supplied most excellent chops, the remembrance of which and the appetites that devoured them lingers to the present day. I have only one ground of complaint against that good lady, and I may as well state it now. There was a music hall in Southampton called the Royal York, which was well attended by officers generally. When I had been in command about 2 years, Mrs. Hiles was managing it. One night, Charlie Height, a most respectable official of the National Provincial Bank, and myself thought we would like to see the York once more if we could do so in safety and with no loss of dignity. We consulted Mrs. Hiles, who said, "You shall have my own private box," and we went there. That was all right, but she afterwards extended a similar favor to 3 young doctors from Netley, who had been dining very well, if not too wisely. At one period of the performance, there was a lady on the stage known as Jenny Hill, or the Vital Spot. These young doctors commenced to chaff her. She stood on the stage and dressed them down properly, for which she was applauded by the audience. But as we were also occupants of the box addressed, we tried to make ourselves as inconspicuous as possible. I especially so, for I could see my 3rd officer in the stalls taking a great interest in the proceedings. Our box was at the end of a long gallery, filled with people which had to be traversed to obtain exit, and when the doctors departed, the whole house rose and howled at them. Charlie and I sat fast, thinking we should slip away later unobserved, but no such luck. After an hour we tried to go, but got rather a worse doing than the actual culprits, It only shows how accidents may happen to respectable, well-meaning men if they stray from the paths of strict propriety. It was amusing at times to observe the feeling between the P&O and the West Indian mailmen. For instance, one of the former would say, "Now, Mrs. Hiles, when you have quite finished with those brass-bound gentlemen, will you spare me a little attention?" That was called for because the uniform of the P&O men was conspicuously plain and neat in contrast with the rather liberal use of gold lace by the West Indian Co. I think it may be found that a history of the Royal Mail Company would prove a valuable book if anyone acquainted with the legends of the company would write it, for it seems a pity that such interesting matter should be lost. Such stories, for instance, as permission being given to wear epaulets, any number above 2, and an authentic statement as to when the white hat for full dress was finally dispensed with. These may be trivial matters, but the traditions of the sea service are precious to those who still love the Britain's heritage, and the records of the merchant service are as much part of the country's history as those of the Royal Navy. To leave the shore details and come back once more to the Roman, it was then the custom of the company the day before the ship sailed to muster the crew and go through fire and boat drill, and a very good custom, too. It was a respectable show to see the men fallen in, dressed in uniform and saluting in proper fashion as their names were called over, the officers dressed in frock coats trimmed to the company's fashion. The captain's uniform had evidently been copied from that of the Trinity masters, an excellent example, and it always appeared to me that it was a mistake to too closely follow the uniform of the Royal Navy. It is, I am aware, commonly done, but it would show better taste if it were discontinued. Naturally, this condition of things appealed to me vastly, and I may say gave a liking for the service which never departed. Years afterward, when I had sought fields afresh, it was said of me that as well as expect the planets to have left their orbits as me to sever my connection with the company, and I am more than ever sure now that it was the biggest mistake in the many that I have to record. I firmly believe that the service was the last stronghold of the conservatism of the sea. At the time of which I am now writing, it was customary to leave Southampton 2 days before the date of sailing from Plymouth. The company's vessels were not powerful enough to make sure of their passage against a strong adverse wind, and cases were frequent when it was found necessary to put the vessel under fore and aft canvas and reproduce in a mild form the tactics of sailing ships with a headwind. We also took a channel pilot who was ordinarily employed as the company's pilot. His name was William Waters. He was a man of strong character and stronger language. There was little of the suaviter and modo about him, but he was a sailor and could handle a ship for all she was worth. Many are the stories that might be told of incidents that occurred during those trips down channel, but they would lose much of their point if their text were departed from, and as much of it is unprintable, there is nothing to do save leave it alone. But never shall I forget William's language to the man in charge of a small schooner without any lights that we found in close proximity to us one dark night. In reply to a forcible question concerning lights, the reply came up, "Sure, sir, they've gone out." This reminds me of another Irishman, Pat Maloney, afterwards one of the company's captains, who being in the hold when he was 4th officer was asked, "How many lights have you down there, Maloney?" He replied, "6, sir, but they're all gone out." The fore and aft canvas carried by the Union ships was peculiar to those vessels. I never saw anything quite like it, though I believe the P&O Company at one time had something very similar. The trysails were set on very large booms, and the gaffs were hoisted by the steam winches. They were quite easily handled if once people knew the way to do it, but at first it required a good deal of faith to see a steam winch tearing away with throat and peak halyards. I can't say I ever saw an accident, but years afterward in the same ship with the same spars and sails, it was sad to see how the old skill had departed from the hands that worked them. They seemed to have lost the knowledge that to work big fore and afters, the throat should always be higher than the peak in hoisting, but that principle takes a lot of driving into the heads of people. There was also another peculiarity in the rig of these ships. The lower yards were fitted to lower across the rails when steaming against a headwind. The gear falls were always kept rove, and I have on occasion when dealing with baffling winds about the line, seen royal, top-gallant, and lower yards up and down 3 times in a day. It took about 20 minutes to complete the job. Nothing of special importance occurred on the way down channel on this voyage, but it was a novel experience to be left in charge of a steamer's bridge for the first time. It was frequently the custom to double the watches in narrow waters, but on this particular occasion the captain did not do so. He left me entirely to myself, although I had the impression that he kept a very careful eye on all that transpired in that first watch. It was an excellent way to let a new man feel his feet, but on no occasion did the captain interfere with me when carrying on the duty of officer of the watch. We did a thing leaving Plymouth that is not often done. We ran well into Cowsand Bay to pick up a gentleman and his wife as passengers from a shore boat. He had formerly been one of the company's captains, and report, rightly or not, said that he, being an old friend, Warley had taken him away in this fashion to save him from his creditors. I dare say it was likely enough, for there was no breach of the law in doing as we did. The ex-captain afterwards made a fortune on the diamond fields. Needless to say, we were fairly filled with passengers, but it is one of the difficulties in writing this story to know just how much or how little one should say on that particular subject. There was every inducement for passengers and officers to be on friendly terms. We messed with them, and they were always treated as though they were guests. There was a lot of spare time to get through, and it was expected that the officers would take the lead in devising amusement to pass the time. The contract speed for the mails was 7.5 knots, and the passage was seldom made under 35 days, and gave one ample opportunity to acquire a very fair knowledge of whether one's fellows were amiable or otherwise. End of section 9. Section 10 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 5, Part 2. The Cape Colony in those days was a small place, and I soon began to discover that almost every one of our own nationality took an interest in the officering of the mail steamers, and to do bare justice to the hospitality universally extended to us on shore, we were generally welcome guests wherever we went. Therefore, there was a great amount of good feelings on all sides, and disagreeables were rare. Particularly fortunate in this respect, we were on the occasion of my first voyage in steam. We had a most agreeable set of passengers, and at our first port of call, Madeira, we were put into quarantine. We found the company's ship Northam there, and as she was in a similar plight, homeward bound, we foregathered with her officers and passengers. I was greatly struck by the good tone that seemed to pervade the company's ships, and was immensely pleased at my good fortune in being able to take a share in it. When Cape Town was reached, it was customary to fire 2 guns as an announcement that the English mail had arrived. These were answered by 2 fired from the castle, for in those days this was an event. Upon this particular occasion, we carried out the news of the outbreak of the Franco-German War. This, however, did not seem to greatly interest our visiting officials, who were then full of the discovery of the diamond fields, and it may be said that we, on our side, did not realize the vast importance of this new discovery. There was no cable in those days, and the near interior of South Africa was an unexplored country. We landed our Natal passengers, who were sent up the coast in a smaller vessel called the Natal, and said goodbye with regret to one of the best of fellows, a sugar planter called Tom Milner, whose memory is still green to old Natalians. Cape Town docks were at that time open for sailing ships and small vessels, but we discharged our cargo in Table Bay to sailing lighters. Little more than the commencement of the present magnificent breakwater had been made, and it was not an infrequent occurrence for vessels to drive on shore when it blew hard from the northwest. The Table Bay boatmen were very splendid seamen. In the worst weather, a weather-fitted anchor boat would keep the sea, and if a vessel was driving or had parted her cable, they were very clever at passing on board the end of a big core cable, the other end of which was fast to an anchor they had let go to windward. Before we left Table Bay, the homeward-bound mail steamer came in, the Briton, afterwards HMS Dromedary. She looked a small but beautiful little ship, as she came in with yards squared to a nicety, sail covers on, nicely painted, and generally speaking, spick and span. She looked thoroughly workmanlike and typical of her captain, by name George Rawlinson Vivon, of whom more anon. On a preceding voyage, the Briton had lost her propeller and had run into Vigo at the rate of 300 miles in a day under canvas only, which was plain proof that sail was not carried in those ships for ornament only. In due course, we completed our trip to Algoa Bay, discharged our cargo, and loaded wool for home, calling at Table Bay on the way back to fill up with cargo and passengers. We had amongst our passengers one very accomplished man named Wollaston, who took great pains both to teach me a cart and indicate the sort of reading that would be useful to me. I retain grateful memories of him. On the passage home, the S.E. trades blew strongly. The Rowan on that voyage had a 2-bladed propeller. This we fixed up and down when the engines were stopped, and for 2 days we ran over 10 knots with no steam at all. As that was well over contract speed, it was thought desirable to save coal, but the pursuance of that policy brought about the opposition which in time absorbed the original line of mail steamers. Captain Warley was naturally anxious to make the most of the sailing powers of the ship, and as I was last out of a sailing ship, I was pleased to find that one and all permitted me to trim canvas to my heart's content, and I was encouraged to do so by everyone except the boatswain, who did not like the officer of the watch to interfere with details. He was told, however, by the chief that if other officers left the work to him, that was no reason why everyone should, and after that there was no trouble, for he was a decent sailor-man. This business of canvas helped me materially with the captain, who told me one evening he would do all he could to retain me in the company's service, for which I was grateful. My advice to any young fellow joining a new service would be to try how much they will let you do, even to the usurpation of what may be the work of other people. Do the work and do it well. It pays. When we got home, the ship was immediately taken in hand to fit up for an extra crowd of passengers. I was confined in my appointment, and we got a new chief officer named Alex J. Garrett, a man as strong as Hercules and as obstinate as a mule, a good sailor and a good friend, where he took a fancy. He was very good to me and gave me the run of his father's house in Southampton. I may say that the father was a clergyman, but Garrett's proclivities did not run that way much. He had been trained in one of the old Blackwall liners of Smith's, and represented the type of officer capable of filling any position with credit. He had a short and effective way of managing the crew, and rejoiced in the nickname of Three-Fingered Jack. In the matter of our crews, the men often stuck by the same chief officer voyage after voyage. They were mostly a very decent lot, and in sharp contrast to the present day, the firemen were probably the best men on board. They, as a rule, had been seamen taken into the stockhold because of their steady conduct. In those days, the glands of the engines were made tight by hempen or cotton packing, and this was made in the form of square sunnet by firemen, and they had to make lots of it. The pressure of steam in the main engines was about 14 pounds. There were no spring safety valves, and at each moderate roll of the ship there would be the escape of a large puff of steam, brought about by decrease of pressure on the weighted bar that controlled the safety valve. This loss of steam was a very considerable item, but the time for reform had not then arrived, and we were all content to pursue the old and pleasant road of as you were. In addition to the main and second saloons, we now had first-class accommodation fitted up in the midship and after between decks. The ships had been built with a view to this being done if necessary. There were consequently ports fitted that only required to be brought into use to provide light and ventilation. These cabins were of the rough and ready description, but they were eagerly snapped up by the first crowd of adventurers making for the diamond fields. There were names among those people that were well known in South Africa in after years. Many of them did well, some came to grief, and one of the brightest of them all, Albert Ward, had his career ended fighting for his adopted country in the Cowie bush. We also had on board the Roman Catholic Bishop of Cape Town with several priests, who were mostly good fellows. Their presence gave us, according to sea superstition, promise of a good passage which was not falsified. It is a curious fact that the Anglican clergy are generally credited with bringing bad weather. We left Plymouth, leaving behind us various would-be passengers who had come off in the vain hope of getting on a passage. On the passage to Madeira, I was very friendly with a young man named Brett, who was going to spend the winter there. He was, I believe, a great man afterwards in the Isle of Wight. At all events, I know he must have been known to the police, for one evening some months later we had been dining together, and then finding a stray horse wandering about the High Street, Southampton, we took it to the police station and wished to give it in charge for disorderly conduct. The sergeant in charge seemed disposed to think it was we who were disorderly, but my companion took charge and saved the situation in a masterly manner. I never looked him up afterwards, but it was a pleasant friendship of young men while it lasted, and the faculty for friendship does not improve with age. The passage to Madeira was rather a rough one. Crossing the bay, the wind was just abaft the beam, and Warley was disposed to make the most of it. One first watch I had been hanging on to the canvas in the good old-fashioned style, but it had taken a bit of doing to get her to stand up decently when the squalls came down, and Lee, when he came on deck, would not take charge until the canvas was reduced. He did not care to take the extra care necessary to carry it, and I dare say he was right, but with a good ship and a good crew I loved the job. We got to Madeira in good time, and there are few changes more striking than the beauty of a fine morning at Madeira after you have had a dusting across the bay. To my surprise, when we anchored, the skipper sent for me and asked whether I could ride. A reply in the affirmative brought me an invitation to go on shore and ride with him, as he could provide a mount. It did not take me long to get into riding clothes, and we had a most delightful scramble over the hills. I am afraid we rather exceeded the speed limit in the town, but the officials in Funchal were fairly tolerant when once you were on shore, although inexorable over matters of quarantine, and moreover the influence of the Blandy family, which was very considerable, was always devoted to making things go as smoothly as possible. In fact, there was always a touch of old-world courtesy in all the business relations with our agents at Madeira. Needless to say that on our return to the ship it was every button on duty once more. With the number of people we had on board, it was necessary to duplicate each meal. I presided at first breakfast at 8 a.m. and first dinner at 3:30 p.m. These meals were mostly attended by the younger and more rowdy element, who naturally seemed to gravitate in my direction, but the skipper was pleased on one occasion to express his approval of the way in which I represented him at the head of the table, and that gave me great pleasure. There is little need in these days to describe what life on board ship was like. Athletics, cards, and sweepstakes absorbed much time. Add to this a little music and perhaps amateur theatricals, and you obtain a fair list on the methods mostly employed successfully to pass the time. They were a lively crowd on that journey, and the officers of the watch had to keep the quartermaster pretty much on the qui vive to prevent sheer mischief, for with a number of young fellows in a confined space with nothing to do save to try how they can create diversions for themselves, what one does not think of, the other does. The passage ended in a great spree at Cape Town, and the party separated to their varying fortunes. On this voyage we went into Cape Town docks for the first time. It was a very awkward entrance, and it is not given to every man to handle a ship under steam in the vicinity of a pier. Worley, however, acquitted himself well, and I can only say that his first performance was a marked success in comparison with mine. When lying in Algoa Bay, loading for home, the ship was rather well thought of. The skipper was very particular as to the stowing of the sails, and the chief was quite as keen. We lay there with royal yards across and fancied ourselves no end. I should mention that along the rails forward, all our ships in those days carried an immense coy spring for putting on the cables if riding out a southeaster. It was probably 10 inches in diameter, and in use would stretch and take up like a bit of elastic, but I do not now feel sure by any means that the plan of riding out a gale in shallow waters, as we did then, was the best course. Far better weather is made in 15 to 17 fathoms of water. As showing the vagaries of seasickness, the skipper, Lee Trottham, the chief engineer, myself, and 4 men pulled out one day to fish on the Roman Rock. We duly anchored upon it, and at the expiration of an hour, when we had caught many fish, every soul in the boat was seasick with the exception of the chief engineer. The motion of a boat at anchor under some circumstances is disgusting. Very, but Trotman fairly had the laugh of us all. On the return trip from Algoa Bay, we went into dock to complete loading, and there occurred an incident I shall always remember with amusement. Lee had taken under his protection a curious specimen of a pariah dog that used to prowl round the docks, and the poor beast was rather at a loss to understand the vast amount of consideration shown him. He was permitted to sleep in his master's cabin, and generally was made a pet of. One night after dinner, when we had a young fellow named Hanbury dining with us, Lee had retired to his cabin, got into his pajamas, and prepared to go to sleep, attended by the faithful hound. Now, as it happened, Hanbury had a dog also, a bull-terrier, and as Garrett, Hanbury, and I went to say good-night to Lee, the dog also came. No sooner did he catch sight of the stray dog than he went for him, and the next moment the two were on top of Lee in his bunk, indulging in a wonderful scuffle. It was a trifle difficult to differentiate between barks and yells, for Lee, under the dogs, was yelling to Garrett to take the dogs away, and that was eventually done when we were able to stop laughing. That was the finish of the good time of the pariah dog. We had a fine passage home, a lovely run across the bay with a strong, fair wind. I find in a notebook certain caustic comments on the wisdom or otherwise of running under whole topsails and taking in the foresail, but age brings a certain amount of charity with it, and the skipper might possibly have had reasons for his actions which he did not impart to us. I remember the matter rather well, for some of the gear of the foresail had parted, and I lost some of the skin off my fingers in helping to furl the sail. They had, I suppose, become soft for want of work. There was no need to have gone aloft, but it was a stiffish job, and I fancied myself, if there was anything out of the way to be done, zeal, Mr. Simple, zeal. When we got to Southampton, the skipper had to change over to the Briton, a very quick turnaround, and I never again had the pleasure of sailing with him. Our next captain, I am glad to say, is still alive and well honored and respected by all who know him. He is now Sir George R. Viven, K.C.M.G., the late deputy master of the Trinity House, and it was my great good fortune to sail with him more than once. If I were to attempt to record events of separate voyages, this reminiscence would run to an intolerable length. Therefore, I think that I will mention only certain occurrences that impressed themselves on me during the time I served as third officer, and so bring this chapter to an end. Let me place on record my thankfulness that I was never deprived of my watch-keeping privilege. It was a custom in some ships in narrow waters to give the watches to the chief and second officers only. Both my captains held, however, that if a man was not fit to keep a watch in one place, he was not fit in another, and really this reasoning is the true one. For once in charge of the bridge of a steamer, you have to deal, as a rule, without notice, with whatever may happen, and it is a little lowering to the self-respect of even a young officer to infer that he is not at all times capable of taking charge of the ship. Now, it is not pleasant to find fault with anything in that service, but the days of steam were comparatively young, and there were numbers of things that were not rated at their real importance. I will mention two only. There was no engine-room telegraph, and orders were shouted down the engine-room skylight. And secondly, and of still more importance, there was no recognized standard compass. The ship was steered right aft on the poop, and there was a binnacle on either side. The starboard one was that by which the ship was navigated, and that speaks so eloquently that no further comment is necessary. If any captain had proposed expenditure to provide a suitable navigating instrument, such as a well-placed standard compass, I doubt if his wishes would have been listened to. He would have been told that surely he could do as others had done. It was reserved for Sir W. Thomson, afterwards Lord Kelvin, to first convert the shipbuilders on the Clyde to the belief that it was necessary to provide a suitable location for a standard compass, and then to confer that greatest boon that was ever given to a seaman, a really sound and effective compass. This voyage was the last one on which the mail steamer called at Plymouth on the outward trip. For some years after this there was a great deal of seesaw about calling at that port to take or land mails. Now that steamers have such power that they can be certain of landing mails at Southampton by a stated time, there is no reason why the western port should be visited, but at the time of which I write, a trip down channel to Plymouth in a low-powered steamer was a hard experience in the winter-time. We had now lots of passengers both ways, and the ship was a very comfortable one to be in. There was no great change in the routine, and the ship was always kept in apple pie order. The Saturday inspection was as thorough as it was possible to be. The Southampton ships were, I think, unique in the matter of the inspection of the crew's quarters. Whether the fashion was set by the Royal Mail or the P&O, I hesitate to say, but it was the custom and a good one. There was one little matter that made a great impression on my mind on that voyage, and I have never forgotten it. On the visit to Table Bay, homeward bound, we did not go into dock, but finished loading in the bay. One morning, at lunch-time, the skipper came into the saloon in his riding togs. I supposed I looked at him hungrily, for he asked me if I would like to go with him, saying he would mount me. When I had quite got my breath, of course I said yes, and hurried off to change into suitable clothes. Well, we went on shore and had a glorious ride, visiting his friends at Bishop Court and Newlands. Such kindness was not a common occurrence. It set me an example as to the way junior officers might be treated where the opportunity arose, and in after years I tried to do likewise. On that passage home, we had as passengers Mr. Molteno, afterwards Sir John Molteno, the first Premier of Cape Colony under responsible government, and two of his charming daughters. When they returned to the colony, I was always welcomed at Claremont by the family, and some time later, when I was in command of the Mexican, I had the great pleasure and pride of entertaining some of the family in the finest ship of the line. Do any of my readers know what coal fever is? It is a nasty disorder prevalent in small power steamers when a doubt arises as to the sufficiency or otherwise of the coal on board to take the ship into port. It was rather common in some of our ships, but I never saw it arrive at the crisis when the ship's woodwork had to be sacrificed, an occurrence which had been known to take place. In some cases, preparation has been made to cut up derricks and every available thing that would burn. I should say that the worst evil that can befall a shipmaster is to be cursed with a chief engineer who cannot keep a correct amount of coal expended. I propose to relate one incident more that occurred during my service as third, for it has its amusing side. When in Cape Town dock on one occasion it was blowing hard outside, and there was a nasty run in the dock, causing the ship to strain at her moorings and bump heavily against a shoulder in the dock wall that took us about the main rigging. Unknown to any of us, we started some rivets in the side. On the way round to Algoa Bay, we had bad weather, and arriving at the anchorage, went in rather further than was usually done, causing the lighthouse keeper to say we were on shore. The ship did not touch, however, and had ample water under her. When the captain was asked if he had been on shore, he said no, and his word was, of course, taken. But a day or so afterwards, it transpired that we had made water in the afterhold, and people knowing nothing about the dock episode revived the story of our grounding. The port captain, Skeed, a really good fellow, again approached our captain, saying that as an accident had occurred, would he formally deny that the lighthouse keeper's story was true? That was enough to set the skipper going. He stated in incisive language that he had already done so, but that if the port captain chose to accept the word of a reptile against his, he was at liberty to do so and take what steps he pleased. The result was a court of inquiry, at which about half the ship's company attended and swore we had not touched the bottom. The ship was acquitted, but the port captain afterwards observed to me, "To my dying day, I shall believe you were all perjurers." On the homeward trip, on one occasion, we met the outward-bound steamer Celt, one of ours, and passed within hailing distance. Before the captains could get a word in, there was a chorus from our passengers. "What won the Grand National?" Answered from an equal chorus, "The Lamb." We had one or two breakdowns between that and the channel, and on one occasion I remember hoisting the mainyard by the passengers only, the inducement to help being that if we did not hurry up, they would not see the Derby. That was Favonius's year. When the time came to leave the Roman, I was pleased to get my promotion, but sorry to lose my shipmates. I was rather lucky. 2 of my seniors had just resigned in order to try their luck at the diamond fields. One was named Johnson, and I don't know what eventually became of him, but the other was Doveton, who, as Major of the Imperial Horse, was killed at Wagon Hill. At one time serving in the Cambrian, when she put into Saldanha Bay short of coal, he rode to Cape Town for help in record time, for he was one of our best riders and a first-class all-around man. The company had bought from the Royal Mail their paddle steamer, Danube, had converted her into a screw, and generally made a very nice little ship of her. She was commanded by Captain Bainton, who was Commodore. She was therefore the best ship in the company, and I was very proud when I mustered on her as second officer. It was true that I was told I should have to change with a senior, then serving on the coast ship, but that in no way detracted from my satisfaction. End of section 10.
Section 11 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Fair is our lot, O goodly is our heritage. Kipling. The Danube, as I have already stated, was a converted paddler, and in our eyes loomed as a big ship. As we went to muster, Captain Bainton casually drew attention to the fact that a few years ago they were serving in vessels that were not as long as from the taffrail to the mainmast, and used his favourite expression, "It's marvellous." Now the Danube is about 300 feet long, so that may give some idea of the size of the vessels that the Union Company made a commencement with. Banyan was one of the men who upheld the best traditions of the merchant service. In person, he was short and unduly stout, but the possessor of great natural dignity, brave as a lion, and with an eye that brooked no contradiction. He had me under arrest one morning for a short time, and my fault, so far as I could gather, was that I had looked at him in a manner he disapproved of. But we were afterwards great friends, and I had a most sincere regard for him. I think that the earlier portion of his life had been spent in the service of the Royal Mail, and he commanded the Medway when she towed HMS Britannia in for the bombardment of the forts of Sebastopol. As he once told me, his wife and a faithful attendant named Anne were with him on that occasion, and he further explained that when he had finished with the flagship and went to see about them, they were sitting on camp stools on one of the sponsons, amused at watching the shots fall. It may be mentioned here that when the question of towing the flagship under fire was raised, the crew of the Medway gladly acquiesced, with the understanding that if fatalities occurred, the families were to receive the same consideration financially as if they had been serving in corresponding rank in the Royal Navy. Our chief, Sammy Valor, was quite a character in his way, but does not call for comment specially. The third was a nice enough youngster, but as weak as water, and his own enemy. He took a great fancy to me, and if we had remained shipmates, I fancy his career might have been better than it was. Altogether, it was a good ship's company, and I was very glad to get to sea. As it was a first voyage, we were naturally trying what we could get out of the ship, and going down channel, the first night out, I nearly ran over a sailing ship which was going the same way as ourselves without even showing a binnacle light over the stern. I did call the captain, who came on the bridge and made a few cursory remarks concerning the iniquities of sailing ships generally, after which he retired. If Bainton could not trust the officer of the watch, he got someone who he could trust. A master who is too much on the bridge is not an unmixed blessing, for he lessens the sense of responsibility in the officer of the watch. And, strange though it may seem to a landsman, the bridge under ordinary conditions is not his place. Bainton realized this and acted accordingly. The weather we experienced the first day or two was such as to cause the ship to roll heavily, and the rigging, being new, stretched to an abnormal amount, so much so that it had to be swifted in until we could get into quiet water. I watched this operation with some interest, as it was carried on under the supervision of the chief and the boatswain, and inclined as I was to criticize steamboat sailors, I confessed to myself that it was done in a seamanlike manner. I think it was the same night in the middle watch that the wind came out fresh and free from the northward, and I was able to get the square canvas on her. It was a treat to do so, for although lots of the gear was foul, sail never having been set before, the way she showed her sense of the attention was beautiful to see. In these days of twin screws and massive ship's canvas would mean little, but in well-sparred, fine-lined steamers, canvas was then like water to a thirsty plant, and imparted a motion and buoyancy that were delightful to experience. To the speed of the Danube, canvas would add at least 2 knots. The remainder of the voyage passed without any event of interest, and in due course we got to Algoa Bay and commenced to load for home. We had started a new plan of stowing our own cargoes of wool, and naturally the second officer had charge of the business. This was rather a novelty, and I was taking a great interest in the entire job. One day the chief and I wanted to go on shore to a ball to which we'd been invited, and the captain had given us free permission to do so, saying with a certain amount of sarcasm that if all the officers went and the boatswain as well, he thought we might find the ship afloat where we returned. However, we made allowance for the fact that the atmosphere was a little sultry. I was on that day just finishing the stowing of the after orlop deck, when a voice from above gave notice that the captain was coming down. He duly made his appearance, being lowered in a big basket known as a cheese basket, variously used for discharging small boxes of cheese and also for landing timid passengers into boats in bad weather. There was a space into which I was determined to get a bale of wool, but there was considerable trouble in doing so, and Bainton, having comfortably seated himself in a chair I had procured for him, expressed a decided opinion that the job was impossible. His remarks continued to be of a very caustic nature, until the bale being in its place he observed, "Now I suppose you think you're a damned clever fellow," and as he did not patronize hold ladders, shouted out for his return conveyance. There must be many still alive who can picture this scene to themselves. We went to our dance and had a splendid time, and I know that in this season of the coronation I shall meet stately ladies who, though unfortunately no longer young, helped on that occasion to make the sun rise far too quickly. On our return to Table Bay, Nemesis overtook me. I was far too comfortable and contented, and consequently had to turn over to the coasting steamer Natal, a little craft of under 500 tons. The man I relieved was named Borlase, commonly known as Handsome Henry. He was my senior and had managed to work the Oracle with the company's agents, and my skipper had not objected. My shipmates in the Danube gave me a very cheerful farewell dinner and send-off, and I entered upon my new experience with a lot of curiosity, for the tales of the coast were many and various. It's not an easy matter after many years to put events in quite their right perspective, especially when many things were happening at the same time. But the history of that little ship was a fairly crowded one. In the first place, she had recently been sent home with the mails, when the proper mail steamer had broken down. They had then greatly increased her passenger accommodation by building a saloon on deck, which was an advantage. And as at the time the Franco-German War was on, there was a clause in the ship's articles when they were opened at Southampton that was unusual and, if I may say so, more's the pity. It ran as follows. The said crew agree to fight and defend the ship to the best of their ability at the discretion of the said master. Advantage had not been taken of the chance to reboiler the ship, and this was an endless source of trouble, for it always made sailing day a period of uncertainty. It was the old story of putting a new patch on an old garment, and a patch on one place often caused a breakout in another. But as in all the company's ships, the personnel of the officers was of the best. Ballard was skipper. I've referred to him in connection with a previous experience. He was a sailor, curiously quiet until roused, when he could make the sparks fly with a vengeance, very self-contained, but always ready and willing to do a good turn if he could to anyone. I am happy to say I won his confidence. The chief was the ill-fated Edward Manning, afterwards lost in the Teuton. His end was in keeping with his life, for probably no man ever kept himself under more complete control than did Manning. Knowing his work thoroughly, he seldom, if ever, raised his voice. Nothing ruffled, outwardly at least, the calm serenity of his temper. I only saw him move hastily twice, once to get the helm over when I was shaving a point rather closely, and again to fling me a rope's end when, in lifting the end of a buoyed cable, the boat was capsized and we were all in the ditch. He was a very fine character and a good shipmate. Our third, Harrison, was a good man too, but after a short time he was relieved by Jones, of whom more anon. The duties of the Natal were to make a trip monthly between Cape Town and Durban, taking up the mail and passengers brought out by the mail steamer coming to Cape Town, and feeding her in a similar manner from Natal. It usually took about 2 days to accomplish the transshipment. There was a certain amount of novelty in this work, for it was rather out of the beaten track, and the eastern ports were in a very primitive state of development. Take in the first place East London, then a very difficult port to enter even with the smallest craft. The mouth of the Buffalo River, which made the port, was closed by a sandbar that at times was impossible even by a lifeboat. The method of working was for lighters to haul out by surf lines laid over the bar and extending a fair distance into the anchorage. The ship that had cargo or passengers to discharge anchored as closely in as was prudent, and then ran a warp to the buoyed end of the surf line for the lighter to reach the ship by. The work was rough, very, and the boatmen were in perfect keeping with their surroundings. I should not like to do the men an injustice, but they seemed to be the scourings of the roughness and rascality of the world. Their lives were mostly in their hands, and they did not attach much value either to them or the language with which they adorned them. It was no uncommon thing when there was a sea on the bar, and there mostly was, to see a breaker sweep a surf-boat from end to end. The men generally managed to hold on, but fatal accidents were not infrequent. These boats would frequently land passengers who were carefully battened down and in almost complete darkness while the passage was being accomplished. Both at this port and Durban, passengers were put into the lighters in large baskets lowered by the cargo whips. and if the ship were rolling it would be no uncommon occurrence to see a basket containing perhaps 3 or 4 men and women hoisted halfway out and held fast by derrick and stay until the roll had subsided. People got used to it, however, and no improvement was made until the visit of the Empress Eugenie to South Africa, when it occurred to some genius that a wicker cage might be made with a door in the side, which would obviate the necessity for lifting the ladies into the basket. If, however, the ladies were young and good-looking, there was never much difficulty noticeable in finding volunteers to take on this arduous duty. Leaving East London, the navigation of the ship was conducted on different lines to that adopted to the westward. There one could steer a course and be moderately confident of making it within reasonable limits, but between East London and Natal, you had to face the full force of the Mozambique current, which mostly ran anything between 3 and 5 knots to the southwest, unless you were close inshore, when you were sometimes but not always favoured with a drain of eddy current. With a vessel steaming perhaps 9 knots, it was therefore necessary to keep as much inshore as could be done with safety. To set a course was not possible. During the daylight hours the ship was steered by the coastline, and when darkness closed in, a course was set which ran parallel to the land by the chart, yet caught the current on the port bow, with the result that when daylight came, the ship would be 30 miles out or more, fighting the full strength of an adverse current. The net result was that passages between East London and Natal were a very uncertain quantity. I took to this sort of watch-keeping in the daylight very kindly. The coast was mostly like English parkland, and I set myself to learn it as thoroughly as possible. In this I was assisted in every possible manner by the captain, who spared no pains to point out the various places by name. It was interesting work, for it gave one a chance to exercise one's initiative, which was in no way checked by my seniors. Durban Harbour in those days was not the ample port it is now. Under the best conditions there might be perhaps 16 feet of water on the bar at high tide. It was more often 12 or even less. Outside the bar there were the remains of 3 attempts to improve the harbour, but each one had been a failure. There was an impression that any of them might have been a success if it had been persevered with, but money had been too scarce to push the experiment to a successful ending. There was, however, one man who even then had made up his mind that Durban should be a port, and he lived long enough to realize his ambition. His name was Harry Escombe, afterwards Right Honourable. If Harry Escombe and Cecil Rhodes were alive today, there would be some backbone in the councils of the empire, but this is a digression. There was a good deal of formality about getting the little Natal into the Bluff Channel. A dignified port captain, an oracular pilot, lots of signalling and a final pointing for the bar. Whether we touched or not I cannot remember, but likely we did, for it was a very common occurrence. But anyhow, we got in, moored in the Bluff Channel, and looked around us with satisfaction. There was every reason to do so. A beautiful harbour, a hearty welcome from all, and an utter absence of anything approximating to bustle. Further, it was the land of the Zulu, who was relied upon to do all the hard work. I suppose that it would be difficult to find finer specimens of muscular humanity than were the Zulus, who did the ship work. Their scanty raiment appeared perhaps inadequate to the white ladies who were then making their first acquaintance with the manners and customs of the country, but if modernity has now insisted upon trousers in the towns of Natal, it has destroyed a picturesque side of the national life. Natal was absolutely different from any other part of South Africa, inasmuch as it was mainly British. In Cape Town you heard as much Dutch spoken as English, if not more. Towns like Stellenbosch or Wellington might be called all Dutch, and I remember when I first visited those places, I wondered in a vague sort of way how it happened that the British flag flew over them, by which it is evident that I had not learned my history properly. But in Durban there was a different atmosphere. It was essentially British, and the inhabitants prided themselves upon being up-to-date and live specimens of colonists. They were, moreover, intensely loyal and fully realized what their country was going to be in the future. I was sitting in the Durban Club one Sunday afternoon, and certain men were arguing as to the possibility of a railway between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. The journey in those days being made by mail cart. Eskom brought the matter to a head with the following words addressed to a sugar planter named Tom Milner, a splendid fellow who had come out with me on the first voyage of the Roman. "Look here, Milner, I will give you $1 a day until you go by train from Durban to Maritzburg. After that you shall pay my butcher's bill for life. Is it a bet?" Milner said yes, and this being in 1872, he received his cheque yearly until about 8 years later, when the railway was built and the bet was compromised. I fancy he paid back 2 shillings for each one received. No one walked in Natal. If a man wished to go 100 yards down the street, the cafe boy invariably brought his horse. There was never any difficulty in borrowing a mount. The people were most generous and hospitable. But underlying it all there was the sure knowledge that the great Zulu power in the north would some day have to be reckoned with. There was one little incident that happened about this time that should find a place here, for it shows that even then the minds of Germans were fixed upon the great expansion of their nation. There was a small German trading steamer on the coast called the Bismarck. She was commanded by a very fine fellow named Stotz, who wore a magnificent beard. On one occasion he had a difference of opinion with the point boatmen, who were not quite as bad as the East London men, although very nearly, and they declared they would cut off his beard. Stotz, however, set them at defiance and declared that the German flag was sufficient to prevent such an outrage even then, and would be for all time. The men admired his pluck and cheered him, for it took a bit of doing. When I left the Roman, Lee presented me with a suit of canvas clothes which he had found useful. In the daytime I lived in them, for the forehold of the Natal was not a place adapted for the wearer of fine raiment. The principal articles we took away were raw hides, sugar and wool, and the smell of those hides was a thing to remember. There was no trouble in getting cargo either stowed or discharged, but an officer had to be there all the time, and in a canvas rig it was possible to sit down. The Zulus would work well if you did not lose your temper, and as they happened to approve of me, I never had any trouble with them. One voyage was much like another, but sailing day at Natal offered considerable variety, for it depended upon the vagaries of the bar. I have known passengers and their friends come down 4 days in succession and be detained for want of water. Those days, however, usually resulted in a sort of picnic on the bluff, and they were most enjoyable. It was a treat to see the way the girls could negotiate the steep slope under the lighthouse, and if the idea was to go uptown, there would be a rush for the point, with not too much care exercised as to whose pony you mounted to get there. Upon one occasion we stuck on the bar for over half an hour, bumping fairly heavily, but she was a well-built little ship, and it did not seem to do much harm. It used to jar the spars a good deal, though. On the passage down the coast we would call at the ports, weather permitting, and pick up such passengers and cargo as we could, transshipping to the mail steamer in Cape Town docks. After a few trips I got some knowledge of the upper part of the coast and experienced a dislike to being set off miles in the middle of watch by the current. I therefore sounded the skipper as to whether he would let me exercise my judgment in keeping her in when I could see well. I found he was agreeable that I should do so, and I used to report to him every hour and hand the ship over to the chief at 4 a.m. well inshore. This led to a considerable shortening of the passage up the coast, but it told against me in one way, for when I wanted to get home the old man said, "No, the ship has made much better passages up since you've been here, and I shan't let you go." That was a bit hard, for there was a lot of promotion going on at home, new men being taken in as chief, and I out of it all, as was said, for lack of experience. At one passage down we were anchored at East London, and a breeze of wind came on from the sea. 7 sailing ships went on shore that night, one, a brig called the Nantiglo, driving close past us. At that we decided to slip and go to sea without loss of time. We did so, but picking up the cable next day when we were fast to the slip rope in the cutter, the ship drifted down on us, fouled the rope with her propeller, and capsized us all into the water. That was one of the occasions when I saw Manning run. curiously enough, we let go another anchor, and when we picked it up, brought up the other cable that we had slipped foul of, so all was joy once more. But the boilers were in that sad condition that it was necessary to go in for thorough repairs. We had had to delay our sailing from Cape Town for 4 days through bad leaks on one occasion, and as the company had just got the contract for the Zanzibar mail, we went in for a thorough overhaul. This was towards the end of 1872, and a good 2 months were spent over the operation. When it was finished, we found the Natal painted yellow, the better to withstand the anticipated heat of Zanzibar. Before we started the first voyage on the new route, we made a trial trip to Saldanha Bay, and took up with us as visitors many of the principal people in the Cape, including Mr. Molteno, the Premier, and his 2 sons. I wonder if one of those sons, now an MP and director of a steamship company, remembers firing one of our 12-pounder signal guns under my tuition. It was a very jolly trip, and we all enjoyed ourselves immensely. We changed our chief officer about this time, and got in his place an officer named Barker, a man of no striking personality, but a good fellow, always went about the deck humming, and had a most curious voice. When we left Natal behind us on the first upward trip, I think we all felt like Columbus when he started on his voyage of discovery. The east coast of Africa was very imperfectly known, and the charts were by no means reliable guides. It was a mercy that in those early days the craft we were navigating was small and drawing little water, or I fear there would have been a good few landmarks left by the pioneers. Delagoa Bay, for instance, splendid harbour though it is, was absolutely without a solitary buoy to give a friendly lead, and the land in the immediate vicinity at the entrance is not conspicuous enough to give any definite leading marks. No actual mishap occurred either going in or coming out, but we had enough experience of the various tides to show us that it was no place to take liberties with. Kilmaine, which is the port at the mouth of the Zambezi, was also touched at. Here again was a river entrance, apparently big enough to take any ship, but there was the same failing, imperfect survey and lack of competent pilotage. Presumably in the future this will be one of the big ports of the world, but at that time it was considered as a place to be avoided at all hazards. It was a change to get to Mozambique, where there was a harbour with plenty of water, and sufficiently well surveyed to make negotiation easy. It was also a striking-looking place from the sea, with a magnificent old fort built, so report had it, of stone brought from Portugal early in the 16th century. The work accomplished by those early navigators and settlers was simply marvellous. It made one wonder why it was that people who had been so enterprising and splendid as explorers should have so terribly deteriorated. May the gods avert a similar fate for Britain. So far as we could gather, the country in the immediate vicinity of the settlement was rich and fertile, but no strong or satisfactory rule had then been established, and the entire place seemed to be marking time. A strong current sets down the coast past Cape Delgado, but we had fine and favourable weather for the run into Zanzibar. The entrance to the anchorage is narrow in 1 or 2 places, but in the absence of buoys the ship could, in daylight, be easily conned from aloft between the coral reefs, though that indeed was hardly necessary. But it was not advisable to attempt the narrow passes in the hours of darkness, and consequently the mail steamer bound south usually left before noon. Our first arrival at Zanzibar was on a Sunday, with a temperature of 97 degrees in the shade, not a breath of wind, and the water so clear that the bottom could be seen in 10 fathoms. We found HMS Daphne at anchor, and also the BL steamer Punjab, which was concerned in the mail contract from Zanzibar northward. End of section 11. Read by Tim Rowe in London, January 2024. Section 12 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 6, Part 2. About this time there was some excitement at home concerning slavery at Zanzibar, and Sir Bartle Frere paid a visit to the place in the Enchantress. He arrived the day we left. There was also fitting out a Livingston expedition under the leadership of Colonel Pelly. There is no need here to go into any description of the place itself, except to say that it was quaint, the people well disposed towards the British, and that slavery as then practised was on the whole a respectable institution, although more than one black man swam off to the ship and begged to be taken down the coast. Indeed, in after years we were frequently asked by friends at the Cape and Natal to bring them down a black boy for service. There was never any difficulty in procuring them. There were at times very strong winds of hurricane force. In the previous year the island had been visited by one that did great damage. We had a slight specimen of this sort of thing. One morning we had just commenced working cargo in the usual manner, taking it in from lighters, when a dense cloud gathered to the northwest, and occasional flashes of lightning were seen. About 7:30 a.m. came down the squall with great fury. We got up steam, but had no occasion to use it, although a small dhow full of cargo that was made fast to us went down, and the beach was strewn with dhows driven from their moorings. I saw a roof, part of the Sultan's palace, lift at one side, roll up like a piece of paper, and blow over into the courtyard with a mighty crash, but I did not hear if it killed many people. By noon the weather had changed, the wind was gone, and people commenced to pick up the pieces and resume the ordinary routine of life. Shortly afterwards we left for Natal, passing HMS Britain on the road. One trip on this route was much like another, but we spent a very fair portion of every month in Natal harbour. The last voyage I made was under somewhat altered circumstances, for Captain Ballard had been appointed to the Basuto, and Barker was in acting command of the Natal. I, of course, got an acting appointment as chief, which tended to stir up in my mind a taste or longing to participate in that stream of promotion that was flowing at Southampton, but which did not flow my way. I tried vainly for some time to get home, but as long as Ballard commanded the Natal, I could not manage it, for he would not let me go. He was very good-humoured, however, in granting leave. On one occasion I greatly wanted to go to a dance at Maritzburg to be held on a Monday night. A great friend of mine, and one well known and liked by all, named Manasty, offered to find me the necessary mounts and to ride with me. We started off on Sunday afternoon, arriving at Maritzburg at 9 a.m. on Monday, sleeping some hours on the road. After a bath and breakfast we rode to a place 15 miles out, and in again to a dinner and the dance, which we kept up till 5 a.m. Then I changed my clothes, got on my horse, and started for Durban, arriving on board by 6 p.m. in time for dinner. My companion on the road down was a cheery soul named Innes. It rained heavily all the time, but it was the most enjoyable ride I ever had. It was 57 miles between the towns, and the journey totaled 144 miles in just over 2 days, but I had relays of horses to do it, although there was some of all sorts amongst them. Soon after Ballard left the Natal to join the Basuto, we met her in Natal harbour, and I arranged to change into that ship for the run to Cape Town, and the transfer to a home ship. Here for the first time I met a notable character in the person of Harry Owen, who was chief of that ship, and one of those who had been put over the heads of many. He was, in those days, one of the cheeriest of companions one could well find, and also a reckless daredevil. We first foregathered over the matter of firing a royal salute on the Queen's birthday. We had 2 big guns in the Natal, the Basuto had 3 little ones, but as the ships were alongside each other, the combined salute was done in a fairly respectable manner. I can't say more than that, but no one was killed or hurt, and after all that counts for a little. Here also I first met Bishop Colenso, who had come on board our ships in the Bluff Channel and simply delight us with his charming companionship. He was shipmate with me afterwards and was fond of sailors, but it always seemed strange to me to be on even conversational terms with the man whose book on algebra had given me as a boy so much trouble to master. I transferred to the Basuto as second officer, and thus came under Owen's orders. He was the worst man at relieving a watch I ever knew. We dined at 6 p.m., and if I had the dinner lookout, he never showed up on the bridge before 7:30 p.m., for the chief was always relieved for dinner. This was rather a tax on the second, who had to turn out at midnight, but it came to an end in a few days, and I turned over to the European for the passage home, acting as third officer. About this period, the Roman had had an accident and returned to Cape Town for repairs. She had had a difference of opinion with some rocks off Dasson Island, and the European was instructed to make the best passage home with the news, for there was no cable in those days. She was for her time a fast ship, steaming a good 12, which was exceptional for us, and every one was delighted. She was comfortable, and there was a nice crowd of passengers on board. Our skipper was named Jeffries, a curious compound, who did not make friends easily, but where he did, stuck to them. I should like to tell many stories about him, but refrain. His great hobby was whist, and he played a fair game, but his main fault was that he had little tact in dealing with awkward people, and this, on one occasion, coupled with his having also a tactless chief officer, led to a lot of reckless young passengers throwing overboard a great portion of his cabin furniture, including various embroidered covers by which he set great store. I personally got on well with him, and I adopted, when my time came, many hints that he gave me as to various duties that the officer of the watch should perform. We made a good passage home. I was favourably received, and after a spell of sick leave, which I had asked for to enable me to leave the coast, I was sent down to the Dundee to join the American, the newest ship then fitting out. My application for sick leave was not humbug, however. I had had a touch of the sun one afternoon, riding from the Point to Durban, and the particular way the ailment should be treated caused a marked difference of opinion between two celebrated London physicians. There was a very delightful old Scotchman who kept an hotel where we stayed in Dundee. His family were as hospitable as himself. I think the house was called the Globe, but anyhow it was close to the dock where the American was fitting out. One remark of his impressed itself upon my memory. "You ken we have a things in season in the good tune of Dundee," and it seemed as if a good time was specially in season at that period. The builders of the ship, Stephens & Co., and some of their connections, named Crowdace, were particularly attentive and civil to us all, but I entirely failed to remember who was chief officer of that ship. Bainton was in command, and Mrs. Bainton was also with him. She came round to Southampton in the ship, and it was a fortunate day for me when she did so, for it enabled me to make a friendship that, apart from the pleasure it gave me, was of infinite value as far as my future prospects were concerned. To any young man I would say that if you come in touch with the ladies connected with your seniors or superiors, use your best efforts to interest and be agreeable to them, for apart from the advantage you derive from association with women possessing presumably the knowledge of life, you never know where it may not possibly be in their power to put in a word in the home circle that may be of benefit to you and your professional career. Some men may sneer at this advice, but my experience is that it is good. At all events, Mrs. Bainton was a good friend to me. When we got to Southampton, there were many changes going on in the officering of the ships, and in the midst of it stood out the fact that there was a captain and a chief officer short who would have to come from somewhere. The manager of the company in Southampton at that time was Mr. G.Y. Mercer. He had been with it from its creation, and possessed great power. He was a far greater man even than the marine superintendent. Now Mrs. Mercer and Mrs. Bainton were great friends, and it may be mentioned that the latter lived in a very charming house at Shirley, called Trafalgar Lodge. It was an ideal place for the people living in it. I was invited to dine there one evening, and doing so met Mr. and Mrs. Mercer. It was fairly evident to me afterwards why I had been invited, for after the ladies had left the table and the men were discussing things generally, Mr. Mercer made the casual remark that nothing was certain in this world, not even that Crutchley would go out as second of the American. Very shortly after this, I was appointed to the Syria as chief, and my skipper was Garrett, late of the Roman, his first voyage in command. This opened up to me a new vista of boundless possibilities, for the ship was one of our best. Both the skipper and myself were new brooms and most anxious to sweep clean. Our second was named Merritt, a nice fellow who came from Cape Town. Garrett liked him very much, and when a year or so afterwards Merritt died as the result of an accident, was inconsolable for months. The passage out was uneventful, but when we got to Algoa Bay, we had some time to spend there. The ship was in beautiful order, even to the satisfaction of the skipper, who took a delight in trying to find out something amiss out of sheer mischief and for the love of tormenting me. Not that I minded in the least, it was good training, but for some reason or other it came to the front that there were 1 or 2 anchors and chains on the bottom in the vicinity of where we were anchored, and Garrett told me to find them and pick them up. I started to sweep and soon got fast to something heavy, and the work of recovery began. I picked up an anchor and chain, claimed as belonging to one of the Castle line, another anchor and chain, and also heavy moorings laid down for the company's ships some years before. On the last day I was engaged in this operation, Garrett took Merritt on shore to the races, leaving me with a pious adjuration to be sure not to kill anyone. It's rather a mercy we had no accident, for we were dealing with heavy weights with makeshift gear. However, it was done, though when we got home the skipper was asked his reason for picking up the company's moorings. There is no doubt, however, that it was a good piece of work, for it cleared a large space of the best anchoring ground. They were moorings that would have held a liner of today, but the place was not suitable for them. On the passage home we called in at St. Helena, and as there was some spare room in the afterhold, we took in a great number of casks of whale oil for Southampton. They were old and leaky, and made an awful mess of my beautifully clean teak deck before we could stow them in the after lower hold. When we got off at Ushant, there was a heavy beam sea, and the ship rolled badly, with the result that they all collapsed and not a single cask was landed. It took days to clean the hold, and there had to be an extension of protests and all sorts of trouble to get clear of the liability for loss, and to put it on the shoulders of the insurance people. When we arrived at Southampton, Garrett was relieved of his command, and so far as I remember, was appointed to a new coasting steamer. With him he took Merritt, who was succeeded by Dacre Bremer, an old Wigram's man and a very nice fellow. The new captain was H.E. Draper, and even now, after a lapse of years, I find a difficulty in rightly defining his character. I was with him a long time in various ships, and I found him kind and considerate. He had, however, a caustic wit that was very telling, and which was perhaps nourished at the expense of other more important qualities. I fail to remember anything of particular note that occurred either on the outward passage or on the coast. But homeward bound in the southeast trades one beautiful Sunday afternoon, I, with many others, was having a delightful sleep. I woke up feeling an awful vibration with the impression that the end of the world was upon us. As I tumbled out on the deck, the masts seemed to be bending together, and the first thing I remember was seeing the chief engineer making for the engine room and driving before him some firemen who were trying to escape. The vibration soon ceased, and then we were informed that the main shaft had broken well aft in the tunnel, that it had very nearly gone through the side of the ship, that what remained was bent in the stern tube, that we must stop the ship's way until it was so secured that the propeller would not revolve. Now we were too far north to fetch St. Helena under canvas, but although the ship was brig-rigged and sailed fairly well, it was no use trying conclusions on a wind with the southeast trade. So when the shaft was secured, we set course for ascension, and in due course made the island dead to leeward. The trouble was to get the ship before the wind, but it was done with a little scheming. But we rounded the east side of the island and luffed up for the anchorage in quite the approved sailing ship fashion. The skipper, however, would not risk going into the proper anchorage, so he put the anchor down some distance out and warped further in the next day, in charge, much to my disgust, of a naval lieutenant whose interference was to my mind quite unnecessary. Beggars, however, could not afford to be choosers. After a considerable amount of consultation, it was decided that we should endeavour to trim the ship by the head, so that we could unship the propeller, and that we should try and do this before the arrival of the American, which was expected in about a month, in the hope that she would give us a tow home. We had a fair number of passengers on board, but fortunately they could spend lots of their time on shore, where they were very welcome. Many of them, in fact nearly all, were ultimately transshipped to the Northam, which came in before the American, but it was no use looking to her for a tow. It took her all her time to get about herself. She did, however, bring Captain East, R.N., the new captain of the island, who, had he come earlier, would, I fancy, have advised other steps than those we had taken. It was then too late, however, for he had failed to trim the ship sufficiently by the head to get at the propeller, and had had to content ourselves with securing it with a length of stream chain, replacing all the cargo we had shifted and leaving the ship on an even keel. Thinking it all over, it seemed rather a mercy that she did not capsize with us, for we took a good many liberties with her. One evening Captain East was detained on board as the rollers were in, and a vessel in the offing was seen making signals. As they could not get off from the shore, I went on our jig to see what they wanted. She was the bark Dion, short of provisions, and the skipper was very glad to avail himself of my assistance and that of the boat's crew to get into the anchorage. I stood well over to the eastern point, tacked ship close inshore, and then steered for the stern of the Syria, luffed up as I rounded it, and then, laying everything flat aback, put the anchor down in a beautiful inshore berth, where she got what she wanted the next day and went on her way rejoicing. This was the last sailing ship I handled. While waiting for the American, we proceeded to get ready our towing gear, and for this purpose we got from the naval stores 2 big hawsers. One was a 13-inch and a beautiful bit of rope. The other one, as it turned out, was afflicted with dry rot and gave a lot of trouble at odd times. We had none of us had any experience in the towing of ships, and I am greatly afraid the preparations we made were of an unsatisfactory nature, for we provided for 4 tow lines, and that was 3 too many. By the light of experience, it is easy to see that one large hawser shackled onto a bower cable, which could be veered to any extent required by the ship being towed, would have given it all the elasticity required to prevent breakage, and the towing ship could have slipped her end at any time she thought it necessary. In due time the American arrived, with Captain Bainton in command. He had a fair number of passengers, too, who were not overjoyed when they learned that their passage would be delayed by towing us. But Bainton decided he would do it, and the hawsers were passed. We sent some firemen on board her, but before we got under way Bainton hailed us to send for them back, which we did, as he observed. They want a nursemaid to look after them. What the poor devils had done to offend him I know not, but he was of a very peppery nature, and had little patience with any obstruction. The scene getting those ships out of the roadstead must have been a source of high entertainment to the onlookers, and it was in no way creditable even as a first rehearsal. There are 2 things necessary to those carrying out such an operation: patience and moderation of language. Unfortunately, we were none of us burdened with either, but we managed to get away after indulging in comments on all and sundry to which the combination service would have seemed mild. We parted hawsers and generally made as big a mess of things as was possible. That scene, however, had its use, for when we could think it over, it was a fine object lesson for the future. It all arose from the fact that there were 2 masters, and that was the weakness which was evident on many future occasions. There is little need for me to go into daily detail. We carried the southeast trade well north, and one morning we were informed by means of a blackboard exhibited over the stern of the American that we were to go into Goree for coal, and this we did. When we got there, it was found that there was very little to be obtained, in fact only enough to take us to St. Vincent in the Cape Verde Islands. It would have been well if the American had gone there alone, filled up with coal, and come back for us to tow in the comparatively smooth water near the land, but that was no part of Bainton's idea. He had towed us so far, and did not intend to lose sight of us until he saw us safe so far as salvage was concerned. So over we went to St. Vincent, where the northeast trade nearly always blows half a gale. There we found lots of ships and transports, for the Ashanti War was just over and the troops were being sent home. I seem to remember also that there were certain complications concerning anchorages, differences of opinion in fact. But before we had been there long, in came the Roman, homeward bound with Garrett in command, and to her the American transshipped such of her passengers as could be accommodated. We also, as did the American, took on board some of the returning troops, mostly the married men. Incidentally, I may mention that the trooper Tamar was at anchor to windward of us, and I saw one afternoon a young lieutenant do the best bit of boat sailing it was ever my good fortune to witness. I wish I could remember his name. When matters had been arranged, we started again on our homeward way. It was blowing hard from the northeast, and as we left the harbour, the tow ropes at times stood out stiff as the ships pitched to it. But as we found in time, it is easier to tow with a headwind than with a fair one. There were incidents in that trip that would have made the fortunes of a comic writer and artist, but they would run to great length here. We called at Madeira for coal and set out on the last stage of the journey. There was a southwest gale in the Bay of Biscay in which the ships parted company, and we were lost sight of for some time, but picked up again the next day and again taken in tow for the run-up channel. It was a Sunday, and remarks had been passed that we only wanted a really good collision to make our experiences complete, and as it happened, we got it. It was a fine cold night at March, and the Portland lights were in sight. I was in my cabin asleep, for all was going well, when in rushed the chief engineer asking for my tomahawk to cut the tow ropes. I grabbed it myself and jumped on deck, habited in a scarlet flannel sleeping suit, such as some of us rather affected at the time. There I found that a large sailing ship had struck the American on the port side, making a big hole in her, and knocking down the engine-room skylight on top of the engines so that they could not be moved. The Syria's helm for some reason had been starboarded, and we passed the stern of the sailing ship, dragging our tow ropes with us. When these tightened, the two steamers drew alongside one another, and the Arakan, as the sailing ship was called, lay across our two sterns. No one that was playing an acting part can describe a scene such as that. I can only record certain impressions. I looked over the side and saw the interior of the ladies' saloon of the American through a great hole in the side, a stewardess standing with a candle in her hand in blank amazement. On the quarterdeck of the American was Bainton, as cool as a fish, with his chief beside him, saying that there were plenty to do the running about. All he wanted was his engines cleared. At the after end of the Syria was a crowd trying to board the American, thinking we were sinking. At the fore end of the American, another crowd were coming on board as under similar delusion, and to add to it all, some Irish women were yelling blue murder, either from fright or devilment, I know not which. I got some of our boats in the water by the skipper's orders, and then went on board the Arakan, whose crew had left her, to get her clear of our stern. This I succeeded in doing. She drifted a short distance away and went down by the head, her masts crashing as the sails felt the water on her downward plunge. She had been loaded with ammunition for Hong Kong, and it was rather a mercy that nothing caused an explosion, for her bow was flattened in like a wall where she had sailed into the American's side. When I got back to the Syria, I got orders to hoist the boats, and hailing one to come alongside, I asked who was in charge. "Sergeant Dighton, sir," came back the reply. She was manned mostly by volunteers from Marine Artillery, passengers, and that incident always struck me as being comical. By this time they had cleared the American's engines, and Bainton, seeing that the tow ropes hung clear of his propeller, went full speed ahead like the fiend he was. Any other man would have got a spring out to separate the ships, but he meant to be out of it at the first minute, at all costs. It was rather a mercy that we did not have some of the sticks down. Beyond a few breakages, however, little harm was done to us, and one of the tow ropes held, so that we proceeded on our way to Southampton, I cannot say how. But we got there the next day, and I for one was not sorry. There is a good deal of incident even when you get on shore over a collision case. The solicitors' clerks are very busy collecting or procuring evidence of sorts. I believe there is more honest perjury in collision cases than in any other. It appears to me that no two men view the same thing in exactly the same light. Thus, A, there is the thing as it happened, B, the thing as each individual thought it happened, C, the thing you state in court after your solicitor has persuaded you the particular manner in which it ought to have happened. After we got a new crankshaft and repaired damages, we had a change of captains. Draper had to stay behind for the law business, and I was once more shipmate with Vivian. The voyage passed pleasantly and without incident. I had been warned before leaving Southampton to hold myself in readiness to transfer to a coasting steamer, but as no one gave me positive orders to go, I made the complete trip, one of the most pleasurable of all, the passage home being very jolly with nice passengers. I was ordered out as a passenger on the African to serve on the coast, and was told it was a compliment to be selected for the post. But that will need another chapter. End of section 12. Read by Tim Rowe in London, February 2024.
Section 13 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Judy Summers. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 7, Part 1. One meets now and then with polished men who know everything. Emerson. I regretted to leave the Syria chiefly because I had grown to thoroughly appreciate the character of my captain, and to enjoy the many talks we had on subjects connected with the sea and matters relating to seamen. He was an exceptional man, as his after-career has proved, but he was not liked by everyone, and for the matter of that, what man worth his salt ever is? When I had arrived home, Captain Kerr, the superintendent, asked me why I had not stayed on the coast, to which I replied that no man bade me do so. "Then you will go out in the African as a passenger," he retorted, "and relieve Mr. Owen." That passage to the Cape was memorable to me for many things that I need not here detail. Bainton was in command, and Lee was chief officer. The third I remember was one of those charming ne'er-do-wells that one occasionally meets. His name is suppressed. He soon disappeared, but he was talented, a good sailor, a good musician, and a man who was the enemy of no one but himself. I found it very nice to have plenty of leisure with an exceptionally nice crowd of passengers. Some of them are my friends now, but time has played sad havoc amongst them. One of the best was Sutton Vane, the talented dramatic writer. He and I played principal parts in a farce enacted on the passage, and as Miles Nakopleen observed, "God be with them good old days." I make my best bow to you even now, my fair shipmates, even if I do not mention your names. Captain Bainton was kind enough to accept my help as a navigator, and as he was laid up for a good portion of the trip, it was a pleasure to me to be of service to him. The officers in some cases might have resented the interference of an officer on passage, but somehow few people thought of opposing Old Ted, as he was styled behind his back. In a similar way, Vivian was usually called Lord George, while in after years I have been given to understand that I was commonly spoken of as Buffalo Bill. We arrived at Cape Town in due course and went our respective ways. Mine, as it turned out, was to be one of the most difficult I ever traversed, for it led me to the Basuto, and of all the heartbreaking ships that were, she was the worst. A north country slop-built craft of low power, with a long poop and a short well and forecastle, she could not be kept clean with the expenditure of labor that it was practical to devote to that purpose. For be it remembered that the diamond fields had disorganized the usual steady routine of coast work, and there was considerable difficulty in keeping a crew at all. Thus discipline could not be maintained in the same manner that was possible on the home route. I know that had it not been for the unflinching support given us by the resident magistrate at Cape Town, Mr. John Campbell, we should have had a difficulty in keeping the ships going. I gladly bear my best testimony to his just and common-sense reading of the Merchant Shipping Act, and also to the manner in which he administered it. On sailing day, it was no uncommon thing to be obliged to go uptown in a hansom cab, find your men half drunk, and then sit upon them in the cab until you could get them safely on board and in irons until they were sober. The Basuto, with Captain Draper in command and Harry Owen as chief, had been rather a warm corner, so when I relieved Owen, I knew pretty well what was in store for me. And truly, I was in no way disappointed. There was always trouble with some portion of the crew, and it was no uncommon matter being obliged to use more than moral persuasion to carry on the work of the ship. Owen had been in the habit of carrying a shooting iron, and had found it useful to encourage the belief that he had been schooled as a Yankee mate, but a pistol never seemed to me to be a necessary precaution. In connection with the employment of physical force on board ship, I and others were quite recently greatly amused by the experiences of a captain of one of the Irrawaddy flotilla steamers, recounted as follows. The best peacemaker you can have is a sandbag about a foot long and an inch thick. I and my mate and engineer have one, and we never find it beyond us to clear the deck of a crowd. I should think it would be better than a belaying pin, which is at times an awkward thing to carry in your sea boot. Be that as it may, I found that practically everything was left in my hands on board the Basuto, and that suited me excellently. We spent our time between Cape Town and Zanzibar. There was no use hurrying, for the ship could only go a certain pace, and if we missed one mail, we were in time for the next one. But nothing possible was spared to do our work well. We were fortunate in having as second officer a man I had the greatest respect for as a seaman, E.T. Jones, and further I found by practical experience that he was a good man in an emergency, and was to be absolutely relied upon. When in Natal, we had the use of a large ship's boat belonging to the company, rigged as a cutter. It was a sight to see Jones sail her single-handed, but then he had served his time with the Trinity House. For some reason, it had been decided that Captain Kerr should leave Southampton as Marine Superintendent and reside at Cape Town as manager of the company in South Africa. When he arrived in Cape Town, he found the Basuto, after a refit, looking very spick and span, and I suppose conceived the idea that that was her usual condition, which was bad luck for me. There had never been any great cordiality between us, and there was to be less in future, for try as I might, there was always something wrong about my ship in his view, and he resented, I think, meeting officers at houses where he visited, especially as ladies do not always pay that deference to superior position to which its owner may think himself entitled. But be that as it may, the fact remains that there was no love lost between us. From time to time we carried as passengers many distinguished men, or those who were in the way of becoming so. Especially do I remember 2 clerical dignitaries. Bishop Colenso was one. He once confessed to me a feeling of irritation because the new Bishop of Cape Town was to be enthroned by one who was his junior in the Church of England, he himself being precluded from officiating by reason of opinions he had put forward. In due time the new bishop also traveled with us, and when we got the usual dose of bad weather, in consequence he declined to turn in, saying with a merry twinkle in his eye that it would be undignified if anything happened for a bishop to be seen without his gaiters. He is an archbishop now, but at the time I write of, his hair was black, and he was not above about at singlestick. Just about this time there was a good deal of national unrest, extending from Zululand to East London. It was shortly after the Longalebalale trouble, and on our way down the coast we were ordered to call at the Kawi and tow to Algoa Bay an American ship called Tecumseh, which had lost her rudder. Captain Kerr came up to supervise the operation, and we also took on board as a passenger Mr. J.A. Froude, the historian, who was then on his way to England. He had been touring the country in order to form his own opinion on the political situation for the benefit of his friend Lord Carnarvon, and one may be permitted the remark that it was a great pity he did not take a more careful survey of the situation, for South African politics were not then to be learned in a 3-month sojourn in the country, or for that matter in 6 either. At all events, he failed to recognize the fact that the situation was summed up in lines from Alice through the looking-glass. The eldest oyster winked his eye and shook his hoary head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster bed. In my own mind, I have always held Mr. Froude responsible for the Boer rising, which culminated at Majuba. Of course, when it comes to doing an unusual job, things cannot be expected to work quite smoothly, and they did not on this occasion. I had been on board the Tecumseh and rigged up a makeshift rudder with stream chain, and returned to my own ship to get the towing gear ready for a start at daylight. In the morning, of course, I was up betimes, and had, as I thought, the situation to myself. There was one A.B. who was constantly giving me trouble when there was anything to do, and usually required correcting by some method before the day was out. On this particular occasion, I thought I would make the correction before the day began, so as to have no further trouble. When looking round, I found Mr. Froude paying me quite as much attention as I thought was necessary. He inquired whether that was my usual method of maintaining discipline, to which I replied in the affirmative, and the incident closed. We towed that ship to Algoa Bay all right, but 2 captains in one ship are quite unnecessary. Captain Kerr, however, would interfere, and at the end of the towage drew down on himself the wrath and language of the Yankee skipper, expressed in a masterly manner, to which I listened with an unholy satisfaction. On another occasion, when he was taking a passage, I remember him giving me an order to alter course without consulting Draper. That was an absolutely unwarrantable action, manager for South Africa though he was. His last exploit at sea was, however, splendid. Another manager was appointed, and he took command of one of the company's ships that went on the rocks at Ushant one winter's night. He saved crew, passengers, mails, and specie in 20 minutes, and it took a man to do that. When we got to Cape Town, there was an amusing incident. One Sunday, Jones and I, with some cheery souls, went out to lunch at Coghill's at Wynberg. Mr. Froude was at the table, talking in loud tones about his great lady friends at home. There was also present Mr. Savage, one of our directors, whom Jones did not happen to know. In the midst of lunch, Jones started to tell his friends how he had acquired some beautiful ostrich feathers from a bird he had traveled with. I could not stop him, for my legs were not long enough, but I watched Savage's face until he said, interrupting dryly, "I hope those feathers were not on freight, Mr. Jones." Many at the table could see the joke, and there was a peal of laughter. I was not sorry when, after about 12 months, I managed to get a transfer home. I may mention here, however, the end of the Basuto. She had various peculiarities, one of which was a playful habit of half filling her afterhold with water. Of course, that never had anything to do with the tunnel or the engine room, so said the engineers at least. I had my own opinion on the matter. Then again, she was infested with rats, and we got into a habit of shooting at them with small revolvers in the evenings when we were in harbor. I say little of minor depravities, such as the anchor always fouling the stem when we got it. Anyhow, she stayed on the coast about 2 years after I left her, and then came home and was sold to some Frenchmen. The rest of the tale about her is as it was told to me. The new owners did not understand all her little failings as we had done. One fellow pulled a broomstick out of a hole one morning, and that started an inrush of water which they could not cope with. I heard that when the crew left her, they did not even stop the engines, but I do not vouch for the truth of this particular yarn. I got my passage home in the Nyanza as supernumerary second. Worley was skipper, William Somerset Ward was chief, and Henry Barnes was second. I forget the others. Now Ward was one of the men who had been brought in over my head when the yarn was that they wanted more experienced men. Contrast that with the cry of today of too old at 40. He was one of Green's men and a very fine officer. He had brought with him many of the old Blackwall fashions, one of which was that the men of both watches should answer to their names when the watch was relieved. That was a plan that I took with me from that ship for the rest of my sea career, but it was an unpopular proceeding, though most useful from a disciplinary point of view. Barnes, on the other hand, I had known since my first voyage to sea, when he was in the Elphinstone. His appearance was fiery, and his character did not belie it, but he was a really good fellow at heart, and I liked him. Trouble soon arose. Worley wrote in the night order book that the dinner lookouts were to be kept alternately by the second, supernumerary second, and fourth officers. As a rule, they were kept by the third and fourth only, so Barnes got the idea that Worley was unduly favoring me, although I was actually Barnes Sr. in the company. He accordingly walked into the captain's cabin the next morning and shut the door. No one ever knew exactly what transpired. Barnes was a big, noisy man, and Worley slight and quiet. There was doubtless plain speaking, for when Barnes reappeared, he went to his cabin and remained under arrest until we arrived home, when he left the service. He told me afterwards that he had told Worley he could make his bally chum second mate, and perhaps that would please him. But it always struck me that he sacrificed his prospects for absolutely no reason. We reached Southampton with no incident calling for special note, and in due course I was sent for by the managing director, Mr. Mercer, who informed me that I had been sent home by Captain Kerr, as my ship was always behindhand with work, and I was constantly putting my men in prison. But, said he, in his most kindly manner, as this is so different a report from that which you have always had, I am going to send you out as chief of the Roman. I thanked him to the best of my ability, and was delighted with the change. My new skipper was A.W. Brooksmith, with whom I never had any unpleasantness, and whose friendship I value today. He told me confidently that he was delighted to have me for chief, but that we should have a warm time on the coast, as Kerr hated me, and would be sure to find fault. Before we sailed, Worley came to see me one morning to offer a bit of advice. It was, don't do so much yourself. Make the other officers do more. Even after I acted upon this, it did not increase my popularity with my fellows, but the counsel was good. Popularity may be paid for too dearly, and after all, it is our superiors that we should try to please. Brooksmith was a great stickler for orders being obeyed to the letter without any consideration as to discretionary power. He also was given to making unreasonable demands upon one's power of performance. For instance, on Saturday at 9 a.m., he would give an order to send down topsail yards, and then expect the ship to be as fit for inspection at 11 a.m. as if nothing extra had been done. Lower and upper yards were all in the day's work, but topsail yards were an innovation, and hardly fair play for Saturday morning. However, it was done, and all went off well. When in that ship, I had the good fortune to make many friends, one of whom was Herbert Rhodes, brother of the Colossus. What a splendid character that man had, a head to plan, a hand to execute, and the heart of a child. I think I was the last of all his friends to see him before his untimely end. Then again, one passage home, there was Lord Rossmore and his brother, the Honourable Peter Westenra. Very lively companions they were. I never met their equals in that respect. They never seemed to want to sleep, and if there was any mischief to be done, there was no need to call for volunteers. They were cheery shipmates, and left a pleasant remembrance behind them. Also do I well remember Captain Byng, R.N., the commander of the Active, Admiral Hewitt's flagship. He also was a cheery soul, and we habitually spent our evenings together. I learned from him many tricks in the trade of managing men. I now had rather more time to attend to my personal affairs, and one important matter was to get my master's certificate. I could now ask for leave to go to town to pass, and was furnished with excellent references both from the company and my captains. We had as Marine Superintendent at this time Captain Walter Dixon, who had commanded the company's ships for years. He was a very excellent man for the post, kind, courteous, and considerate. But in spite of agreeable qualities, there was never any doubt as to his ability to enforce his will, and his word went a long way with the board of direction. In addition, he was the keenest of sportsmen. He simply loved horses and sport, and rather affected a horsey style of dress. He did me many a good turn, as it will give me pleasure to relate. Passing for master at the time I write of was no great ordeal, but it was a somewhat tricky one for this reason. The examiners in seamanship were necessarily old sailing ship men. It may be presumed that they considered a steamship man as a sort of inferior being, or shall we say a hybrid being, at best a makeshift seaman. The fact was that many officers who had grown up in steamers had not had my experience in sail, or the opportunity of picking up the old art of sailoring, and it will be realized that there were times when they might find themselves a little uncomfortable in the examination room. I was to see an instance of this. Naturally, I went again to John Newton for a final rub-up, although I had been coaching myself for some time past, for there were always new fads to be prepared for on the part of the examiners. But I greatly fear that I was again the bad boy of the class, for Newton would at times look at me with grave eyes, and did not commit himself to any optimistic view of my chances of success. The eventful day at length came round when our fates were to be decided. I remember that I made a mistake in my figures which I was given an opportunity to correct, for every possible bit of fair play was given. The examiner in this particular matter sat next to me at a recent Trinity House luncheon, a younger brother like myself, and I reminded him of ancient times with pleasure. But after the navigation came the seamanship, and that was quite another story. Captain Steele was my examiner, and he proceeded to put me through the mill in a most thorough manner. At last he got on the topic of handling a sailing ship under short canvas in heavy weather. He proceeded on a system which supposed various changes of wind, and finally asked me what I would do under certain conditions. I was nonplussed. Then he brought in Captain Dommett, who was engaged in the next room examining a chief officer from the Royal Mail, and told him where I was puzzled. Finally, he left me with a diagram to study while they both went into the next room to put the same question to the West India mailman. Suddenly, the right answer came to me. It was only catchy in a room. It would have been palpable at sea in practice. And when Captain Steele returned, I merely told him that the answer was wareship. That was the conclusion of the examination, and I was complimented upon having done well. But the man in the next room was not so fortunate. To pluck a chief officer of tried ability in a first-class line is a serious matter, and rightly before doing so, the examiner took a second opinion. The unfortunate officer in this case had got through his figures without a mistake, and far better than I had. But for want of sailing ship experience, he was sent back to sea in a steamer to gain experience, to answer such a question as had nearly done for me. That was one of the bright days of my life, for I thought the ball was at my feet as I sped to the telegraph office to send a wire to Captain Dixon, who took considerable interest in the careers of his officers. He used to consider that he could put his hand on men suitable to perform any service, and was proud of it. After that I went to John Newton, where there was a gathering of plucked ones. Newton was surprised at my success, and asked me if I was a Freemason, to which I replied in the negative. For the absurd belief was entertained that my passing was due to the correctness of that surmise. I wished him a cordial good-bye, with many thanks for the trouble he had taken over me. About this time I received my commission as a sub-lieutenant in the Royal Naval Reserve, and to this day I am uncertain whether it was a good day's work or a bad one when I did so. I also got married. The command of the Roman was now changed to Captain S.R.P. Keynes, a man of considerable character, but of no great discretion. He was probably his own greatest enemy, for as a shipmate I found him all that could be desired. He did not care much to associate with passengers, except at meal times, and usually spent his evening in my cabin. Or rather, I should say, came and smoked for 2 hours when I came off watch. Needless to say that when skipper-in-chief were on these terms, the work of the ship went on well, and we rather fancied ourselves in the old Roman, and thought we could show other ships how to do things properly. We were nearly always lucky in our cruise, for the men got to know what was expected of them, and I know that I egged the skipper on to many an innovation. For instance, one day in Algoa Bay, I was curious to see how long it would take to get all boats out to abandon ship. This we did suddenly one day, with the result that including fire drill and rehoisting all boats, 40 minutes was the time taken. I also learned there to pay attention to boats. One time, leaving Southampton, a fireman, drunk, got on the rail, and saying that he was going back to his wife, jumped overboard in the Needles Passage. The second officer, Pybus, the third, 2 quartermasters and myself, jumped into the boat fitted with Clifford's gear, dropped her into the water, picked up our man, and were hoisted up and proceeding in 8 minutes. That was pretty smart work, but I had personally seen that boat was in order half an hour previously. I fear that Clifford's patent is no longer as popular as it was. True that it is a little expensive to keep up, and requires care if used with a heavy boat, but with it a boat may be dropped in the water with perfect safety, no matter what the speed of the vessel may be, and I know that I stuck to it for the time I was at sea. Then again, it was our custom habitually to strip the ship as much as possible when steaming against the southeast trade. I was anxious to find out what difference it would make if, in addition to sending down yards, we housed our topmasts. When this came to be done, however, I found out what I had let myself in for. It was a heavy job to carry out at sea, but as it made the difference of 1/4 of a knot in speed, I had to do it each voyage. On the last occasion, we did the job between 7 and 9 a.m., and had a day's work afterwards, but getting the topmasts up again was at times a ticklish operation. However, we never killed anyone. There is an incident that I may mention when on one occasion most of the crew got drunk and out of hand at sea. It was one Saturday night, and a beautiful moonlit one at that. Where the men got the drink from we never knew, but there was violence and a free fight more or less before getting some of them in irons and tied up to the main boom for security until they were sober. We had a young parson on board, the Reverend R.H. Fair, a Cape boy, who had been a Cambridge athlete and is now rector of West Meon. His distress was great at having no legitimate excuse for taking part in the scrum, but he had a share in it after all. While it was at its height, I was forced backward over a door-sill, and had it not been for Fair's action in pulling off my assailant, I should have had the worst of it. It all ended without serious consequences, and the men were heartily ashamed of themselves next morning. We punished some of them when we got to Southampton. About this time, August 1877, I took long leave and left the old ship with regret. I wanted to put in some naval reserve drill, and to the best of my recollection, there was then no drill ship at Southampton. Anyhow, I had to stay in London in order to drill on board HMS President, and of it I will only say here that while the instructors were possibly the best that could be found in the Navy and the teaching of the first order, there seemed always to be an undercurrent of indifference so far as the officers were concerned. I was anxious to learn, and did not get nearly enough to satisfy me. I got on my certificate, has been energetic and very attentive, but had acquired a taste for the Queen's service, which very often caused me to pay less attention than I might have done to things more intimately connected with money-getting. End of section 13. Section 14 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Judy Summers. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 7, Part 2. Suddenly, I received instruction to join the Danube and went to Southampton once more, where I found my old skipper Draper in command and the ship taken up for troops. To the best of my belief, it was the headquarters of the 32nd, and they were going to Queenstown, South Africa. Trooping is an experience that improves on acquaintance, but one was apt in those days to think that the embarkation officials were unduly fussy. In reality, they were nothing of the sort, for to keep troops healthy, too great care cannot be exercised. The naval captain who was inspecting told me that as he knew boats were a hobby of mine, he intended to leave that matter to me. I think the officer in command of the troops, Major Rogers, V.C., was an unmarried man, for he was grimly satirical on embarkation day on the subject of officers looking after their wives' bandboxes instead of seeing to their men. He and I became on very good terms. In point of fact, they were all a most agreeable lot, if I except 2 junior officers whom I could not get on with at all. The ladies were charming, but it was a little amusing at times to hear them expressing their candid opinions of some of their colleagues. There was also, as a passenger going to Natal, Major Mitchell, afterwards Sir Charles Mitchell, K.C.M.G., a very striking personality. I think he had been in the Marines. He made my acquaintance by approving of the manner in which the decks were cleaned in the morning. He used the expression that they were like a hound's tooth, and as that smacked greatly of salt water, we took to one another and formed a friendship that lasted longer than differences of opinions. He had a most wonderful memory. I remember his sitting on the quarter-deck with a crowd of people, mostly ladies, round him, and reciting without a note the Lay of the Last Minstrel, and doing it in such a manner as to hold his audience spellbound. I often met him, after the voyage was over, in various parts of the world. He showed ever the same courteous, cheery personality, so valuable to a public man. There was nothing of exciting interest on the passage. Things went smoothly, but the following incident deserves to be told. The officer commanding the troops visited the troops' quarters every morning at 11, with his officers and me in attendance. There were sentries posted in different parts of the ship, and one was stationed by the principal hatchway. Some point was raised as we were going below, and the O.C. turned to the sentry and said, "Go and find Sergeant so-and-so." The man, a youngster, flushed very red and said, "I must not leave my post, sir." The O.C. turned red too and said, "But I tell you to go," and again received the same reply. By this time the O.C. had got his breath, someone else was sent, and the sentry was told that he had done quite right. I observed to the O.C. when the inspection was over that I fancied that chap would soon get promotion, and I found that the O.C. shared my view. It was an interesting case to me, for I wondered in the circumstances whether a sailor sentry would have hesitated to obey an immediate order from his C.O. One other story of an entirely different nature. Fatigue parties were at times told off to clean paintwork about the decks, and they were usually in the care of an able seaman who put them in the way of doing it properly. One afternoon I was out of sight, but within earshot of a party working with a seaman named McRae, a man I could trust to do anything, but an awfully wild scoundrel if he got out of hand. Said one of the young Tommies, "What would you do if you hadn't got us to clean the ship for you?" Said McRae, "If it was not for the likes of you carrying, there'd be no dirt to clean." I retired to my cabin for a big laugh over that. I think we landed the regiment at East London, using cheese baskets to put the men into the lighters, and in due course we started homewards. But there was an incident in Algoa Bay that I should like to tell the truth about at last. At this time there was a good deal of rivalry between some of the ships, as to which had made the fastest passage, and some brilliant genius conceived the idea of making the image of a brass cock with his wings extended in the act of crowing. This was mounted on the jackstaff of the Commodore's ship, the German, but many of us thought that she did not deserve the trophy, for even the old Roman, which was then in port, had made a wonderful run after a smart chief engineer had altered the lead of his slide valves. Be that as it may, it would be good business to score a point off the chief of the German if we could manage to do so. There was one officer in the Danube who was born for mischief. His name was Samuel Petchel. Afterwards he came into a baronetcy and soon died. But at the time I write of, he was 3rd or 4th officer. There were many ships in the bay, some belonging to the Curry fleet, so that suspicion would be divided as to the perpetrators of the robbery, especially as it was said that some people from the Conway Castle had made a previous attempt at Cape Town. It was a bright moonlit night, shortly after 3 a.m., when Sammy Petchel and McCrae, having covered our dinghy with white sheets, started to paddle ahead of the American and dropped down to her bows, hanging on by the cable. Like a monkey, McCrae was up the cable, and in less time than it takes me to write these lines, was down again with the coveted bird. I had grave suspicions that the Melrose, one of the Curry coasters just coming in, had seen the job, but I supposed that a boat under the bow of an opposition ship did not interest them. There was a watch, too, in the German, for 7 bells were struck just after the cock disappeared. We had intended to put it up on the Roman, but I vetoed anything further that night. The bird was afterwards packed in a game hamper and set to wait, the chief officer in Southampton. Next morning there was a fine hubbub all round the fleet. There may have been suspicions, but no certainty, for many thought it had been done by some of the Curry men. In due course I told my skipper, who dwelt on the enormity of stealing the Commodore's bird, and told me I ought to be sacked for encouraging such a thing. Dear old Captain Coxwell was the Commodore, and his remarks to me the next time we met were picturesque, but never shall I forget distinctly seeing McRae cross himself before he shinnied up that cable. All the people in the German were quite mad over the episode, and I am afraid that Petchel had a bad time of it afterwards when he had to sail with McLean Waite, who I fancy had got to the truth of the business. There is just one remark I would make in passing, and that is on the liability to be caught at misdoing at any time. On the passage home entering the Channel, we were put into double watches of 6 hours each, and 6 hours is a long watch in cold weather, as it then was. Petchel was my junior, and was supposed to supervise the forecastle lookout, but really was a good deal on the bridge with me. I had the first watch, which ended at 2 a.m., and about 1 o'clock I said to Petchel, "Go down to my cabin, have a tot yourself, and bring me up a glass of hot grog as soon as you can." He went, and shortly afterwards the skipper came on the bridge and took possession of the weather corner under the screen. I heard my door open, and up came Sam. Not seeing the skipper in the dark, he observed audibly, "There you are, sir. I made it stiff." The reek of whiskey on the night air was palpable as I drank it, and Draper made sarcastic comments. I must, however, do him the justice to say that he seldom troubled me, and I am certain would sooner have brought me refreshment himself rather than that I should put foot off the bridge. When we got to Southampton that time, it was on a Sunday, and my only regret was that Captain Dixon was not down to see the ship. She was in such order that she satisfied even me, and Draper, a very particular and natty man, could not offer even a suggestion, for her appearance represented the culmination of all the years I had served as chief in learning how to put and keep a ship in proper order. But I was growing dissatisfied. There were men being placed in command who were newcomers compared with me, and as there was an old saying, that modesty was a sweet thing in a woman, but not worth a rap in a man, I put such remnants as I had in my pocket and laid siege to Captain Dixon. My friend, Mrs. Bayenton, had also been having a few simple words on my account with more than one of the directors, one of whom, Mr. Savage, had said to me some little time previously that I was all right, but that they thought I hardly carried ballast enough. To this I retorted that I had a wife, and surely that was enough to give one stability. Captain Dixon was most kind. I pointed out that I was fit for command, and that I hoped he would help me, to which he replied that he would be pleased to make me Captain Crutchley, but that unfortunately he could not make ships. He would, however, keep me at home, so that I might be on the spot if a vacancy occurred. I do not remember who relieved me, but I left the Danube to make myself generally useful in various companies' ships in port. At that time there were few men who considered it necessary to pass the Board of Trade examination in steam, but as I could make the time fit in, I did so, and if such a certificate is useful to a master on even one occasion, it is well worth the trouble of obtaining. It helped me materially on one occasion. There were 2 engineer examiners, and the experience was a new one for them, but they took no unfair advantage of their superior knowledge, and I had the satisfaction of seeing my certificate endorsed with the words, "Passed in steam." My practical examination took place in the engine room of the Asiatic, and curiously enough, 2 days afterwards I was ordered to act for her captain in taking the ship down the river. At this time there was another chief officer also on shore, A. McLean Waite, who had been chief of the German. I did not dream that other people might be pulling strings that might hamper me, but there was more going on than I was aware of. I should state that although Waite was actually my junior in the company, he had held a good command previous to joining it, and it was generally considered that he was marked for early promotion. He and I were good friends, and I had assisted him at a function in the German when she was a new ship. He was a man of considerable attainments, but somehow there was a something in his manner which did not attract people. He had lots of good friends, however, and nature had been kind to him so far as personal appearance was concerned. One morning I had taken some specie that had been landed from one of our ships to the Bank of England, and having done so, went to report the fact to the company's office in Leadenhall Street. When leaving, I met Waite going in. I had a chat with him afterwards, going to spend an hour at the aquarium before returning to Southampton. There were 2 things with which I was not acquainted. One was that there was a board meeting that day. The other, that the command of the American was vacant, and that Waite had been sent for with a view to giving it to him. He was called before the board, and there some comment was made as to his having lost a ship. This appeared to go against him, for the word came out to ask for me. I was not to be found, and Waite was appointed, for the ship was shortly to sail. This shows on what trifles things hang, for the few weeks' seniority he got by this gave him a series of chances which might well have formed part of my life's story. It kept him in command when the company's fleet was reduced, and afterwards permitted him to become marine superintendent, and subsequently the company's agent in New York. We always maintained a cordial, if casual, correspondence. There were a number of new ships being built for the company's service, and it was now the turn of the Pretoria to make her appearance. Great things were expected of her, and when the African came home, George Larmer was taken from her and given command of the new vessel. This made another vacancy, and it was then my turn to be summoned to the directors. Sir Benjamin Phillips was chairman, and the chair on his right hand was always reserved for the master under dissection. On this occasion the experience was a pleasing one, for in his most courtly manner he observed, "Captain Crutchley, if you will always consider that the company's honor, so far as the African is concerned, is entrusted to your keeping, you will please and satisfy us. Now, will you give us the pleasure of your company to lunch? It is strange, but though the remembrance of that day is very dim, I always recollect those words and the grave courtesy with which they were spoken. The directors were naturally men of varying temperaments. There had formerly been a director I never met, whom I will designate as H, whose business it was to rebuke a master whenever such a proceeding, in the opinion of the board, became necessary. It was stated that he had a great talent for language, on which point I ought to tell a story. He was a merchant, and had in his business a nephew who was known as Mr. John, afterwards a cordial friend of mine, who, on some provocation, had told one of the clerks that he was a damn fool. The clerk complained to H, who, looking him full in the face, said, in his broad Scotch accent, "Whether Mr. John was right or wrong to call you a fool, I'll no tak upon myself to determine. But ye are a damn fool. Ye are, ye are, ye are." And the man fled. When I come to think it over, that board of directors was good for a straightforward conservative policy, but as events proved, was not well fitted to deal with the more exacting conditions entailed by the competition of modern ship-owning. In fact, it was not up to date, and it never took to itself the leaven that would enable it to cope with the situation created by the opposition of the Castle Company. It was the greatest of all pities when the flag of the Union Company was merged into that of the Castle Line. It was doubtless a proud day for Sir Donald Currie, but I shall always maintain it as discreditable to those who permitted the transfer, and particularly so to the chief actor in the surrender. The transfer did not take place during my term of service in the company, but it was galling even to an old employee to see the armor of Achilles appropriated by a hated Trojan. I had previously made a passage in the African, so that my first command was in no way a stranger to me. She was a pretty little ship of rather more than 2,000 tons gross, with a fine long poop and comfortable accommodation for passengers. Her speed under steam alone was something over 10 knots, but with the help of canvas and a strong fair wind she could touch 300 miles a day. That was not often, however. My cabin was in the poop right forward on the starboard side, and it had the disadvantage that, except in very fine weather, one could not sit there with the saloon door open. But to overcome this, there were times when I had a canvas screen nailed up to overcome the trouble, for it was not necessary to stay on the bridge always. The worst thing about the ship was the compass. The standard was a large spirit compass that was always giving trouble, and the steering compass on the bridge was close to a mass of iron tanks, stanchions, and disturbing matter generally, so that it was almost impossible to compensate for local disturbance. In every other way, the ship was perfectly found, but this little matter of a proper compass, on which so much depended, was one that was driven to the background and slighted by everyone. It was no part of my business either, as a junior, to find fault. I had to take that which had satisfied my predecessors, and as it happened, she had been commanded by Captain Dixon before he was made superintendent, as well as Captain Bayenton, the Commodore. My policy was to lie low and get what I could as time went on. There was a story told of a certain captain, a very tall man, who mentioned to the deputy superintendent that his berth was not long enough for him to sleep in. This, it is said, was reported to Mr. Mercer, who replied in his usually dry manner, "If the man cannot fit into the berth, we must find one that can. Fortunately, the world is wide, and the field is large." The last half of the answer was often hinted at if inconvenient requests were made. There were a very nice set of officers in the ship, but the chief was a senior man, and it is a little awkward to come the skipper over one of your colleagues. He was a Cape man named Chiappini, and was afterwards killed by an accidental fall when serving in the Arab. The third was a youngster named East, the son of Quartermain East of Tichborne claimant fame. First and last he sailed with me for many years, and there was a great friendship between us. The second, Walter Foster, was also a nice fellow, but very delicate, though plucky to the backbone. The engineers were also a good set. The chief, Ernest Gearing, is now, I believe, one of the leading lights in the engineering world, and it was easy to discover even then that his acquirements were of no common order. Lastly, let me mention Henry Black, the second engineer. There was no great amount of sympathy between us at any time, but he sailed with me as chief engineer during the greater part of my sea career. I have gone into this detail with a view to showing the sort of men the company's ships were manned with. Sailing day came at last. There were not many passengers, but one of our directors came down to see the ship off, bringing with him one of his very charming daughters, who was kind enough to wish me luck and a successful command. I took it as a good omen, and if I do not mention her name, it is in no sense that I have forgotten it, or the graceful kindness shown to me on more than one occasion. We arrived at Plymouth in due course, and there I learned, to my great satisfaction, that my friend Harry Escombe had decided at the last minute to take a passage with me. He arrived on board in due course, and I started on a new experience, that of being my own master. This particular voyage we were on was a novelty also, for the people at Algoa Bay had been complaining they did not get their goods as quickly in proportion as the Cape Town people. We were therefore to call at St. Vincent to pick up the latest cable news, and then to go to Algoa Bay direct, passing by Cape Town. We were also to go to Natal. I rather think that some small smattering of commercial education should be imparted to holders of certificates, and one thing that should certainly be driven into their heads is that to send a letter on business without keeping a copy is little short of crime. I did not learn that lesson for a long time, but I wish now I had copies of the letters in which I gave the various incidents of the voyages to my chiefs at home. Captain Dixon had asked me to write to him fully, which I always did, even going so far as to relate gossip. But the letters to the secretary were necessarily of a more reserved order. For rightly or wrongly, a secretary is usually considered by the staff afloat as the enemy of all mankind. It is natural enough, for as a rule the wiggings come through him, and he on his part gradually acquires the idea that he is quite competent to instruct a master upon any subject, that he is, in short, a vicarious person inheriting the combined wisdom of the board. This pretension is not in every case acknowledged. I regret to state that I rather carried with me the impression that masters had natural enemies, but when I consider the number of years I lived without keeping any journal or record of events, I am not prepared to argue that they do not indirectly invite trouble. I know that the search necessary to make dates fit in for this narrative has been by no means inconsiderable, and the good offices of Admiral Inglefield of Lloyd's has helped me to overcome past omissions. He caused a record of my commands to be made, thus helping me materially to put facts in the order in which they occurred. It would not have been possible to get a finer start than we had on that voyage, with a beautiful fine northeast wind that took us well down to St. Vincent. I find that we were running close upon 300 miles for several days, and then came the job of taking the ship into port on a fair moonlit night, not by any means a difficult matter when you are used to it, but if you permit it to get upon your imagination, curious results are at times obtained. I had made up my mind from past experiences that show irresolution on the bridge I would not. I had seen so many skippers wandering into an anchorage, and driving everyone mad in the course of getting a berth, that I was determined not to lay myself open to such a reproach. I once sailed with a man who, if he had the whole anchorage to choose from, would go and give a solitary vessel a foul berth, simply because he did not know where he wanted to go. I saw him do it once in Natal roads. Again, constantly stopping or easing the engines by guesswork ought to be avoided when coming to an anchorage, but I am talking of long ago, And I dare say the men of today know exactly when to ease their engines so as not to lose time. On this particular occasion, I thought I knew where I wanted to go, and was going there in a hurry. I anchored rather sooner than I had meant to do, but it was all right, and Escombe came to congratulate me on the way I had brought the ship in. I had, however, already discovered that there was a much better berth than the one I was in, and had given orders to get the anchor and shift at once, which I did, carefully keeping my reasons to myself for doing so. I may remark that in most places steamers anchor closer inshore than sailing ships. In St. Vincent they reverse this order of things. We coaled up and left in due course. There were not many saloon passengers, but we were a very cheery party. It was distinctly the commencement of a liberal education to have the intimate acquaintance of a man like Escombe, who, in addition to great natural gifts, had acquired an omnivorous appetite for knowledge. Especially keen was he upon astronomy, and his store of information was always open to draw upon. Even in the intricacies of a seaman's calling he was well versed, for his practice at the bar had put many strange cases before him to unravel. There was not much else that called for comment before we reached Algoa Bay. Here Escombe transshipped to a coasting steamer in order to reach Natal sooner than we should, for we had to discharge a portion of our cargo. He did so against my advice, and as he did not save the time he anticipated, forfeited a bet to me of the best pair of binocular glasses to be got at Baker's of Holborn. They lasted me for my time at sea, and I never saw a better pair. In Algoa Bay, the Dunrobin Castle was at anchor. She was commanded by Alec Winchester, who was a splendid seaman and a marvel at handling his ship. My old friend Barnes was also chief officer there, for Mr. Curry, as he then was always pleased to snap up any good officer who was leaving our service. By this time there was a little better feeling between the two services, and I know that Alec Winchester put me up to many things concerning a ship which few learn save by actual experience, and I am glad to acknowledge the obligation. We went on to Natal, finished our discharge and loading, and in due course arrived at Table Bay on the homeward trip one Sunday afternoon. As it was getting dusk, and there was more than a bit of southeaster blowing, I should like to pass over this incident, but cannot in fairness to the truth of this story. The entrance to Cape Town dock in those days bore a resemblance to a donkey's hind leg, inasmuch as there was a crook in it. The inside of this crook was formed by the end of a stone wall and a small jetty, and it was arranged that we were to stay in the lock or entrance until we sailed. I started to get in, but as the two insides of the crook were to leeward of me, I found myself hitting the end of the stone pier rather hard while the stern of the ship rested gracefully on the jetty. The African, I thank Providence for it, had a clipper bow. "Go forward," said I to the third officer, "and see how much of her is smashed up." He returned with the information that the ship was intact and uninjured. She had only run up the stone wall a little and displaced a big stone or two. By this time we had got out hawsers and warped her to windward, where we remained until sailing day, and an hour afterwards were sitting at dinner. I thought many kind things concerning Providence, but even then I fear I did not realize to the full what my obligations were. Sailing day came, still blowing hard from southeast, and I had to back the ship out stern first. I did not look forward with any degree of confidence to the job, but kept a face of brass to all and sundry. Worley, who was there in dock, came and chatted just before I started, and pointed out with perfect accuracy just exactly how the ship would behave under stern way. It was very good of him, and I told him so. We got out with no accident. In fact, I was satisfied, and I have frequently noticed that if I have that feeling, most people concerned share it with me. An hour after the time fixed for our departure, the Warwick Castle, Mr. Curry's newest and fastest ship, was to leave. She was commanded by Captain Webster, who I was told had promised to make an exhibition of my ship. As soon as I was clear of the breakwater, I got the canvas on, and I rather fancy my chief engineer had got the needle too, for although we saw the Warwick come out of the bay, gain on us she could not, and we saw her astern for a day or more when we lost sight of her. The reason, of course, was that we had a spanking trade wind, and our canvas helped us. We carried a fair wind to Cape Verde, and then I knew that our advantage was over. When we arrived at Madeira, the other ship had left some hours, but we were told that Captain Webster had spent some time in the stokehole of the Warwick, and was furious at his inability to pass us. As showing the relative merits of Southampton and London as ports for southern-going steamers, let me mention that my ship was docked and discharging, and I had been to London and seen my directors before the Warwick Castle had passed Gravesend. There was nothing of special note that happened between Madeira and Plymouth, but I left the latter port at 5 on a December afternoon with a fog coming on. I kept her going, and was justified in doing so by the fact that I hit nothing. At last, getting into I think it was 9 fathoms of water, I turned her round due west, and saw the needles light red on my starboard beam. I need say no more than that Providence perhaps showed partiality even to the end on my first voyage. I should say that when I met my directors, Mr. Mercer was kind enough to say that I had made a remarkable passage to Madeira. End of section 14.
Section 15 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alistair Cameron. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley, Chapter 8, Part 1. 'Tis a pity that truth, brother Toby, should shut herself up in such impregnable fastnesses. Sterne. It was a very comfortable feeling to find myself one of the circle that I had looked up to and envied so long, but it did not appear to me that I was in any way a different person to that which I had ever been. I mean that I experienced none of that feeling of proud omnipotence which I had always imagined to be part and parcel of a master. Perhaps this was partly due to the fact that my old crony Harry Owen was in port, preparatory to sailing for Natal in command of a tug built for the company's service. Certainly no one could be serious for long in his company. The Union, as she was called, was a peculiar craft, for she had a propeller at each end, with a shaft extending from one end to the other, the object being to prevent racing on the short seas of Natal Bar by always having one propeller in the water. Bernard Copp, now Captain Copp of Southampton, and one of the last of the old crowd, was chief officer, and I think that the events of that passage might have been chronicled with advantage, as they were related to me in language of extreme raciness. I passed her off Arguelles on the next voyage, and she arrived at Natal in safety after many vicissitudes. It was no part of my business to grumble, but I felt inclined to when I learned that we were to have 10 days at home and sail on Christmas Day of all days. It was an outrage, for there was no necessity for it. It was just one of those sardonic jokes that directors collectively at times take a delight in. We were to carry no passengers, but were to make a somewhat longer trip than usual, for after going up to and down from Natal, we were to make a trip to Zanzibar before returning home. In fact, it was to be a 5 months' voyage. Never shall I forget that Christmas morning. We were to leave at noon, and everyone seemed anxious to kick us out and go back to their own firesides. Also, I had more than an idea that several of the crew had not quite got over Christmas Eve. I had a boatswain named Barrett, a good man, but one who wanted some handling. We got outside the Needles and found a stiff breeze blowing, with too much wind to carry whole trysails, so the job was to put in a reef and set them. By this time, most of the crew were asleep, and my chief officer was hardly the man physically to get a move on them, so I proceeded in the first place to the boatswain's cabin. It was touch and go how it went, but Barrett was sober enough to retain a pride in his manhood, and after that there was no more trouble. He was a man of powerful physique, so the crew appeared in a twinkling, like bees from a disturbed hive, and the work was soon done. The doctor, who was named Ernest Walters and now practices in Essex, proved himself a good, useful man when occasion arose, even outside his own work. I had been trying to see what I could do to improve the compasses in dock, with so unsatisfactory a result that I did not feel sure whether I should make the Start or Ushant going down channel, for we were not to call at Plymouth that trip. I had to replace a much-loathed compensation at the first opportunity, but we did fairly well on the whole, coming in for a fair dusting, however, as we got off Finisterre. About this time there were two schools of thought as to the best way to handle a steamer in bad weather. One party maintained that head on to the sea was the correct plan. The other people varied in detail, but agreed in denouncing the end-on principle. On this occasion I tried the end-on plan, but came to the conclusion, which I have since retained, that almost any position is better in really bad weather. Of course, the size of the vessel has a great deal to do with it. To the best of my belief, we got to Cape Town and docked on the morning of January 22nd, 1879, the day on which the Battle of Saint Luana was fought. We had a good bit of cargo to land, and there was no great hurry. That evening I was in town, gossiping at the club or something of the sort about 11 p.m, when a rumour was whispered of a great British defeat. All the company's shore officials were in the country or in bed, and it occurred to me that there were troops in Cape Town who would have to be moved up to Natal, also that I was the man to do it in a hurry. I made at once for the office of the Cape Argus, and by dint of an exercise of modesty got hold of the editor. I wish I could remember his name. He was not popular, but on this occasion showed me every courtesy. Without giving particulars, he told me a disaster had happened, and that reinforcements were urgently wanted at the front. That was enough for my purpose. I made straight for Government House, from there to the castle, and then went down to the ship, knowing that I had secured the job to take what troops there were to Natal. This was all the more satisfactory because there were 3 or 4 curry ships in the dock that could have sailed at short notice, but I doubt if they could have gone as fast as we did. When daylight came in, I set everyone to work to get the cargo out of the 'tween decks to make room for the troops, and I must say my fellows worked like good ones. That afternoon I went up to see Sir Gordon Sprigg, who was then Premier, and promised that I would not anchor between the Cape and Natal. By the courtesy of Captain A.D.W. Brown, Captain and Adjutant of 2nd Battalion, the King's Own Regiment, I am able to quote from the regimental records. The detachment at Cape Town, i.e. C, G and half E companies, with Major Elliot, Captains Knox and Leggett, and Lieutenants Bonomi and Ridley, was brought at a few hours' notice to Maritzburg, sailing in the SS African on January 23rd, and landing at Durban on the 26th. I take leave, however, to doubt the absolute accuracy of this record, for the following reason. The disaster happened on the 22nd. Certainly one day elapsed, for it was in the afternoon of the 23rd that I saw Sir Gordon Sprigg, and I have a distinct recollection of going out of dock in a thick fog before breakfast, and the caution of the port captain that there was a big sailing ship at anchor very near the dock entrance. This discrepancy, however, is of no great importance. There was one little incident in the embarkation of the troops that took my fancy very much. Said young Bonomi, "Did you notice, Major, when we left, that the barracks were on fire?" as if the matter were one of the smallest importance only. If they were burning, at all events, they were soon extinguished. We left Cape Town docks in a thick fog, which, however, cleared when we got to the entrance of the bay, and we made the best of our way round the coast. We had to call in at Algoa Bay, but I did not anchor, as I had to do, though for a few minutes only, at East London, and on the evening of the 26th we were all very thankful to make the bluff light at Natal, where we anchored about 8 p.m. I should explain that by common report it was one of the threats of Cetewayo that one night he would come in and put out the big candle on the bluff, meaning the lighthouse, so that when we saw the light it gave us relief, for we knew at all events that the worst had not happened. It's an easy matter to think it over quietly now, but at the time there was a great deal of uncertainty as to what the Zulu power was really capable of, and on the previous voyage I had heard Judge Lushington Phillips, who knew the country thoroughly, make the remark that if we tackled the Zulus, we should have many empty saddles before the affair was finished, which unfortunately was a true forecast. Captain Bainton was acting now as the company's manager in Natal. He came off at the earliest moment to disembark the troops. He also gave me instruction to land one of the African's 12-pounder guns with all its necessary equipment for the defence of the Pinetown laager. This was done and the gun was duly mounted, though never used. There is no doubt that at that time Durban was very uncertain as to what would happen. A decision had been come to that if the worst came to the worst, they would all have to take to the ships, and consequently great wooden barricades had been hastily run up across the point to assist in resisting any victorious impi that might be out on that particular piece of business. Very many of the stoutly built houses in Durban were loopholed with sandbags, and the entire male population was being organised for the best resistance possible. On the first evening I landed, I went to some big hall. I forget which it was, and saw the Inspector of Police, Alexander, putting the townsmen through their drill with old Snyder rifles. There never was a more attentive class. So far as my remembrance serves me, there was not at this time any naval officer to superintend at the point. All that sort of thing came in the course of the next month or so. But although Rorke's Drift had been fought and the Zulu rush stayed, the ordinary trade had to be carried on, and I was soon dispatched down the coast again. It is wonderful in these cases of emergency what can be effected by the display of pluck and experience. In all the excitement which prevailed, Bainton was unmoved, save with some little scorn, perhaps, for those who took too seriously the normal reverses of war. The 24th Regiment, which was cut up at Islandwana, was a great favourite with everyone, and I had known many of the officers intimately and enjoyed the hospitality of their mess. To this day, Pat Daly's picture hangs in my bedroom as a memento of one of the cherished friendships of early days, for he was of the best of them. But old Ted was sternly practical, and retailed for the benefit of the uninitiated the lessons he had learned in the Crimean War. As it happened, on the previous voyage home I had with me, as passengers, wives and children of officers who were killed, and the disaster came to me with a great sense of personal loss. It was found by experience that the Zanzibar mail work could be better done by larger vessels than those we had on the coast, and the African was to be the first of our intermediates to make the trip. One of our captains, H. de la Cour Travers, had been on shore on the east coast for some little time on company's business, and he came up the coast with me. Nothing of importance occurred, but our stay at Zanzibar was a very pleasant one. Leaving that port there were two passengers of interest. One was Archibald Forbes, the other Lord William Beresford. Of the great war correspondent there is little that is fresh to be said, but the following anecdote may be permissible. I did not like card-playing in the saloon on Sundays, and said so, but when I was in my cabin dozing after dinner with one eye open, some of the others came to Forbes, asking him to play and to disregard me. "No," said Forbes, "the skipper isn't a bad chap and he doesn't like it, so there will be no play." And there was not. This was the more noticeable, for I had had to address a few unpleasant remarks to him on a certain subject. With regard to Lord William, it was another matter. We most of us have an idea of the energies of the Beresford family, but here was the quintessence of it. I first met him jumping down the steps of D'Souza's shop, just as a child would do, both feet together. We were soon on very good terms, and I owe to him my introduction to Gordon's poems and some other things of a like nature. He was full of romance, and in order to get a look in at the Zulu War, was taking letters from Lord Lytton, the Governor-General of India, whose ADC he had been. I never saw him again after I said goodbye in Durban Club, with the words, "Luck and the VC." He got both. Natal Roads was a different place in April to what it had been in January, or even March. There was a great collection of steamships there, and the entire harbour was very busy. We skippers found it a little awkward to get on shore and come off again, for the company's tug was almost the only reliable conveyance, and she could not spare individual attention to our ship only. Eventually, the Curries got a tug of their own, and that made matters better. The African was now bound home, and things were working very smoothly. Sailing from Cape Town, however, we stayed in the bay for some hours to pick up some celebrities who wished to sail with us. Among these was the Reverend Charles Clark, the celebrated elocutionist. We became great friends, and I enjoyed his society very much. The saloon was full of passengers, and I well remember the events of that sailing day. I had to deal with peppery men standing up for their rights on the one hand, and the supplications of beauty and distress on the other, whilst looking on with calm serenity were the wonderful eyes that years afterwards were to be my guiding stars. I had to exercise considerable diplomacy to arrange matters, but eventually it was done, and peace reigned for the rest of the trip. Upon that occasion we had a really live ship's mother, and anyone who has travelled much knows what that means. But she was a charming, good-natured soul, and her husband was the best-tempered man I think I ever met. In case they are still alive and chance upon these lines, I should like to say that the kindest remembrances of them remain, for we were shipmates afterwards on more than one occasion. There was a very fair spell at home that time, and I had my first experience of playing expert witness in a law case. It related to the loss of a vessel on Point Pedrone in Algoa Bay, and the fees we received were grateful and comforting, but the masterly summing up of the case by the then Master of the Rolls, Sir George Jessel, was a thing to remember. We were still on the direct Algoa Bay, Natal and Zanzibar route, which was out to Natal, then to the Cape, then Zanzibar, and home via Cape Town. Calling at Delagoa Bay on the outward trip, we took on board H.E. Governor Castillo, who was proceeding to Mozambique. He was a naval officer by profession, Portuguese, and had been well known for some years as consul in Cape Town. He was a man of very marked ability, and spoke English perfectly. I once asked him how it was he spoke our tongue with such purity. His reply was, "You learn to speak from your nurse. I learned my English from the Spectator." I quite recently had a pleasant reminder of our old friendship, for he sent me his photograph. He is now an admiral, and I have to mention him more than once in these pages. There's always a certain rivalry between seamen, and it was not wanting in this case. Mozambique is a port that in those days was not entered during the hours of darkness, as there were no leading lights to ensure safe navigation. It was dark before we made the light on St. George's Island, and Castillo observed to me that I should have to anchor outside. The spirit of opposition made me reply that I should go inside. To make a long story short, I turned in just a little too soon, and the port lead gave half forward just north of the island light. It was coral formation, and that meant very close to the bottom. Castillo, who was on the bridge, said, "You're on the north side." But I knew better, ported the helm and went full speed, and was into safety once more. But it was touch and go. However, by this time I'd got confidence on the bridge, and thank heaven it never left me. I left my friend the governor at Mozambique, for he told me he was going to the Cape en route for home, with me on the downward trip. Need I say that there are times when masters of ships are charged with delicate commissions? The trip under notice was a case in point. The agent of a company, if properly accredited, is supposed to exercise the powers of the owners if need arises, but the master is also the owner's representative so far as his ship is concerned. The point is a nice one, as to how far it lies in the power of an agent to supersede the master's authority, but the problem is not perhaps now so difficult when there are so many facilities for cabling information. In my time, however, our masters were not taking more orders from the smaller agencies than they could comfortably manage. Our Zanzibar agent was a man rather awkward to deal with, but he always consulted me before deciding any point concerning any ship. When I left Cape Town, I was charged by our chief agent, afterwards Sir T.E. Fuller, KCMG, as to whose authority there was no doubt, to confer with the Zanzibar agent as to the company's accounts, which were apparently in a somewhat backward condition. This was rather a delicate matter, but I did my best, and the affair passed off very well, as I thought, and I received the assurance that the accounts should be forthcoming without more delay. HMS London was the station ship at Zanzibar for the suppression of the slave traffic, and naturally we were on good terms with the various officers, and on the morning we were to leave I went to the Sultan's levee with them. The preceding evening we'd illuminated the ship with blue lights, as it was Ramadan time, and His Highness Sayed Bouresh was kind enough to compliment me on the appearance of the African, for from his watchtower he could see all that went on. The levee was over by 10 a.m, and I went on board in order to sail at noon. About 12:30 the agent arrived with the ship's papers, and I casually observed that I was very fond of punctuality, little dreaming of the mine I was setting fire to. Amongst other things, he said something about wishing to send some particular sort of ox and a goat to Algoa Bay. I judged that he had intended to do so, and thought no more about it. We left the port and proceeded through the pass all right. But unknown to me, and while I was at the levee, the Sultan had sent on board, as it turned out eventually as a present to me in recognition of our fireworks, an ox and a goat, which I imagined when I saw them were the ox and the goat referred to by the agent to be landed in Algoa Bay. There that matter can rest for the present, but there is more to follow. At Mozambique, we picked up both the old and the new governors of Delagoa Bay and a Major de Andrade, who was to be landed at Quillimane. I think he has since played an important part in Portuguese East Africa. When we got to Quillimane, there was no sign of craft coming out, so after a long waiting, we put the passengers, mails and specie on board an Arab schooner anchored outside and left for Delagoa Bay. It may appear in these days a loose way of doing business, but there was then no help for it. About this time, Delagoa Bay was in a very poor state politically. There was government by an autocracy, not always a wise one at that, and the management of the natives was a source of considerable profit to the so-called emigration agents. In fact, affairs were in bad confusion, and I scarcely think Castillo was sorry to turn his back on the scene of his late governorship, for events there had been a little too hard to manage. We got down to the shoals as it was getting dusk, and a heavy sea was breaking on many of the shoal patches. There were no marks or lights, so I put her at one of the dark patches of water, and she came through all right. In fact, it was about as safe a plan as could have been adopted, but I will admit it was rough and ready navigation, adapted to the needs of the time and also the circumstances of the case. We got to Cape Town in due course on the way home. There, to my satisfaction, I met my friend Herbert Rhodes and got up a little luncheon party on board to celebrate the occasion. I thought I'd picked my party well, for I had Castillo and Rhodes who sat opposite one another and next to me. There was F. St. Leger, the Saint, as the dear old editor of the Cape Times was commonly called, Peter van Breda, and others whose names do not now occur to me. I was greatly surprised to find that Castillo did not talk willingly to Rhodes, and that the latter had some reason for mirth which he did not impart to me at the time. When we left the table, Castillo observed to me, "If I could have laid hold of your friend in Delagoa Bay, he would have gone to jail for a long time." I was a bit astonished, but the party then broke up. Here was the reason of it all. For some years past, there had been a lot of young Englishmen coming to South Africa in search of adventure, and there was very little that was too hot or too heavy for some of them to tackle in one way or the other. Some were soldiers. I remember Major Goodall and Captain Elton in the early 70s. Then there were young men such as Downey, Reggie Fairley, Campbell and others like Rhodes. They might be hunting or transport riding or exploring, but one was fairly confident that no piece of mischief was past that could by any means be negotiated. Now, some little way up the river that runs into Delagoa Bay, there lived a dusky potentate whose soul thirsted for the possession of some piece of artillery, be it ever so small, and as proof of his earnestness, offered in return a tumbler full of diamonds. I never heard that they were to be of any fixed value, but they ought to have been, for the Portuguese strictly forbade the importation of artillery of any sort or kind, and it would go hard with anyone engaged in smuggling. I'm not certain who Rhodes' companions were, but some of those I've mentioned were surely in the job. They chartered a little schooner at Natal, named the Pelham, then got a 6-pounder old brass gun, which they smuggled on shore at Delagoa Bay one night and buried in the mangrove bushes above the town. They got their diamonds, and then, instead of getting on board their craft as sensible or older men would have done, they proceeded to paint Lorenzo Marcas red in the brightest coloured paint procurable. There was a certain lady there with very sharp ears who, forming a conclusion, gave the game away to the authorities, and the young adventurers owed their freedom to the fact that there did not happen to be a Portuguese gunboat in Delagoa Bay, as there usually was. Doubtless, however, that absence had been taken into consideration. This was the last occasion but one on which I saw my friend Rhodes. The last was when he came off to my ship at Quillimane, a short time after this, to bring some ivory tusks for home, to get some Eno's fruit salt, and if possible a toothbrush, and chiefly to see me. It seems that he had got some great shooting concession from a chief up country, and was going the next day to take possession of it. We had a long yarn about mutual friends, and that was the last of him, for some accident happened at the campfire the next day, and he was so burned that death in agony was the end of a man who, in my mind, always stands as an embodiment of Charles Ravenshaw. End of section 15.
Section 16 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Ted Leinhart. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 8, Part 2. About this time I had as passenger the late Arthur Sketchley of Mrs. Brown fame, going out to write that lady's adventures in South Africa. He was a man of great bulk and moved slowly. One night at dinner, some boys were very happy and jolly. He turned to me saying, young men, they can run, jump, laugh, eat, make love, do anything. Ugh, I hate 'em." On my next passage from home, we got a very severe dusting just south of the Bay of Biscay. I find by my notes that we lost a lifeboat, got the bridge rails smashed, man washed from the wheel, and various other damages. But these things will happen at times. We got to Algoa Bay on December 25th, 1879, and there the fun began concerning the ox and goat being landed in an unauthorized manner, and I was liable for all sorts of fines. Further, I was told that the Zanzibar agent had written about a buffalo and a calf, and these were not as described. Given these circumstances, there can be lots of correspondence, and, as in this case, serious results. About this time, I was in severe domestic trouble, such as shakes a man to his foundations, but fortunately, perhaps, if you happen to be a cogwheel of a machine, you are kept grinding and so have less time to brood over the workings of fate. I was thankful for the companionship of two of my passengers, one Herbert de la Rue and the other Fred Struben, both of whom are now well-known men. We got to Zanzibar, and there it was reported to me that the agent had been spreading reports concerning my sobriety when I left the port on the previous voyage. I did not concern myself about this until the agent made the statement to my chief officer. It was all over the ox and goat, for the statement was that I was told in good plain English by the agent that they were a present to me from the Sultan, but I was not in a fit state to comprehend what was said. Now on the morning in question I had been, as I have said, to the Sultan's levee and had not touched intoxicants at the time of leaving port. The inference that coffee and sherbet had influenced me was of course unbearable. However, as the statement was persisted in, there was no alternative but to take the matter before the consul. There were numbers of independent witnesses from the shore to testify on my behalf, and the agent was fined and mulcted in costs. They had a fine, expeditious way of doing business in that court, for a defendant is ordered to appear forthwith. To close the incident, there was some talk in the harbor about the cheek of a master putting an agent in the court, but I knew that unless I took immediate steps, the lie might have lasted my lifetime. The next time I faced my board and the business came up, the chairman, Sir Benjamin Phillips, said to me, "We think that you acted quite rightly, sir," and that was all that I required. I should like also to put on record my sense of appreciation of the kindness of Sir John and Lady Kirk, Sir John being at that time political agent at Zanzibar. The remainder of this voyage, so far as I was concerned, was uneventful, save that I found it quite necessary to really practice star navigation. I had then with me, as chief officer, Franz K. Thim, an old Worcester boy, and he seconded my efforts by all the means in his power. Between us, we came to the conclusion that we could be, if necessary, independent of daylight observations, and that state of things was useful on a coast where currents often run both strongly and in uncertain directions. But apart from its usefulness during the whole of my sea career, I never lost a sense of wonderment that man could compile such a book as the Nautical Almanac. To step on deck, take 3 or 4 all-round shots at stars, and then go in and place the ship to a nicety, gives one cause for reflection and thankfulness for the work of the great discoverers who have so benefited those who came after them. When we arrived home, there were some changes made. Waite, who I have explained was my senior in command by a few days, was in port in the American, and there was then building on the Clyde the Trojan, to which it was necessary to appoint a master to finally supervise her fitting out and bring her round to Southampton. One day Waite was ordered to go north, and I to the American. Then Waite was ordered back to his old ship, and I to the Trojan. This was rather a fortunate thing for me, as on the passage out, when on the line, the American broke her screw shaft and sank. Fortunately, all hands were saved, to the infinite credit of her captain and officers. Captain Hepworth, RNR CB, of the Meteorological Office, was then chief officer, and my old friend Jones of the Basuto was the second. I came to hear of the accident in the following manner. I was in my lodgings one afternoon when the office messenger, Fancourt, came in with a face of great importance. Captain Dixon's compliments, and he would like to see you at once. Those who have known Fancourt will realize the manner in which the message was delivered, for I really believe he thought he ran the company, in the same manner that the limelight man dominates the stage. I went to the office of my chief, who paid me a great compliment, or else was pulling my leg. The table was covered with charts, and he said, "The American has sunk in latitude blank, longitude blank. All hands saved in the boats. I want you to tell me where we should look to find these boats, for I conclude you know more about this than any of us." As it happened, I was wrong in my estimate, for the boats were picked up by ships, but the currents, both the Guinea and Equatorial, might have played a part in their destination. Some of the passengers had a second shipwreck in the vessel that picked them up, and there were fatalities. I cannot quite remember how the news first reached home, but several details stood out rather prominently. One was that the theater on the poop, where theatricals had taken place the preceding evening, was conspicuous as she sank, and also that the second officer had been seen getting the butcher's water tank into his lifeboat. That was typical of Jones, essentially a practical seaman. I asked him afterwards to tell me about it, and whether he had any trouble at all. When I got down in the boat, he said, to get things in order, I chucked out several bundles of things that were of no use and took up room, one of which belonged to the cook, who resented my action. I just told him that if he said more, I would see that he followed his bundle, and there was no more trouble. It has always been a matter of congratulation to me that I escaped being in that business. Captain Waite was very justly highly complimented for his action, and his officers, too, received their meed of recognition. I duly went north to take over the Trojan. She was a ship of something under 4,000 tons, but that was big for us in these days. Taken all round, she was one of the nicest little ships I ever had to do with, and curiously enough, she was the second ship that carried an electric light. I fancy the city of Berlin was the first, but the Trojan was the second. It was merely an arc lamp in the saloon, and Captain Dixon referred to it as one of the chairman's fads. A special cabin also was being fitted up to bring home the Empress Eugenie from the Cape. She had traveled out in the German. I found the two brothers Thompson, who built the ship, very agreeable, and they did their best to make my stay pleasant. Leaving Clydebank on the top of high water, we actually bridged the Clyde. By accident, it was true, but we might easily have been in a very awkward fix. We went into the Gairloch to adjust our compasses, and there I first had the pleasure of meeting Sir William Thompson, afterwards Lord Kelvin. Seamen should be eternally grateful to him, for in addition to a perfect compass, he gave us also a sounding machine which, if fairly used, is simply invaluable. I once asked him, some years after this, for I am pleased to say that I retained his friendship, why he could not give us a reliable log that would register the ship's speed accurately. He replied that there would be no difficulty in doing that, but as it would engender a false confidence, he thought it better left alone, for surface currents that could not be accounted for would falsify the correctness of any log. We did not run our official trials in the north, but at Stokes Bay. On the way round, Captain Dixon was with us, and I learned that I was to take the ship out. This, I thought at the time, was a little too good to be true, for I knew some senior would come along and hustle me out of her, and after we had our speed trial in Stokes Bay, sure enough, Travers had managed to so work it that he came home in the Asiatic, and the exchange was duly effected. My connection with the Trojan was not a long one, but for many reasons it was eminently pleasant. For instance, it had given me an opportunity to meet, unofficially as it were, most of my directors, and it convinced me that there were times when they could behave as human beings. I should especially like to mention the unvarying courtesy of Mr. Giles, who had succeeded to the chair. He was then member for Southampton, and his dinner parties at Radley's, to which all our captains in port were invited, were functions much appreciated by those asked to attend. There have been many ugly ships afloat, the Basuto, for instance, but for sheer naked ugliness and brutality unashamed, the Asiatic must be given the palm. She was built at some north country port and had a bow like a circular haystack. When she was light and a breeze was blowing, very nice handling was required to prevent her taking charge herself. But she had her good points. For one thing, there was a decent compass, and she handled well in fine weather. For the rest, she was comfortable enough at sea, but had not been well attended to as regards her upkeep, and wore a slovenly aspect altogether. This I at once set myself to remedy, and she presented a vastly different appearance the next time she came into Southampton. We, of course, were on the intermediate service, but when we arrived at Zanzibar for some reason, there was great jollification going on, in which we participated. I gave a dinner and ball attended by every lady in the place, except two, the French consul's wife and sister. They were absent, as the captain of a French man-of-war told me in strict confidence, because the unmarried sister's dress was prettier than that of Madame. The fact remains that we mustered, I think, 8 ladies, and they were very well pleased. What was of more importance, however, to my mind, was a shooting match got up between the officers of the cable-laying ship HMS London and ourselves. The London found the rifles and the ammunition, and P.G. Vanderbilt, one of the lieutenants, was in charge of the London team. I had known his people at the Cape for years past, and was afterwards shipmates with him in the old Devastation. We sailed up the harbor in one of the London's sailing cutters. They had several, and very fancifully named they were, after the names then in vogue on the front pages of waltz music. This one was called Olga, and she was navigated and conned by Vanderbilt as if she had been a battleship. It is, perhaps, needless to say that we were fairly well provided also for a picnic. I had in my team a great big hulking quartermaster whom I had seen do very well on the range at home, and I was relying upon him and some of my officers to make a good show. To make a long story short, the Londons shot abominably, and we did rather worse, the cable ship being a bad third. My quartermaster was a distinct failure. The Londons were delighted to find they were not beaten, for it turned out afterwards that their captain would have been vexed had they been. It was at this time that I made the acquaintance of Captain Ullis, R.N., who was navigator to the London. I always found navigating officers most willing to help a shipmaster with the time or any information that may be at their disposal. I fancy it was on this voyage also that I first met H.M. Stanley. I was taken by one of the officers from the consulate, a nice fellow named Holmwood, into a large, low, fairly light room. A small white man was leaning against the wall, and squatted all round the room where the men Stanley was engaging for his trip to the interior. It was a rather remarkable gathering, but if the truth be told, neither then nor afterwards did he give me the impression of being the remarkable man he in reality was. There was also in the port that beautiful yacht, the Lancashire Witch, afterwards bought by the Admiralty for a surveying craft. She was owned by Sir Thomas Hesketh, but I do not remember making his acquaintance. The Sultan's forces were then under the command of a British naval officer named Matthews, and it was very remarkable the success that attended his efforts. His men regarded him with immense respect and veneration, and would have gone through fire and water for him. It was quite a sight to see them drilling in the square in front of the palace. I ought also to say that the Sultan was most generous in providing horses for visitors who wished to ride. He had a sort of a henchman called Mohammed, who spoke very good English, but was not, if my memory serves me, an unswerving Mohammedan, for at times he admired the wines of France. Although afflicted badly with elephantiasis, a very common complaint there, he would always manage any little matter that might be required on shore, but naturally he liked his perquisites and saw that he got them. If report spoke correctly, he could have told the tale as to how the death of gallant Captain Brownrigg, R.N., was brought about, but as I cannot state facts, it is little use talking over that sad story. There were quite a nice lot of passengers for the homeward trip from Natal and the Cape, amongst them a newly married couple, the bride being a very beautiful Dutch girl. Before we left the Cape, there was quite a gay time. One day we started out in a drag for a picnic at Newlands, but it came on to rain badly. There was a man I knew lived near to where we were, named Raphael Ben-Susan, and he was a good fellow, so we drove up to the house. He was not in, but his brother, or a male relative, was, and he joined us in our picnic on the floor of the dining room, for as it happened, the house was half shut up. That was a very jolly afternoon, and the day ended with one of those balls in the Exchange Building that went far to make Cape Town one of the pleasantest places to know. The following story is absolutely true and shows how circumstances at times seem to try and assist the hangman to put the rope round the victim's neck. It was my custom when in command to sleep in the afternoon and then remain about well into the middle watch. In the Asiatic, my cabin was at the fore end of the saloon on the starboard side. One night, about 12:30, I was sitting up with a Captain Le Breton, smoking and yarning. The door was open, windows and ports also, for the night was very warm. This was before the time of electric lamps, and my cabin was lit by a moderator lamp and another one hung in the saloon, for ordinary cabin lights were extinguished at 11 p.m., save when by the doctor's orders they were kept burning. Suddenly in rushed a girl, yelling that someone was looking into her cabin through the porthole and asking to be saved, flung herself down in a chair, and went off into a faint. Just at that moment a puff of wind blew my lamp out, a thing that had not happened before to my knowledge. Then I went for the lamp in the saloon, which also went out, after which I got the quartermaster's bull's-eye and went and called the stewardess, who took the frightened girl back to her cabin and put things straight once more. When I and my companion were alone again, I asked him if he was on a jury, would he believe in such a combination of circumstances, and he gave an unhesitating no, and I can certainly say neither would I. The Asiatic got back to Southampton looking so smart that she hardly knew herself. It's really wrong to make fun of my ship, but on her first voyage, when she was commanded by Captain Coxwell, the Commodore, on her arrival in Algoa Bay, he was chaffed by his acquaintances upon his skill in bringing in his ship stern first, for they pretended to believe that no vessel in existence could have a bow like the Asiatic. They might almost have been forgiven for the belief. Back now once more to the African, for as far as seniority went, I was in my proper place there. The directors had come to the conclusion that they would run a monthly line to Hamburg in connection with the intermediate service to Zanzibar, and the African was the first one to undertake this business. Our chairman, Mr. Giles, who had carried out engineering work at Cuxhaven, thought it fair to masters to send them over first as passengers to let them see what the Elbe was like before taking their ships there. This was a considerate act, for a frozen river was a novel experience to me, if not to others. I therefore took passage in one of the general steam navigation ships. The Elbe was frozen over, and it was curious to see the steamer charging a great flow of ice and splitting and rending her way through it all. The main difficulty, however, appeared to be that the injection water occasionally froze, and there they had to use a special contrivance for blowing steam through the injection plate. I duly wired that information home, but no notice was taken of it, and I had just the same bother in the African. One could not help being impressed by the iron order imposed upon all and sundry in Hamburg. The people lived by rule, and they lived well. The docks were in excellent order, and far better fitted than were ours, either in London or Southampton. I was taken by the company's agent to a ball where the admission was 6 pence, It was 2 a.m., and there were about 3,000 people of the working class present, but not a sign of rowdiness or anyone the worse for drink. It was something of a revelation, but there was a great deal more to be learned than that. I suppose I, as most young Britons of the period, had the idea firmly fixed in my mind that we were the one people in the world and that no one else counted. Our agent was a very nice fellow, and we never had the smallest friction, but somehow or other he managed to convey to my mind that there was a nation of Germans that intended to become, as they thought themselves then, top dogs of the world. I have mentioned an earlier instance of this already. I saw all I could and went back to bring my ship over, and if anyone is under the impression that the North Sea is a nice place to navigate, they are welcome to their belief. It is not mine. I suppose that in time those trading there become accustomed to it, but it must make seamen of them, and this factor should be taken into consideration when appraising the worth of our Teutonic cousins as possible rivals at sea. It is undoubtedly a good thing to have a change of route. Constantly trading between the same places is pleasant in many ways, but you see little that is fresh, and the mind has a tendency to run in a groove which is not healthy. And again, fresh faces and places sharpen your wits, and remove the impression that you have learned all that there is to know. A first trip up the Elbe in the winter-time was a fine corrective for any feeling of stagnation. The company was kind enough to supply us with a North Sea pilot, a shipmaster acquainted with those waters, but I had no idea of letting him do aught else than consult me. In this case he was not anxious to assume any responsibility, but arriving one night after dark at the mouth of the Elbe, we got on board as a pilot a little old man who gave one the idea of Rip Van Winkle. There was a lot of ice coming down, and I was considerably surprised when the pilot asked me to put the anchor down with the ship making at least 6 knots through the water. It was quite all right, however, and the next day we got to Hamburg. My instructions were to give a dinner and entertainment to some of the shipping magnates, and that I proceeded to do, sending out invitations on the advice of our agent. The eventful evening came round, and I had had some doubt for a day or so as to the strict sobriety of my chief steward. As dinner was proceeding, I looked backwards where I could see the pantry, and then observed the steward in a helpless state of inebriety. He caught a look from me that would have sufficed to wither an anchor, but he was too far gone to be affected. My own personal servant and the head waiter pulled us through, however, all right. The dessert was hardly on the table when one of the guests was on his feet proposing the health of the Kaiser, and the rest got up and yelled "Hoch!" enough to lift the deck beams. I sat fast and said nothing, for the situation was an awkward one. I was host, but it was a British ship, and our Queen had to come first, so when the national ebullition had died down, I got on my feet as I said to propose the first toast of the evening, the Queen and the Kaiser. That was perhaps too great a concession, but it was better than discord under the circumstances. It was duly honored, and the rest was harmony, for I had provided music. My servant at that time was a perfect attendant. I scarcely needed to tell him anything, for he had the faculty of anticipating my wishes. There was one of the guests who was needlessly pro-German throughout the evening, but at the end of it he had to be put into a cab and sent home. I fancy that for his final brandy and soda he must have had brandy and gin. I gave no instruction or hint on the matter, but I had the impression that honors were about easy at the finish. A day or so afterwards he came to wish me bon voyage, but he did not seem very well, and I doubt if he meant it. It was so cold in Hamburg that the steam winches on deck had to be kept moving all night when not in use to prevent them freezing, and as the icebreaker was not then properly at work, we had to cut our own way through the ice going down the river. When we got back to Southampton, the ship's sides at the waterline were bare of paint, and the steel side was as bare as a knife and the same color. When we reached Natal in the course of that voyage, we heard of the outbreak of the First Boer War, which commenced by the shooting down of one of our regiments without any declaration of hostilities. I will only say this, that the feeling between the Dutch and the British was then, and for many years afterwards, so acute that the last Boer War was the inevitable outcome of it, and for this state of things I, in my own mind, have always considered Mr. Froude and his friends responsible. Left to themselves, the Boers would have accepted the ruling of Sir Bartle Frere had his administration in the Transvaal been carried out as he intended it should be. My chief officer in the African was a man I have mentioned before, E.T. Jones, who wore an abnormally large black beard from which he had acquired the sobriquet of Black Jones. I had the very highest regard for him in every way. When we arrived home in February 1881, as a matter of course I went to London to see the directors. At that time the Roman had been chartered to take out troops to Natal. There was then no master appointed to her, and I was questioned as to the ability of my chief officer, to which I replied that he was as good a man as I was. "But," said one director, "is that the man with the black beard that looks like a pirate?" And the conversation closed with a laugh and the intimation that they would come to Southampton to see about it. When I returned that evening, I got hold of Jones, and much against his will took him to a barber's and had his beard off. It was a time for heroic measures, for that use of the shears probably decided the matter in his favor. As, however, it would not do to send out troops with a man whose first voyage it was in command, he took the African and I the Roman, with orders to change again on the coast. As I write this, I have before me a letter signed by the officers who traveled in the Roman, thanking me for a pleasant passage. The first signature is Finch White, Major, 85th Light Infantry, commanding troops. It is followed by F. Grenfell, Lieutenant Colonel 60th Rifles, now Field Marshal Lord Grenfell. Amongst many others comes R. B. Lane, Major Rifle Brigade, now General Sir R. B. Lane, D. N. Stewart, 2nd Lieutenant 92nd Highlanders, who afterwards achieved honors in many parts of the Empire, and Charles E. Knox, Captain 85th Regiment, one of our best generals in the late war. They were a pleasant crowd to travel with, and the passage passed without a hitch. But so far as I was personally concerned, I had a little trouble, for on the line I discovered that my carpenter had been neglectful of his duties, and we had only 1 day's water on board. I said nothing about it, but put on the condenser night and day until we had refilled our tanks. I then put an officer in charge of them, but my chief engineer rose manfully to that occasion, for it was not pleasant to have many hundreds of men depending entirely upon condensed supplies. Major Lane and I became very intimate. He had a wonderful personality which attracted everyone, and I doubt not he still retains it. One evening he and I caught a booby, and the question was the best use to put it to. Colonel Grenfell was then asleep, and we thought it might be a good idea to put the bird in his bunk. We put that squawking beast on top of him as he lay, but he never turned a hair, only said, "Ugh, take the beastly thing away," and we did. It was no small test of a man's nerve, however, since tried and verified in many a tight corner. One thing struck me, however, on that trip, and it was the great interest taken by the officers in theological works of all sorts. There was a fine collection on board, and I remember reading one called The Approaching End of the Age by Grattan Guinness, which proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that the world must end by 1894. Going into Cape Town dock, it was blowing a strong southeaster, and the ship was listing heavily to starboard. We got the troops over to the port side, and that put her upright in a trice. It was very smartly done, but they only wanted a word to do what was wanted. Then we learned that the war was over. I fancy that Lord Roberts had already arrived and returned, and there were loud murmurs of discontent all round. We went on to Natal, however, and landed our troops. The late Admiral Andoe and Sir Edward Chichester were there disembarking officers, and they gave me a very nice certificate for the manner in which the entire job had been performed. By the way, I had a bet with Colonel Grenfell that the government that made the peace would not last 6 months, but I was wrong in the sequel. On the way back to the Cape, I had with me as passenger Sir J.H. de Villiers, the Lord Chief Justice, who told me that had peace not been made, the whole of South Africa would have risen in revolt, so perhaps things were as well as they were. I got back into my own ship at Mossel Bay and resumed regular work once more. End of section 16.
Section 17 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 9, Part 1. And the world went very well then. Mel B. Spur. I was glad to make the transfer with Jones at Mossel Bay. For one reason, it gave him a fair chance of retaining his command, for the Roman was to remain on the coast, and I also gave a certain sigh of satisfaction as I saw the blue ensign once again at the stern of the African, for she was a nice little ship and I was very fond of her. When I got on board, I found that Ballard and his wife were taking the passage home with me. It is a curious sensation, after you have been under the orders of a man, to meet him upon terms of equality, and to this day some of my old officers, now in command, cannot get over the inclination to say "sir" to me. I remember remonstrating with one of them some little time ago. He replied, "Well, I always said sir to you, and I always shall." He was an Irishman, and the episode took place in the House of Commons, whither he had dragged me to meet some of the leaders of the Irish party. It was on that occasion that I first met John Burns, now the Right Honourable, who, speaking of the then recently concluded Boer War, observed that we had beaten better men than ourselves, from which statement, guided by my past experience, I mildly dissented. On that passage home I lost overboard my boatswain, and, to the best of my recollection, he was the only man that parted company with me in that manner during my career at sea. I have known one or two instances of people disappearing on board ship, when the inference was they had gone overboard, but he was the only case of a man falling overboard and not being picked up. It happened this way. We were halfway across the bay and the ship was rolling with the promise of bad weather coming, when I gave the orders to get the anchors inboard, for they had been left at the bows on leaving Madeira. It was neither a dangerous nor a difficult operation, but I had spoken to the man that morning and, curiously enough, remarked to my chief the faraway look in his eyes. I think now that he was what the Scotch call fey, and that the hand of fate was upon him then. At all events, he was unshipping a piece of iron rail when he slipped overboard, hanging on to the rail, and sank like a stone. I was on the poop myself, and had a boat in the water immediately, but he never came to the surface again. We cruised round for at least an hour, and then I asked the men if anything more could be done. All agreed the case was hopeless, so we kept along on our course again. When next in Southampton, I sent a circular letter to the captains of all our ships asking them to make a collection for the widow. They very kindly did so, and a sufficient sum was obtained to set her up in a small shop in comfortable circumstances, but she never forgave me, I was told, because when she came to my lodgings with a sister prepared to make a scene, I declined the interview. I dare say I was wrong, but I had had trouble enough of my own, and my old landlady, a very privileged person hailing from the West Country, when announcing the callers, volunteered the advice, "Don't ye see her, sir?" And I thought the advice good. The ways of conscience are curious, and it manifests itself at times in absurd fashion. Here is an instance. Lodging in the same house was a chief officer, with whom I had been very friendly in years past, and was on good terms with then. One morning my landlady came to me with a request that I would go upstairs and see Mr. who had something important to say. I went, and there was my friend in bed, crying. It seems he had been out on the spree the day before, had inherited a bad headache, and had sent for me to say that he was going round to see his captain and confess his delinquency. Words were no use for a case of this sort. A threat of a hammering, duly translated into fact, ultimately brought home the light of reason to a good fellow who would have made a most excellent curate, but was too gentle to be a success at sea. On the next voyage, we were loading for home when instruction arrived that the African was to remain on the coast and do the mail service between the Cape and Natal. Trade on the coast was good, and it was no longer policy to depend upon the services of such vessels as the little Natal. The African was very well suited for the work, which was comparatively easy, at sea for at the outside 10 days a month, and the remainder of the time in harbour at the Cape or Natal. Unfortunately, we could not cross the bar at the latter port. Looking back at this period of my life, it occurs to me that it was good, and that I was not sufficiently appreciative at the time. There was an excellent ship's company. My chief, named Smythe, was afterwards long years in command and was a first-rate man. The other officers left nothing to be desired. There was a cook who satisfied all the passengers, and the ship was very nicely kept and popular on the coast. I had a sort of rough shelter built on the bridge for me, and when at sea always spent my nights there, for there was ample time to sleep when in port, but when the master of a mail steamer runs her on the principles of a yacht, it is apt to prove a little expensive. At that time, however, there seemed to be lots of money about, for people were always wanting some commission carried out that could be done without any infringement of the company's regulations. I find by reference to old letter books that in my letters to the home authorities I mentioned the fact that we seemed exceptionally fortunate so far as weather was concerned, and indeed the luck in this respect seems to run in cycles. I cannot remember that there was anything approaching bad weather during our spell on the coast. But I had one little accident which cost me a wigging. One night, coming down the coast, I had discharged a considerable quantity of sugar into a large lighter at East London, finishing about 9 p.m. The lighter could not then be taken inside, and the boatman asked me if I would give them a tow up alongside a steamer that was ahead of us. I thought it well to do so, and accordingly steamed up at a fair distance from the vessel ahead, going very slowly, and eventually stopping the engines while the lighter sheered off. The current by this time was setting us towards the Baltimore, the vessel I was taking the lighter to, and someone on board her sung out, "Hard a port, Captain, full speed ahead." A second later, and that would have been my order. As it was, wrath at the interference or impertinence surged uppermost, and I ordered, "Steady the helm, full speed." That also would have put things straight, but the engines had stuck a little on the centre, and the two ships rolled towards one another, my starboard quarter-boats catching her on the bow and suffering severely in the contact. This was just after the loss of the Teuton, and many people had acquired nerves in consequence when travelling. So, in addition to the crashing of the boats, the yells of the women passengers were not nice to listen to. As soon as the engine moved, there was no more trouble, and Captain Gibbs, who had been chief of the Essex when I was in her, and now commanded a steamer called the Clifton, very kindly lowered a boat and came alongside to ask if he could do anything for me. There was nothing to be done but proceed, which I did. Of course, retribution was bound to follow. It came in the shape of a letter from Captain Dixon, to whom of course I had reported the occurrence. In conveying an intimation from the directors as to the future avoidance of what might be termed somewhat lubberly conduct, he regretted that my helping other people had obliged him personally to address such a letter to me, but the lubberly conduct was underlined viciously by him, and I could picture the expression on his face as he did it, knowing perfectly well that it would create on me its calculated effect, though quite realizing that it was all just bad luck. It was not the only time in my experience, however, that ill-timed advice was productive of disaster, for, to quote the words of A. L. Gordon, "Take it kindly, no, I never could." It was about this period, the close of 1881, that the value of the Transvaal goldfields began to be discovered. That meant much, and at the end of the year General Sir Evelyn Wood was leaving Natal with some of his staff. If my recollection is correct, he had been acting as Lieutenant Governor of Natal. There are one or two incidents in connection with this matter that I may as well put on record. The bar at Natal was a very uncertain quantity. The channel at times was fairly good, for harbour works in a small way were going on practically always, but there were occasions when it was very bad and very shallow. When I knew that Sir Evelyn was to go with me as far as Delagoa Bay, I determined to make him as welcome as possible, and show all the attention I could, although I had not had the honour of meeting him. There was to be a farewell dance given at Durban, at which he would take his leave, he having already taken up his quarters at the Alexandra Hotel at the Point. I reasoned that if, instead of going from the dance to the hotel, he could come straight on board the African, it would be a great saving of time and trouble, for we were to leave at daylight in the morning. Accordingly, I got the skipper of our tug, the Union, who had been boatswain with me previously, to agree to take the passage of the Bar in the dark as soon as the party arrived at the Point, and I also gave my chief orders that when the tug was nearing the ship, he was to illuminate mastheads and yard arms with coloured lights. I was reckoning, however, without my host. In the afternoon I went on shore, and as I landed at the Point I met the General with some officer, I think it was Major Lane, who introduced me to him, and he immediately invited me to dine. I replied that I had no evening clothes on shore, to which he replied that I had better find some. At that time there was at the Point an ex-naval lieutenant named Woodruff. I remember that he had been flag lieutenant to Sir Harry Capel in China. We were great friends, and had consumed much midnight oil and other things together, for he was one of the nicest fellows I ever met, and was liked by everyone. He was commonly called Chummy, and as it happened he was about my size. To him I went in my dilemma, and borrowed his clothes, he waiving in my favour his intention of going to the dance, so that I duly appeared at dinner-time, and in answer to the General's query I told him how the clothes were procured, which seemed to tickle his fancy. We had a very jolly dinner, and I gathered why they were going home via the east coast, for they wanted to have a look at Egypt, as they were greatly interested in a certain Major Kitchener, whom they all seemed to think a great deal of. The General said he would be very pleased to embark on his return from the ball, from attending which I begged to be excused, and went to return borrowed plumes and get on board the Union. Here Nemesis overtook me. About the last man I should have expected to find there was Captain Bainton. According to all canons of civilization, he ought to have been comfortably spending his evening in his house at the head of the bay, engaged in that gracious hospitality for which he was famous. But it seems he had by some means got wind of my intention to cross the bar in the dark, and had come down determined to stop it. He opened the conversation by saying that, as the General was to sail at daylight, he thought he himself would sleep on board the Union, so as to make his farewell easier than coming to the Point so early. Vainly did I explain that the bar was easy and safe. There was the old grim look and stony glare.
"Yes, you go and stick the General on the bar, and a fine damn fool I shall look. You don't start before daylight."
And neither did we. On that particular passage I had with me, amongst others as passenger, the Reverend E.L. Burthon, the inventor of the boats bearing his name. He was a remarkable man in many ways. For one thing, though he was 69 years of age, he was as active as a cat, and was greatly distressed because, on an occasion of boat drill at sea, just to show him the time it would take to pick up a life-buoy, I would not let him be lowered in the Clifford boat, the ship running a good 13 before a fresh breeze. I mention this incident, for the evolution was performed on the spur of the moment during a conversation with him, and, on referring to a letter to Captain Dixon as to the efficiency on the ship, I find that the boat with a life buoy was being hooked on in 5.5 minutes. In his book entitled A Retrospect of 8 Decades, Mr. Burthon mentions the days spent by him on board the African, but was not complimentary concerning the crew. I wrote a letter to him on the subject, and received a letter in reply, in which he stated that I had myself addressed them collectively as a pack of cab drivers, but I submit that a man may take liberties with his own which other people have no right to do. The General and Major Fraser came on board with me at daybreak in the morning, and the next day they were duly landed at Delagoa Bay, where they were to transfer to another mail steamer, and we, on Christmas Day 1881, left again for Natal. That evening we had a very remarkable exhibition of electric phenomena, which I never saw equalled. We had been running down the coast with a nice fair wind and all sails set, but as dusk came on, heavy clouds gathered ahead, and as a shift of wind looked imminent, I took in all canvas and hustled the men a bit to get it stowed quickly. This was the matter to which Berthon had referred. No sooner was it done than the wind headed us with a rush, and the rain came down in torrents, accompanied with a fine display of real South African lightning. At the same time there was a shower of corposants, and mastheads, yards, and stays were thickly covered with them. The effect was weird in the extreme, and although the phenomenon is often mentioned as common, I cannot recall seeing it to any marked degree more than twice. This squall lasted about an hour, after which the weather cleared. After about 8 months of this coasting work we were ordered home, for we had a defective crankshaft, concerning which I might point a moral were it desirable to do so, but as we reached Southampton without mishap, it is as well to let bygones be bygones. My connection with the African was not severed until March 1883, but the preceding 12 months were of considerable interest to me. I was married for the second time at the Cape, and all the ships in port displayed as much bunting as they possessed, Mr. Curry's ship dressing with the Union flag in the place of honour. My directors also gave me permission to take my wife home in the African, for which favour I hope I was sufficiently grateful, and as we now regularly ran to Hamburg to pick up cargo for the Cape, I had to thank Mr. Mercer for more than one similar favour on this continental trip. But the time arrived when I came across a junior in a better ship than I had, and I changed to the Nubian. She was a much bigger ship than my last one, but there was no great difference in their respective speeds. She had 2 funnels, however, and the captain's cabin was situated between them, which did not make for comfort in hot weather. Generally speaking, she was a fine, comfortable craft. We were taking out guns and stores to Simon's Bay in addition to our other cargo, and amongst our passengers was Captain Wharton, of cricket fame, and a very charming lady of the theatrical profession, about whose flaxen locks I should dearly like to tell a story. But, womanlike, it may be said, she emerged victorious from a considerable ordeal, so let it pass at that. I was instructed to make coal consumption trials, and that I did to the best of my ability. The passage out was uneventful, and in due course we left Cape Town at noon for the trip round to Simon's Town. A number of people had been given a passage for the trip, which was of about 4 hours' duration, and I remember that I took the ship inside the Bellows Rock. There was, of course, no risk in doing so, but it was not usual for big ships. We picked up a nice anchorage in close proximity to HMS Boadicea, the flagship of Admiral Sir Noel Salmon, V.C., etc., the commander-in-chief on the Cape Station, from whom, as from his officers, I received the greatest kindness and courtesy. Sir Noel, however, would not permit any Sunday work, and that delayed us a little, but the stay was quite a pleasant one. In due time we got to Algoa Bay, where the Mexican, our newest ship, then on her first voyage, lay at anchor. She was commanded by the Commodore of the fleet, Captain Coxwell, who at that time was laid up unwell on board her. I should say that my fair-haired passenger was still on board, bound for Natal. One evening after dinner it was commencing to freshen from the southeast, and a nasty toss of a sea was on. Coxwell sent me a message asking that I would go over and see him, as he had something particular to say. I proceeded to do so, and in response to the wish of the before-mentioned lady, but against my wish, I took her with me. We got to the Mexican all right, the wind freshening all the time, but when it was time to return there was some sea on, and prudence would have dictated remaining for the night. To this, however, my passenger would not listen, and taking me on one side observed, "If I'm drowned in the attempt, you must take me back tonight, for I've no chalk to do my eyebrows with tomorrow." Yielding to this force majeure, we shoved off, and after a considerable dusting got safely on board my own ship again. I was glad to have seen the Mexican. She was then the last word in fine ships on the Cape route, and it filled me with longing to be master of such a splendid craft. We made a decent trip home, and on arrival at Southampton found that Captain Coxwell had been invalided, and that the command of the Mexican was vacant. Better still, there was no one at home senior to myself, and It was not long before I got a hint that my chances were rosy. Sure enough, I got the command, hardly believing in my own good luck. That ship was a beauty. It is true, she was only square-rigged on the foremast, but her lower yard was 97 feet long, and that sufficed to give a spread of square canvas of no inconsiderable proportion. In fact, there were 4 reefs in her topsail. Contrasted with the ships of today, she might not show to advantage, but she was beautifully fitted, and when it came to handling under steam, she was a dream of delight. Although only a single-screw ship, her turning powers were marvelous, and I made use of them to the fullest extent. John Tyson was chief officer. He is now one of the senior captains of the Union Castle Line, and it goes seriously against the grain to write those words, for it seems to me that the Union Company is absorbed by the newcomer and its old identity lost. I never could see the necessity for the amalgamation, and I think it was a sad day when the old company's flag was merged into that of the Castle Line. My lament, being absolutely sentimental, does not, of course, carry the least weight in an age when commercialism is of the first importance, but I think that in the long run it will be found that the punishment will fit the crime, for there is no instance of one great company being successful in retaining a mail service which on public grounds should be shared by 2. For a chief engineer there was Charles du Santoy, than whom there were few better men afloat. We had been shipmates in the old Roman, and consequently I was well satisfied with everything. On the day we left Southampton, there was quite a gathering of my friends to see the ship off and to wish us luck. Being the crack ship of the line, we were, of course, full of passengers, and a very pleasant crowd they were, but on the way to Madeira the ship rolled to such an extent as to in some measure disgrace herself. There was a cross-swell, it was true, but she had been badly stowed, and given too great a metacentric height. It was a quantity of cement which had been put quite low down in ship which caused her to misbehave on that occasion. As showing how ships are affected by their treatment, I may mention that on that passage home an old gentleman came up to me. It was William Akert of Natal, Uncle William he was commonly called.
"This is a funny ship, Captain," he said. "When I let go my cabin door it does not slam."
For she scarcely had any motion. End of section 17. Read by J. Thomas. Section 18 of My Life at Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Life at Sea by William Caius Crutchley. Chapter 9, Part 2. It was a glorious passage from Madeira outward. The weather was fine, the passengers were contented and happy, and altogether we were sorry when we got to the Cape and each went their separate ways. There had been some discussion on the previous voyage as to whether the ship could lay in the company's berth, or whether she was not too big to do so. There was only one way to settle this, and that was to put her in it and try. This I did, and I remember there were some complimentary notices in the Cape papers on the transaction. We went up the coast that time as far as East London, and had the best of luck in getting rid of our cargo. I profited greatly by the study of a little work on South African coast weather by my friend Captain Hepworth, who had obtained a wonderful insight into it. To know what the weather on the coast is likely to be is no small advantage in taking up an anchorage. Further, I began to discover that Harry Escombe was more than right in his remarks, and that to keep pace with the time there could be no resting on your oars, but a constant search for an acquisition of knowledge. On the road back to Algoa Bay, my old coasting knowledge saved me some miles, for time was short to save daylight. She was doing 14 knots, and I slipped along inside Bird Island with happy results. HMS Boadicea was there, and we resumed former acquaintance, but when sailing day came, Admiral Salmon expressed a wish that we should not leave before midnight, as a ball was to take place and a young lady friend of his wished to see a little of it. He promised to put her on board by midnight, observing that male steamer captains were only like so many tame cats, and as the agent was agreeable, we stayed until that hour, when we left for the Cape. In the early hours of the morning, however, we had an accident. The strap of the high-pressure eccentric got hot and seized to the sheave, the result being a breakdown which might have been very considerably worse. This, however, was just one of those cases when my chief engineer was at his best. He hung up the end of the link with a piece of chain and a screw to adjust its proper length, and in a short time was ready to proceed, but was not prepared under any conditions to turn the engines astern. We got into Table Bay the next evening, but had to creep in very cautiously to get the anchor down. We were visited from the shore, and arrangements were made to repair damages, we remaining in the bay until they were completed. This was dreadful. It meant delay in final loading and coaling, and also meant things being in a mess on sailing day. I went to bed considering the matter. Daybreak brought one of those beautiful fine mornings when it is a pleasure to be alive. I had had all night to think over the problem, and had made up my mind as to what was the proper thing to do. I ordered steam to move, and sent for John Tyson, my chief. To him I said, "Get the stern anchor ready for letting go," we had a stern davit, "and bend onto it the biggest hawser we have. See that the hawser is taken to the bits, so that it can be veered, and let me know when it is ready." In due course this was done, and, shortening in the bower cable, I steamed the ship round on her anchor until she was pointed for the dock entrance, but as she had swung a little too far before I got the anchor, I had to let it go again and repeat the operation, this time with success. As soon as the ship's nose was inside the entrance, I let go the stern anchor, and, veering on the hawser and holding on as required, we got to our berth without the least trouble or damage. I ought, however, to have buoyed the stern anchor, for it gave some trouble to trip to the boat that picked it up. All went on swimmingly, and we were spick and span when sailing day came. I think the evolution I had performed was considered to have been a little risky by the powers that were, but as it came off all right, nothing was said to me. The Cape Times, however, in commenting upon it, said that as far as they knew, this was the third time in history that such a thing had been done, the other two instances being St. Paul on the occasion of his shipwreck and Admiral Lord Nelson at the Battle of the Nile. We made a very fine passage home, something just over 18 days. It was not a record, but something very close to it. There are upon my bookshelves now some very pleasant mementos of kindly souls who helped to make a delightful and memorable trip for me. I come to the conclusion that it is possible to say too much to your directors, unless you make it exceedingly clear what the point is you wish to bring out. I was being questioned as to the cause of the excessive rolling on the outward passage, which some of the passengers had written home about, and I tried to explain that when a ship with a great beam started to roll, she naturally swung through a big arc of space, and that, consequently, people felt it more. This was construed into a criticism on my part of the build of the ship, than which nothing was further from my thoughts, and I was told afterwards it did not do me any good when the question arose as to my giving up the ship to a senior man. It is on such accidents, if there are such things, that human destinies hang. We had a very nice time in Southampton. I was able to pass my mornings at drill on the old Trincomalee, and one afternoon I was successful in taking the all-comers prize at the Hampshire Rifle meeting. This gave me great pleasure, for the volunteers were very wroth at being beaten by a sailor. On the next passage out we called at St. Helena, and I had my first opportunity of visiting Longwood. It was a morning I shall never forget. As we got up to the high land, the weather was misty, with a drizzle of rain, and it was not possible, to me at all events, to avoid the thought of the torture it must mind who ended his days there on that weather-swept spot. The house in which he had lived gave me the impression of having only recently been vacated, and the bust of the great emperor by Thor's Walden seemed to dominate the place with his personality. No work of art that I have seen has impressed me in the manner that did, for the grandeur of the face is most imposing, and surely not one ever to be rivaled in marble. Resist the feeling as one might, the very place seemed permeated with the being of the mighty spirit that sped from within those humble walls. There was nothing more to call for comment on the outward trip. There were many nice people and several sportsmen who arranged all sorts of sports and pastimes. I remember one remarkable boxing match. In the final bout there came together a big bluejacket and a little featherweight of a man, which recalled the meeting of David and Goliath. When the word was given to begin, the little fellow rushed into close quarters and set up no end of a mill, doing this with extraordinary impunity, for the big fellow could have knocked him silly if he had got home. When the bout was over, the referee, a military officer of proved knowledge of boxing, awarded the prize to the big man as being the best boxer, the little man getting a prize as a good fighter. In the Nubian, I had had a compass that had been tried and proved during a great many voyages. In the Mexican, we had one of the best, but we were only now finding out how to adjust Sir William Thomson's compass for changes of latitude. On this particular voyage, I pulled mine to pieces in Algoa Bay and readjusted it by stellar azimuths. It was a long operation, but it was well worth doing, and no one can appreciate the value of a really good compass until they have been well broken in by attempting to navigate with an indifferent one. There was one other little matter that may well be mentioned. The Mexican always seemed to us all to be a brilliantly lit ship, and oil lamps appeared to meet every requirement. But as soon as the electric light came in, we all wondered how we had managed to exist in what was by comparison a state of semi-darkness. Once more in Cape Town, homeward bound, and coming events did not cast their shadows before, for little did I think as I took her out of dock in the most approved show-off fashion that it would be the last time I should do so. Sailing days at the Cape for the mail steamers were red-letter days, when all men interested came down to criticize the way in which the various ships were handled. On this particular occasion, I managed to retain my reputation, but the pitcher sometimes goes to the well once too often, and I fear I was what the boys call coxy over what I could do with that ship. Altogether, that was one of the days of my life on which I felt pleased with myself, and it may be observed that there have not been many of them. Sailing day at the Cape was once well described by Lee, who, speaking of visitors generally, said, "They come on board in ballast trim, and leave drawing 27 feet by the stern." Few things would give me greater pleasure now than to revisit the old scenes and see how the modern school of men deal with the great ships they command, but the early negotiators of Cape Town dock had a fair amount of pioneer work to do. We learned as we went along. My chief recollection of that last trip home was that I first made the acquaintance of Clark Russell's novels, and on my arrival at Southampton I wrote him a letter expressing my admiration of them, which resulted in a friendship still unbroken. There are few men who have so faithfully painted life at sea as it really was. His Wreck of the Grosvenor is simply a marvel of realism, having only one equal so far as my knowledge serves me, Dana's 2 years before the mast. Southampton dock came at last, and it was with little pleasure that I learned that the Commodore was at home without a ship, and that I should have to make way for him. It was no use kicking against the pricks. Seniority was the law of the service, and it had to be abided by, so I turned the Mexican over with regret to Ballard, and once more joined the army of the standbys. But it was in reality much worse than merely standing down. At the end of the year 1883, the trade to the Capes was in a very depressed condition, and it was not found possible to keep all the ships employed. Consequently, Rotten Row began to fill up, and there were many masters and officers on shore with half pay. Economy and retrenchment became the watchword of the Board of Direction, and the Union Company was by no means singular in commencing its retrenchment policy by seeing how much it could possibly save from the pay of the sea-going staff. There was one favourite question commonly asked of masters by directors. Did not we consider the difference of pay to be too great between the chief officer and the master? And we always rightly and religiously answered no, for the chiefs were content to wait their turn, and the masters knew perfectly well that if any levelling was to be done, it would not be in the upward but the opposite direction. The blow descended at last, however, for taking advantage of an indiscretion by a prominent master, to whom pay was no great object, the company gave him the choice of signing a new agreement for less pay or being unemployed for an indefinite period. The master in question was taken completely by surprise and signed without consultation with any of us, and the path of the directors was then easy, for the rest of us had no choice but to follow suit. I remember, though, that when he came from the office and told me what he had just done, I made use of remarks that might have strained a great friendship of many years' standing. At this time, many of our intermediate ships had been put into the North American trade, amongst them the Nubian with my old friend Jones in command. They were in no way fit for the trade, as showing the difficulty of finding two seamen who will take the same view of any situation. I may mention that during a conversation at dinner one night, I said to Jones that he was the only man of my acquaintance to whose opinion I would defer on a point of seamanship. Shortly after this, he was telling me how he had run for Holyhead in bad weather and let go both anchors at once to bring the ship up. I at once proceeded to argue stoutly that he was entirely wrong in doing so, and if he were alive today, which unfortunately he is not, that point would serve for an unending difference of opinion. There was now a chance to put in a good spell of drill on board the Trincomalee, and this I took full advantage of, but the system of training officers which obtained in those days was not one calculated to give the best results. In that particular ship, the commanding officer was always most anxious to do everything possible to further the interests of officers on drill, but the guns were hopelessly obsolete, and indeed the ship was shortly after replaced by an up-to-date vessel. I think it was about this time that I succeeded in obtaining for officers the loan of a confidential book from which they could obtain useful information. I had found it necessary to take steps to obtain my promotion in the Royal Naval Reserve, for at this time very little attention was paid to the officering of this force. Admiral Sir Augustus Phillimore was the admiral superintendent, and with him I obtained an interview which I did not consider to be by any means satisfactory. He informed me that he considered the rank of sub-lieutenant as ample for the master of a mail steamer, and with that I had to content myself. But when H.R.H., the late Duke of Edinburgh, became Admiral Superintendent, I renewed my application in writing and was promptly granted the rank of lieutenant. Between one thing and another, the time in no way hung heavily with me. I was on half-pay, it was true, but that was the worst of it, and there is no doubt I should soon have had another command, but it cannot be denied that losing the Mexican had made me discontented, and that frame of mind is not a healthy one. One morning I received a circular letter from Captain Dixon, enclosing one from the manager of the New Zealand Shipping Co., asking if any of the Union Company staff would wish to apply for the command of their new ship, the Ruapehu. I had no wish to do so, and after talking to Captain Dixon gave no further thought to the matter. Incidentally, I heard the names of Captains Lee and Griffin mentioned in connection with the command. One morning, I think it was Christmas Eve, I saw the two of them standing outside Kelway's Hotel, engaged in animated conversation, so I walked to them and joined in. Naturally, I asked, "What about the New Zealand ship?" I was answered that both of them had accepted the command and both had given it up. I asked why, and learned that they disapproved of going into regions where ice might be encountered, and also that neither of them cared to contemplate the passage of Magellan's Straits upon the homeward passage. Well, it was very absurd of me, but I said as the ship was to sail on January 12th, they had not played the game with the New Zealand Company, also that the honour of the company was at stake, and immediately walked over to the telegraph office and sent a wire offering to take the ship for them. I received an immediate reply asking me to go to town and see them as soon as possible. When I got home that day, my action was not altogether approved of, in fact it was strongly deprecated, but the die was cast, and there was the end of it. I went to town next day. It must have been Christmas Day, for the London streets were deserted, and the office of the company was only open to me. The London manager took me to the West End to meet the general manager, Mr. Costa,
And before I had time to turn round, I had promised to go to Glasgow and bring the ship round to London. I must say that my new employers were very nice people, and evinced a strong desire to meet my wishes in every way possible, but it was a sad time for me when I turned out into the street and realized that it was no longer the Union Company's flag I should sail under, and that my most cherished connections were to be severed. I regarded it, and rightly, as the opening of a new page in the book of life which I had not yet had the chance to glance at, but the only thing was to go through with the undertaking and to make the best of it. So I got back to Southampton, spent the rest of my Christmas Day in the conventional manner, and next evening saw me in a limited mail for Glasgow. I found the ship at the tail of the bank off Greenock, and she was quite good-looking enough to please me, but as soon as I put foot on board her, it was evident that for so long a run she was too small to pay. I was not quite correct, however, in this, for I was not then acquainted with the frozen meat trade and its possibilities. I found as chief officer a man from the Union Company, and there also others from the same source, so that I was not in the midst of strangers. The ship was well fitted in every respect, and she had, what was then rare even in first-class ships, an electric light installation. There were 2 dynamos, but from the first they gave considerable trouble. Still, Fairfield had had a very free hand in turning out the ship, and that notable yard was not in the habit of making many mistakes. On the 28th, the manager and others came down from London, and we ran a short trial. It was on this occasion that I first met Mr. Pierce, afterwards Sir William, who had built the ship. We were, I think, mutually satisfied with one another. The ship steamed well, and the next day we started for London and reached Gravesend on the last day of the year, remaining there for the night. In the early hours of the morning, a small steamer caught one of her backstays on our bowsprit and pulled her mainmast down. But as she did not stop to leave a card, and no damage was done to us, I am ignorant to this day as to what vessel it was. I do know, however, that the Scotch pilot who brought us round and others of his countrymen on board paid a midnight visit to me to be sure that I properly welcomed the new year. We duly moored in the Royal Albert Dock the next day. I found from the commencement, as was only natural, that there was a vast difference between my old company and the present one. There things had all gone on well-defined lines. Here there were no lines at all, and the machinery was hardly an evidence that was to trace them. My general instructions were that my ship was to be brought to the standard of the best mail steamer afloat, and I must say that any recommendation I made received the greatest attention. But when one has lived under a fairly consistent discipline, its loss is felt very much. Our marine superintendent was Captain Underwood, who had been selected from the staff of the Union Company of New Zealand, and I always found him a very nice fellow to work with. As superintending engineer, we had Archibald Thompson, who had filled the same position in my late company, of which it will be seen there was a very strong leaven. The New Zealand Company had for many years run a line of sailing ships between London and New Zealand. They consequently had many well-tried officers in their employ who were perfectly competent to command in sailing ships, yet lacked any knowledge of steam. Certain of them, however, were placed in the new steamers as second officers, and, naturally, were rather inclined to regard the newcomers as interlopers. Further, when Mr. Coster and the New Zealand directors decided to commence with steam, they chartered vessels to commence the service until their own ships could be built, among them being the Ionic and others belonging to the White Star Line. These ships were fitted with refrigerating chambers and plant, and when released by the company were chartered by the Shaw Seville Co., so that the New Zealand Company people had done their best to popularize these ships, and the opposition reaped a certain reward from their efforts. Also, it let in the White Star Line, which was no inconsiderable item. Some time previously, the Union Company had had the chance to tender for this particular traffic, but I do not think the directors fully grasped the future of the frozen meat trade. I know that Captain Dixon had not regarded it with any favor, but it was a great chance missed. In point of fact, we were here face to face with a situation not unlike that between the Union Company and Donald Curry, and it might have been forecasted that the best business men would win in the struggle. I found a warm welcome waiting for me at the office, and a pressing invitation for my wife and self to go and stay at the house of the manager, Mr. Strickland. At dinner that night, we had the pleasure of meeting my old friend, the Reverend R. Fair, who I found had told my new chief more to my credit than was perhaps my due. A new ship and a new voyage, however, deserve a new chapter. End of section 18. Read by J. Thomas.